ISO, like shields up, and he's just like.
Wait, Sachi changed his name back to Saucy?
So like things like that, they're still good.
Unbelievable.
You know, some
dude,
of those
he was frying a Sachi, dude.
Well, Coach Kaplan actually had some words about this as well. They're saying that they were grateful that they clinched a spot in champs thanks to the early success in the years we had noted before. And of course, our team is best at international events. Can't wait to get there and get grinding. So look, I mean, you got to hype yourself up coming into this one, but without a doubt.
Hello, everybody. Might be here. I'm probably gonna have to grab this and pull this closer.
They have not been able to reach anywhere close to the heights they had at the beginning
Also,
of the year.
does that show anything? Yeah, it does. I thought that would like hide it.
In both of those events,
Usually that's what happens.
for Sentinels, but I think now with more time to practice, with a reset after those 2 games they lost to miss out on the playoffs, there is a
let's close our game here.
Who was struggling, whose team play looked a little bit off, who didn't look as structured as we would expect.
Yeah, unranked.
Or
unranked Phoenix being a racist.
Like Gen.G, who's the only squad who's done that this year.
Yeah,
of course. We'll see how this all unfolds, and we're still minutes away.
Wouldn't be surprised even if it was stream sniping.
Sounds like you had fun.
So
yeah,
it wasn't that bad, honestly.
Yeah,
I think it was like literally perfectly net null in terms of our. Is the funniest part.
For today,
we just played for like 6
Hey,
hours.
Woo.
Literally.
Hello, everybody. Achilles here. I'm joined once again by Jen, and we have Zelsis as well as the Lakia of Valorant.
Oh, I want to watch this before I go to the bathroom.
We're gonna be going through what I think.
Dude, look at Lakia. Are those Gucci fucking shoes?
Will ever be filmed on this broadcast. We're gonna be teaching Zelsis some Korean trash talk that is broadcast friendly and won't hurt anyone's feelings at the end of the day. So just some fun banter you can throw out there now that you're here in Korea while you're playing ranked. So the way this is gonna work, I'm gonna pose a scenario to Lakia. He's gonna say what he would say to somebody on the enemy team, and then we're gonna try to get Zelsis to say it in Korean and
the Lakia Valorant.
So off the rip, Lakia, you've just hit an ace clutch, the 1v5 to close out a map. What's the first thing that you're saying to the enemy team?
1대5 클러치를 해냈어요. 네. 그럼 이제 상대한테 도발 어떻게 할 건가요?
개 못하네 뭐하냐? 라고 할 것 같습니다. It's mean like you guys so bad. What are you doing? What are you doing, guys? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 I teach you. Okay. 개 못하네. 개 못하네. Yeah, it's so good. 너네 뭐하냐? 뭐하냐? Yeah. 개 못하네. 너네 뭐하냐? 개 못하네. 뭐하냐? Yeah, right. Yeah. 뭐하냐? Yeah. 뭐하냐? 개 못하네. It's mean you guys so bad. Yeah. 개 못하네 is all I need. Yeah. 너네.
I love it.
너네 mean is you guys 뭐하냐? Okay. Yeah.
How am I doing today? I'm doing alright. I'm trying to get like a Discord overlay source thing. From what they're called.
Celsius with the Korean shit talk.
I was about to say, it's gonna take the whole 2 minutes for him to just learn that sentence. That's the whole feature here.
What are you yelling across the stage to Zelsis?
I don't like trash talk, but
dude, I'm the one guy you can trash talk. Don't worry.
Oh, I see. It's that.
너네 쉽다?
Yeah, 쉽다. Yeah, 쉽다 means easy.
Easy?
Yeah.
Easy?
쉽다.
Okay. 쉽다. Gen.G.
너네 쉽다?
Yeah. 상하이 해 쉽다.
That's funny as fuck.
Before we get into any more trouble than we already be in.
How are you on timer here, Anders? Are you 143, 142, 141, 140?
I am 135, 134, 133.
That's gonna close.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I'm at max anyways.
Well, today we learned something.
Actually, maybe I could put this on 2x.
And my word, you guys came out for Americas, but I think look, there are a lot of Pacific believers, but no one believing in VCT China.
This guy's live, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to get something, but I don't think I'll be able to do it.
Of course, Bren would go Sentinels.
4 in the morning in the East Coast, which means it's 1 a.m. back in LA, right?
Probably.
So, oh my word, it's so.
All Bren's done here
way to go, but
is ensure the
All right. Well, I
The
also
lack of guarantee. Yeah.
everyone going for Gen.G except for young Brennan, who's
Sure,
right
okay, but
now
that's
raising
clout.
the roof to me currently.
That's clout, whatever. Gen.G's
Yeah,
the
it's not
favorite.
real.
Just clout chasing. That's all.
I'll be right back, guys, when I hit the bathroom.
FPX voters, because
Nice.
I would have been on board with that in Shanghai. They look great there, but man, were they rough back in stage 2 in CN.
I would like to defend them.
Okay,
If I can.
Give me, you got 10 seconds.
Here's the deal. They do weird stuff. It's hard to predict what they're going to do against you. A lot of teams struggle playing against their weird style.
And they're playing
That's
Heretics.
big. And they're playing Heretics.
They pushed them 2-1 the last time.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, honestly, both games are going to be fantastic. This is exactly
The overlay.
what you want to see. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. It's literally a rematch of Madrid.
It's all 3 of our finalists in one group from each of these Masters tournaments.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for a better way to kick things off here at Champions Seoul. And we're finally...
It's weird because I moved chat over to this side now, so I got to get used to like looking in this direction.
All right, let's fucking go.
Which I don't know if
There are
that's
way
gonna
too
be
many
any good.
NPCs in that arena for fucking Gen.G Sentinels. Come on now.
What day is it? It's Thursday, right? Trade's got stuff to do. People to see. So what's the veto, Mr. Assistant Coach? I haven't been tracking that shit.
If I were to guess, I mean, the disrespectful reality is I think Gen.G is happy to take them anywhere, not named Abyss, because Abyss is too much of an X factor. I think they'll be overjoyed to take them literally anywhere else.
Have they shown any Abyss? They haven't, right? No.
No, but I mean, if you think that Kaplan and Drew haven't cooked it up, I think that's a little bit of wishful thinking. Like, they definitely have it. And this is the sort of game, pre-playoffs, where, like, you don't take any risks.
Yeah, if you don't
You're
need
the most
to.
confident team in the world on that map, or you shouldn't be floating it against a team that you know has competent coaching staff.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it sort of feels a bit like when it's not an elimination game or the final, why show that map?
제가 기억하는 한 항상 게임을 좋아했어요. 어렸을 때는 집에 컴퓨터가 한 대밖에 없어서.
Naturally, now that I've said that, fucking Abyss first map,
Yeah.
100%.
You guys are trying to see what maps this is going to go to?
게임을 하고 싶어서 참을 수가 없었죠.
Yeah, I've not really been watching either close enough to know
제가 초등학교 1학년
like their main vetoes at least.
게임을 보는 종이를 줬었어요.
장래희망 적을 거예요.
I mean, this is going to be a whole different game for sure, because if we look at the map pool of when Sentinels and Gen.G last played against each other,
It's Anders and Vans. I was trying to get the Discord overlay to show
well, that's
both in here, but I don't know if I can.
Gonzo.
Someone in my chat made a really good point, which is like, Sen's Icebox perma kind of just fucks them in this matchup.
Yeah.
1년 안에 최고 티어가 될 수 있었어요.
Because it's going to go Icebox guaranteed ban. They're not going to win the coin flip on Ascent, so where are they
세대
going?
이야기해줬었어요. 게임을 하는 직업을 가질 수 있는 방법.
Probably Haven.
Yeah, it's going to have to be. And even then, like, okay, so you're playing into a texture off map.
Yeah, Haven Sunset probably.
What did he usually post first? Right here.
Sorry, I'll shut up during this feature. It sounded pretty cool.
That's where they have the veto something there, maybe.
제가 챔피언스를 우승하게 된다면
Yeah, Vansilli and Anders.
어떤 꿈이든 이룰 수 있다는 걸 모두에게
In
보여줄
my general attitude for doing these watch parties is we'll probably do it until why is this happening? What is turned on for this to be a thing? It's got to be some BTTV thing.
APAC.
Unless I'm just like off my rocker.
In the game. When we get to finals, I'm gonna have Faker come out and sell the SEN bundle.
과거와 미래가 교차하는 현재. 그리고 오늘
How would I turn it off though is the question.
최고의 16개 팀이 이곳 서울에 모입니다.
Yeah, I can turn it up.
Superstars of Valorant, and I cannot wait to see them compete on the global stage.
Oh, not what I was trying to do.
A few years ago, I was burnt out, but Valorant gave me a new hope and motivation for myself. It's been a dream ever since I started Valorant to lift the trophy.
I don't know what it's even called. That's the problem.
Creo que Crew es un equipo que da mucha sorpresa y esta no va a ser la excepción.
I'm such a boomer when it comes to this stuff.
Make that achievement happen. Go for 3 trophies. We taken our foot off the pedal on the tournament that matters the most. This year we started slow, but I think there's a certain energy that we haven't felt since Lock-In or Tokyo Masters, or even now that we're at Champs, it almost feels like we're hungrier than ever.
No, that's fine. I want that. Have I done it? I hope so. I only just started, which is weird.
Legacy. People talk about these grades in games. If I'm able to go back to back and achieve the same height.
Right, and 0 emotes one. The funniest thing is that this has just started happening. Like, I've not changed anything. I might not have even opened Chrome since, like, the China watch parties. Yet this has started. No, it's still going. It's still going. But, like, intermittently. So odd. Genuinely might need to go to watch it on fucking YouTube if I can't work it out. I just don't know what it means. I don't know, like.
Me and Kong already lifted the trophy one time.
It's the shit that was annoying me with the China, like, streaming services with their, like, flare things. But there's nothing here that talks about this.
To win champion, no matter what.
I almost guaranteed I'm going to uninstall both, but it's still going to do it. It's going to be something else.
이제 e스포츠로서 한국이 얼만큼 위대한 나라인지 전 세계에게
I don't care about channel points.
No cap, this video's got me hyped.
The heat shot with a Stingray and a vintage Beamer. Give it to me.
I was just telling Willow how good this is. How Good Boy Tweets is so good.
It's amazing. The problem I have is, like, I don't know if it's like better Twitch TV. It's doing the thing where it plays like emotes on the stream. Like, they sort of show up and flash up. I don't know how to turn it off.
Yeah, I'm watching on YouTube. Yeah.
I'm just like a boomer, like, how do I turn this shit off?
I'm 100% on YouTube, so you could just rewind as you go as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've now got to. I'm a Douyu truther because the quality on that website is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh wait, actually, somebody told me I had to turn it off. I'm gonna do that before I forget.
Dude, this started this quick. I thought it was gonna be like, oh my god, more pre-show.
Matchup.
Yeah, there you go, Haven.
It's a
set third map.
Matchup.
Or Abyss, rather.
Final rematch. You got Sentinels going up against Gen.G.
Wait, you're already at maps?
Yeah.
Hold on, I got 2x this shit.
Yeah, that's what I did. I 2x it when I thought I was behind.
Abyss Decider. Okay.
Yeah.
These are the only two.
So they did get Haven like we wanted, and then we had the icebox, right? Gen.G banning Sunset makes sense.
And we have a surprise all
Somebody, sorry, Mo.
making it through the veto.
Gen.G picking Ascent makes complete sense.
Yeah.
And picking Haven makes complete sense.
This is going to
This is literally this is a fucking booby trap for Gen.G is what this
100%. 100%.
I mean, you'd expect nothing less from Sentinels, right? That's kind of what they need to do, is throw in a curveball.
This has Kaplan's fingerprints all fucking over it.
100%.
Is really interesting to me.
100%.
That they're working on.
I see Sentinels on Haven. I'm thinking fucking Ghost Gaming on Haven.
This has been a really solid map, I think, for Gen.G in stage 2. They're one of the few teams that have stuck to the Viper ideas. They were super prevalent last year. They're not playing
Ready with a new Haven, looks to be.
Yeah.
Sentinels.
If you're on YouTube, Ryan, just 2x's it as well, so you can try to catch up.
Yeah. The problem I have sometimes is that it starts, what's the word? Chomping a bit more. So Gen.G's Haven, they played DRX twice, won the first time and lost the second. They beat RRQ 13-8, running the Viper comp actually. And for Sentinels, lost to 100 Thieves 13-7, running normal, and then they beat Cloud9 13-5. It's a good question actually. Like, Anders, what do we think of the Viper comp nowadays? Because you would have thought that, like, with the Sky nerfs and the Viper nerfs, that it'd be a bit out of date. So I'm surprised the teams are still running it. Okay.
Get those early engagements going for them, but I am curious to see how.
I think Anders is trying to say that the Viper.
I will put it this way. My universal opinion since the nerfs have been that everyone is overemphasizing the Viper nerfs. They only nerfed bad Viper teams. She is still just as strong everywhere she is.
There you go.
Oh, doggy! It's now time to get ready for.
And I guess for Sky, it doesn't matter too much.
We got a Masters Madrid rematch.
They're replacements. Some would argue that they're even upgrades now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you could go for, like, the old Sunset comps almost. With, like, Fades, Rays.
GB's already teed it up.
Neon too.
Madrid finals, that rematch between these two teams. Well,
of course it'd be Brennan Sideshow casting this, because it's part of Brent's contract that if it's a Sentinels game, he has to cast it.
2024.
I would totally agree with that. You're looking at the two.
Don't say that because people believe it. The Bren's going around demanding games.
Every single time. It's also part of the contract as like a trade-off.
Very good teams. I will say though, when it specifically comes to Haven, paper thin, talking about it on the desk. That A lobby control was so important for the one game that Gen.G did end up dropping on this map.
Are they going to hard hold this? Deathfall's
significantly
They
better.
sure are.
That A control given up, but nobody watching on to
John's still able to get one.
Yeah.
I mean, they went neg 1 on the interaction, though. This is why you don't do that shit.
Might be looking for a bit of a contact play, but a call for the pause is made by Sen. They're just going to wait this one out.
Oh, whippage.
Sachi. Away still
safe.
Adjustment from Sassy, it's good.
Meteor with the Sheriff, though. I'm always scared.
1v3 here for our pistol.
Yep.
Can he do it? First obstacle removed. Plenty more where that came from, though. Revealed up.
And they're just baiting for 10s.
Reloads off. Turret up. Catches one of the contacts, but Sentinel's not willing to give too much of a fight here. Sassy's so wide out into the open. HP. Turret still up.
Yep.
That's the break.
Yep. I fucking told you guys. Meteor with the fucking Sheriff.
Bro, you can't be serious. That since
I'm telling you guys,
first round of the event is a 3v1 toss. I cannot.
How well Sentinels had played that A exec. The early control. The hit.
I'm a Meteor believer.
Gen.G donoed that round too by trying to hard hold. That is crazy.
Comes through in a spot that it should never. I think we've got to start there. This is a situation where he should get traded every single time.
Gotta agree with that.
Bruh.
The home crowd roars.
That's a 1v3 and Gen.G to continue that kind of dominance with the pistol round, starting it up. Conversion into the bonuses. Josh.
I like to pat myself on the back when it comes to me having Meteor on my top 10 list before Madrid.
Yeah, man, 100%.
Nice. That's like me calling out Rienz as my top 3 initiator going into Madrid, and him just being a fucking psycho and now establishing himself as like one of the best recons globally.
Which Meteor is under quite a bit of
As a Silver player, I approve.
Damage is being done to them, but it's been
people were so
and should be all good
and so like out of touch with just how good he is.
Yeah, but I also think that, like, it depends how you're looking at it, really. Like, if there's a player that sort of passes an eye test and you go, they look quite good, and then you hear other coaches go, yeah, we want him, it just like, it's like a multiplier of like times 10 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is because they take them so
You know, like, because there's play-ins for Ascension, which is literally where Rienz came from last year. That's where he got spotted. Or maybe, like, I guess the main thing. That's kind of cool, actually.
Is remarkably
the champs just sitting there, yeah.
Give it to me.
Like, teams probably spotted it before, but you watch him and then you hear that all the orgs and teams want him, and you go, okay.
Has nothing really.
There's a player called Westside that's on Diamant, and I was like, oh, he's quite good. And then I spoke to one of the coaches, like, yeah, lots of people have been eyeing him. And immediately, like, okay, Westside is the best player in the world. Yeah, you just go over the top.
But now we can start to look forward to this bonus round. Gen.G usually cooking with it.
They are, and I'll tell you what, I've been watching a lot of...
Feels kind of dangerous with this Gen.G comp, how they try to get fucking HO control, or HO info.
Dynamic, isn't it? Because Sen are going to read into what they've seen from the VODs from Gen.G. And one of the interesting things is, Viper Orb, always going towards C long.
I have to like unlearn some behavior, I've just realized. Because like from casting, I'd have the main feed up, and then I'd have the always in game one on the left-hand side, and I naturally look to my left-hand screen to see what the setup was.
Oh, yeah, dude. Dude, casting online games when I don't get to see the dirty feed of what the setup is pisses me off.
Oh, just ask for it. Like, I'm sure the
it's so hard.
Yeah, like just that. Like they had a OBS Ninja feed for it, and it was life changing.
Just timing here.
No, still bullet straight to the back. Now, potentially an opening for Sentinels. We'll attempt to slow this one down. They want to try and get rid of most of this util. There's a fault line to try and follow through Zekken.
Oh, this is nice.
He still gets one, I bet. Yep.
Multiple.
Looking snappy and magnetic into the moment still.
It's okay. Sachi's here.
Not to be disallowed this for pushing through the wall.
Nope.
Chaos incarnate. Down to that one.
Clearly, you're the superior Cypher. You get that second frag after ulting.
I was going to make the most of this one here. Sentinels cannot afford to throw away these player advantage situations.
What happened to Zesh, by the way? Wasn't he also streaming big events? Yeah, he's working for CGN. Like, they qualified for Ascension yesterday. Like, they played some terrific Valorant. Like, super structured shit. Really nice to watch. For a team that didn't really have, like, you got Element that people might know from way back when, but he was always spotty.
Yeah.
But, the rest of the players, for me at least, fairly unknown. Certainly in comparison to KPI, who they played in the grand final, who had like Defo, not Defo, had Keyless on the team, had Bisk.
A flash and dash, a dash and fault line.
Towards the rest of this half.
It just made me think about the Koala Noob.
You can't really run big C.
Your ult so that Nismo could fault line people and they get the stun and control of space.
A-holds weaker, I think. The way that DRX was able to beat them.
Yo, these are my coaches. Here are my coaches.
By taking A-long control very consistently. You've always got John there with the cam to make sure if Gen.G pushes.
I'm glad they're happy because it sounded from stage one that they were just struggling.
Full A lobby control seems like a bit of a map control mistake to me from the side of Sentinels. But maybe they've got something very different in mind. It looks like they're setting up for another one of these garage splits.
Element was like the king who never was for 2021. Yeah, exactly. He was kind of one of those players, like Ale and stuff, that like you'd be like, maybe. I think Twiston was also in that category too as a player of just like, he's got what it takes. It's just how consistent he can be. I'm at least glad that Twiston got the chance to play in Tier 1 and showed that he was fully.
Creating difficulties.
And if they do decide to pop B here, Munchkin's going to be there fairly early with a snake bite. They're trying to go back towards...
Yeah, like, play-ins was really fun to see not only, like, old players like Defo and Keyless play in Tier 2 and do a lot. Nice from Texture. Like, seeing young players like Sayonara and stuff come through. That Veer was also really good for CGN.
John stays alive, so they're still just trip watching the flank.
Bit of a pause is called. Cage falls. Alongside.
Oh my god, nice pick by Zekken.
Ferrari peak in action here.
30 seconds left.
Tap.
Oh, Sachi.
Players are going to come.
Oh,
Sachi.
The open and it leaves it once more down to Meteor. 1v3.
Up, Meteor 1v3 again. All right.
On the pistol round, he did.
Easier this time.
Not with guns though. He can't win this when Sentinels have guns. If it was a pistol sheriff round, yes.
Two huge kills there from Sentinels. One from John, the other from Zekken, both in B main. And I think those are the two that really turned that in favor of Sen. After Texture got a double kill, most of the time I think that should be Raps.
Yeah.
And yet,
I don't know how he got the second kill. It didn't look like it was
coming out from John.
Oh, they lined up behind him.
It was literally like an accident.
Yeah.
Both Karen and Munchkin falling in those spots. It just opens up the whole site for them. Gen.G, you're going to have to respect that.
Some of those players from the Studio Show era challenges missed out on the same name-making opportunities that today's stars had early on.
That's knocked Gen.G down to that week goodbye. It's a good time.
Series could have changed so many outcomes. Yeah, I guess it's the difference between having a franchise league versus an open system.
Understandable considering Sentinels was slacking a little bit towards the end of stage 2.
Okay, no.
Yeah, like people saying Sen is jet lagged despite being first team in Korea.
Shallow breach flash.
Well, yeah, they played up against the team that is in Korea. like it's home ground advantage. Not as if like America's teams haven't succeeded from that before.
Meteor is just out in the open, and this slow, cautious tail that's really being told by Sen across the map. It's working dividends.
It is, but because they didn't take A long control early on in the round, and they don't have drone, it's going to be tough for them to end A here. So their choices are between B and C, and that's mostly where the Gen.G defense is. There are still opportunities for this to go wrong for Sentinels. They've got time on the clock. I'm not sure that John's going to be able to re-explore this entire area confidently. He's going to give it a go, though.
There's a stack of.
I don't know why he would go Suez. Yeah.
What's the chances to run into the bucket here?
I mean, Josh just be going down.
Unbelievable.
So he does an upgrade offered up. Handle to them. Fault
And the strong side's already there on the C slam.
At least we got an ult. At least we got an ult.
Aftershock. Narrowly avoided.
Melon's around.
Dodges the flash still.
They've got to go now.
Wait, this is good util still. Uh-oh.
Time.
Straight into the maw, and it's only firepower. They're going to be able to bail yourself out.
Uh-oh.
Can only do so much with that shot. Stuck down, bullet spraying and praying away.
Yeah, man.
Nervous plays, nervous plays.
Wasn't even close.
No, I wasn't even nervous.
But I'm really not liking.
I wasn't even nervous. I didn't even run out of breath.
A control early on. They limit themselves so drastically in the
Some of these rounds, I swear, probably like purple on camera.
And yes, it doesn't matter too much that John goes down to the bucky in short, but that got close, and it had no reason to necessarily. They just found themselves stuck.
Dude, I kind of want them to trade maps. I really want this to go to fucking Abyss.
I think this is being tracked by
Benefits everybody else.
Shit ton of Abyss. We're gonna see a shit ton of Abyss this event.
Oh, he gets both.
TP up into heaven. Tens is there for the backstab just in case.
The myth, Versace. Oh, ankles.
You're just looking at a save.
The stun was good from Zelsis too.
I mean, that's a wonderful play over towards Hay there. Adding the Soverall into the back of it too. Texture had an opportunity, but it was a tough flick to be able to get onto Zek, and he does the reverse peek, crossing over the bricks early. He is often good for those.
There goes my pick'ems. Sentinels are winning fucking champs.
This time, Sen come out on top. And
I didn't do my pick'ems for VLR, but I did it in game. But I genuinely can't remember what I put.
Not scared, are they?
I was talking.
Yeah, my hot take. I have Gen.G winning this game, but my hot take is if Sentinels is able to beat Gen.G here, they're winning champs.
Rifles in hand, but
press X to doubt.
If I'm looking at just the teamwork, coordination, their rifle aim, everything's looking very clean.
Is this set up as the best champs we'll ever get, or does last year take the biscuit?
So far, it's Gen.G firmly on the back foot here.
Yeah.
I think this one's kind of nice because now you get to add the Chinese teams too. And have a nice little 16 team.
America's fool you.
Yeah, that's nice.
Finish as well.
And that's a good thing about like no LCQ is just the whole
streak at the start of stage 2. Yeah,
like weird feelings of teams. Like everybody that's here kind of deserves to be here. Not that they wouldn't in LCQ, but like it's not like we won a tournament where the best teams aren't at it.
Yeah, for sure.
You think about the Sentinels team.
2022 Unparalleled. I like that one because I worked it, but
the end of the year they started career with the Africa tournament, and now.
Must be nice to work at champs, eh?
Yeah. You'll get there eventually.
We'll see.
Punishing the peak there. At least they all pick up onto Munchkin. McCage up as well, covering the back of Tens.
So this is that Viper wall I was talking about. It's designed for A-long control, but they couldn't control the Tens teleports. Very cool anti there, I think, based on where they saw the Viper wall.
Karon, he wants to press forwards. He spots the barrel. He knows that there's a kill to be found. Will claim it. Double peak is up, and the trade inside here for Sentinels. Seekers considered by Lackey are now offloaded here just for that extra information, but Sentinels are still working.
Not really going to tell you too much. Oh, actually, the Seekers have gone right past Tens.
Have to be taken. He's the one pushed past and forwards. Most of his
meter is a timing though. He's going to get Tens.
Find a kill from it.
Surely he has a free one on Tens.
Backs to it. He's watching the wrong angle, but yeah, Tens unaware. That could potentially
no spokes for a hit, and with him crossing over to C, meter can call that it's a C hit.
Towards the C site.
Really smart play.
No Viper orb. C becomes.
Mo's only set in 2022 because he was there.
It's always going to be that lockdown coming from Garage.
I was going to say I don't remember any of the stories other than like the first time that we see EDG and Leviathan with owner being good back then.
Fall back into the long angle flash.
Oh, that flash blinded second too, you know?
Disjointed here by Sentinels. The aftershock has to get used now. Meteor wrapping behind.
Really nice round from Gen.G.
It works to fruition. Gen.G.
Is it in the call? It's in the top
What value from the
left of the screen.
I can't say that I've really seen too many people popping it down there to go for the C retake. I was also watching Texture's POV. He had to dodge 2 breach flashes and Lakia's flash as well. He's spinning his crosshair left and right just to try to keep his vision intact so that he can help on the retake. But that's the first one with rifles in hand that Gen.G get on the board. And it wasn't looking great for them until Meteor made that play walking down mid.
Yeah, someone in my chat made a really good point. I don't think that
like that.
Of course,
that Sen should be carrying forward the op because they just donate it back over.
Op in hand, going to be taking that peek towards B as Sentinels look to take some A lobby control.
TP though, Lakia side by side, him and Karon.
Oh my god, dude! How did he find these timings?
Now they just let the man advantage take hold.
Yeah, which way to look.
You see that TenZ went for the same teleport again, so every time the Viper wall's been in this spot, TenZ has tried to TP into this cubby. But this time, Munchkin wasn't just sat there.
Crazy how successful that was without a breach. They're able to just peek sewers.
Say, yeah. And I guess Karon TP'd so he could get over a breach fault line.
This time Gen.G
timing.
Needing to take too many.
That's some like Lucio rollout shit from the Karon.
This is lovely.
If anything, though, it's more, for me, it's more not having a breach, but it's more on them not having a fucking Sova or anything to scan inside the site, and they just fucking blind push it and get picks.
They had bodies, though, so I guess...
Yeah, you play trades.
Yeah.
But I think Sen struggle to get through that.
They really are.
What are your options now? You haven't gone garage, you haven't broken the Killjoy utility.
Well, Meteor. He's going to walkabouts here. Oh my, almost time for the peak there. Yeah, almost there with a punish still. Drone's going to be used to clear through into mid. Sentinels have only got 30 seconds to really work with into this one. Again with that
good paranoia.
Up top and away. And he's
nice, TenZ.
Completely unaware. Gen.G still lacking. He's got to get a handle onto most of this one. Karon pressing forward.
Oh, nicely done.
Gen.G have toppled.
And then our last player is A. Oh my god, so much respect to Munchkin.
Play from Sentinels. Gen.G always flood.
They've already lost a 1v3.
Yeah.
Don't want to lose another one.
It was coming. I mean, he knew with 100% confidence that they
Look at how John Cutie's just fucking attached to Zelsa's hip. Just to make sure that they trade.
Oh, let me die, bro, please.
Not interested in playing for this one as well. Just wants to keep the up into the next.
Excuse me.
Big tool.
Is that Gen.G just getting a little bit over aggressive trying to stop the plant?
The general.
Because it felt like they all tried to peek for the smoke and just Celsius was holding, so...
Yeah. It's a map that we haven't seen much of Sentinels.
I guess when there's so little time, you do want to kind of fight, so Sentinels did well to just hold it all together.
I think it's also like just a little bit of comp issue. Like,
take coming into the
it's just, when I say comp issue, I mean just like one of the innate weaknesses of their comp, right?
Yeah.
They don't have breach util, so they can't skirmish front B very well.
So few teams.
And where, like, Lakia is so stunk on site at that point, like, he has to skirmish. The top site dive guy is just gonna absolutely rail him because they don't have any way of interacting with the flood.
Like Sentinels here. But, you know, Sen had only played...
He's just gonna have 3 dudes on top of him in, like,
2 seconds. Fairly convincingly.
And so it's hard to tell, right?
It's really tough to tell.
I guess the comp sort of relies you being in the right place at the right time based off the info that you can get. So if you're not in, you're just kind of like, yeah, I have to get in.
It relies heavily on converting on the paranoia before the plant goes down.
You gotta use it for stall.
These transitions are about the new agent, the Vine thing.
Yeah. It's been like a motif across like 90% of the champs media that I've seen.
That's cool.
It's cool. Esports is marketing. I'm just turning into like Mitch Uber, just everything.
Yep.
Like the do not peek approach.
Before I met Uber, it's great.
Dropped here, trying to fight for the side control. It's all over the place. Sentinels completely unaware, and a spray down transfer just does not connect. Everybody falls once more. This time, it's Sentinels drifting back to that spectator seat, and Gen.G maybe one step closer to making it equalized at the half.
And Gen.G 1 step ahead there too.
Esports is only marketing.
Into the smokes.
Yeah, but that's what's needed for a competitive game like this, right?
And instead, Gen.G hold a little further back. Not much, but just a little.
Sorry, Anders, go on. You're probably sensing it.
No. Did either you guys see the difference between that B retake and the last one?
These minute differences
Just watch this.
are messing with what Sentinels were expecting.
There's no one on site.
If you get
a mass flood together.
Expected that timing was for them to go through the smoke.
They don't try to flood, they don't try to contest the bottleneck initially because they don't have the utility to contest the bottleneck initially if they don't have Paranoia in position.
Gen.G adapt from one round to the next. It doesn't take them long.
I guess for Gen.G, the call was like, alright, the low on time, so we're going to Paranoia to choke. But at that point, Sentinel is like walking on hot coal. It's like, we have to go through it anyway. If we're paranoid or not, we're going.
Trying to stop this one as well. Another B attempts and push in, spots the player, spamming away. Somebody's to cover this one down and below. Stunned up, matters not. Second, just walking straight into this.
We're over contesting again.
We are fucking.
Delivers it side by side. Him
I guess because the spike was in, they kind of had to.
back any aggressors. And the spike dropped down.
Yes and no. I mean, I think texture. Not texture. I think that Zekken should have gotten value there and didn't.
Players caught dead to rights, being double swung essentially.
Ken's got caught fucking putting his smoke out
and
too.
The leader in terms of the Rookie of the Year awards pulls it out again.
Well, like Tens was playing like he had coverage from Zekken top site when Zekken had to double cloud burst himself and had no eyes on anything.
Yeah.
Karen is a delight.
This guy is so damn impressive, and he's even the one to finish it here. 5-5.
5 rounds defense looking pretty good here for Gen.G.
Right, you know, you're talking about that Rookie of the Year candidacy. I mean, there's not many that can really hold a candle to them. One of them is in this server with him.
Yeah. I mean, John would be probably second, maybe Woot, it depends what your argument would be, but they're both so far behind Karen, they can't even see him in the race.
Yeah.
He's sprinted off into the distance, over the horizon. It would take one of those guys like John or Woot, winning champs, honestly, to overtake him for Rookie of the Year. Like you said, Gen.G have been in every finals with a rookie player basically straight from ranked. That's insanely impressive.
Yeah, really never seen anything like it.
So 5-5, big recovery from Gen.G. Yes, they got the pistol, but it looked like Sentinels were in control.
If Sen get the last two here, I think this is really a game.
A few too many plants on B.
Alt econ wise, Gen.G has Seekers for a strong retake.
In case there is that one of them held. Up angle.
Nice first pick. Oh no, they're done kicking out. John's fucked.
That one, that's a leg shot. John QT barely surviving Seekers. Pushing forwards. Lakia smelling that
Speak of the ults, and they will come.
That one out, so it's equalized. 4 versus 4, and it causes that reaction.
Way to speak it into existence.
Walking again.
I'm just observing what exists.
Can't wait to see Sentinels win this round.
This is a good flank from Lakia. They have to play for the push through here because of the offsite Hunter's Fury here. They need the back pressure.
Meeting their match. It's Gen.G.
Can't wait to see a Hunter's Fury get 3 kills here from Sassy.
Is that another early Paranoia from Karen?
Follows up with a shot and still got to deal with these.
Oh, we're still 2v2.
Yeah.
Oh lord.
Not enough with the offset of the movement. Lakia will be dropped. Texture.
Boy, this is doable. Texture's got knives, yeah.
Looking this way, that way, head on a swivel. Doesn't know which way to look. It's an impossibility almost at this point, but at least the spike isn't down. It's the one thing we're looking for him. But the weaponry is not. Plant from Zelsis stuck, committed. Needs to be held out here. Weak players all around. It's all about this first shot that lands. Finally, needs a second one. Dash now active. Doesn't know where he is, and it's wrapped all the way around.
Oh,
no, bro.
You absolute animal.
That's fucked up.
Such an incredible
3 HP with an op on a 1v2. Fuck the Blade Storm.
Pulls out his shorty.
Oh my god.
He killed the healthy.
Gen.G had perfect macro there. The flank was just late, but I still think if he doesn't get the Sova there, they have
it's just
like defuse denial enough that they'll probably convert.
It's off the chart.
It really
Loved that the replay showed like how he took the damage too.
Yeah.
He's operating fully in the dark in this spot.
Yeah, like that that round, like Karen used the Paranoia early again, which I think would have been fine if he'd used it and then got off site, but he was still playing backside anyway, so it was.
Gen.G, but all from the hands of Texture, and still now.
Flashing nothing here is interesting.
Of our first half on Haven.
Gen.G, you've got a 4-player stack on A. This is a hard read. All right, Sentinels have only been going A when they want to finish A. I think that's another flaw a little bit with the way that they've been doing their attack side calling. They're not really taking A control and then pivoting off elsewhere. Maybe this round they will, and maybe that'll be how they convert round 12.
They definitely do need John.G to break some KG util here, for sure.
Doesn't get concrete
There
information.
you go, they're finally selling a fake on C site.
John.G and Zelsys looking to try and break some of this util up through garage, maybe force and pull some of the rotations, but Gen.G firmly stuck in the mud. They are not drifting away from this A anchoring spot with 4 players ready to receive.
I think if they break the turret, it will have to pull people off A.
That's what they're going to be trying to go for here. John.G with 40 seconds left. It's broken.
I've been playing too much Path of Exile. All I see is like the 4-slot gems.
Oh, that's so good.
For Gen.G on A.
Of hard reads, a Munchkin classic.
You know what I've been playing?
But listen,
Did the game you were playing yesterday? Oh, yeah.
They are ready to receive every single player. Full line over and through Lakia.
Oh my god.
How have you enjoyed Billy Billy?
Sentinels cannot step past it.
I'm not going to speak because I don't want to jinx us.
I'm pretty much entirely ran out. Updraft and
Oh boy.
Blade Storm. It's a flourish to finish, man. And only a few seconds remain before Gen.G take this.
That Karen ult was so good.
No time on the clock to play with. 7-5.
Sell a fake, they break turret, and he insta TPs into long A's belly. Oh, there's a jet. They're still here. Let's just hold.
Being the worst killer at tens.
Absolutely insane stuff.
What a way to
Bit of a jet diff.
game at champs. I feel like this rematch.
Karen, it's just Karen, MVP of the year.
Delivering. We've seen some
Rookie of the year.
stuff.
Jet diff? I don't know.
This has just been dominant.
I don't think so.
Statistically, it is. Top fragging versus bottom fragging.
Yeah.
In the driving seat here for Haven. Sentinels map pick of our opening.
I think that's like a map sidedness thing, though, to be fair.
I mean, it feels like Gen.G are also like reading into where Zekken is going. Like that last round, they're just in the smoke fighting him as he dashes it anyway.
Not only that, but like
guaranteed.
I think Sen kind of punished themselves by overemphasizing B.
on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Playing a lot of ads in the half times. Interesting. Wow, no.
Yeah, it's what we started doing in Americas.
Just run ads.
They'll run ads for a minute, then they'll do analyst desk for a minute, and then back to fucking casters. Or they'll do a SOT for like 30 seconds or whatever. New formula they've been testing out in Americas, and I guess they're using it for champs.
It's probably a good shout if they can get more sponsors, get more money.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if with the viewership they pull, if they can make the amount of money that I think they probably can off of a minute of ads, they should. I'm happy to sit through it.
Yeah.
Monetize me.
I mean, especially when they're just showing shots of the players anyway, because that's realistically what we're going to be seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they can make the money that they promised to like capital investment funds. You can actually do it. Not Riot specifically, but the orgs.
Well, we're going to find out as well if Gen.G can keep that momentum.
Riot only answers to one.
Be potentially a tough ask, honestly. Depends what Sentinels have got prepped up on their defense half. That's the trouble with a team that is coming into a tournament where they haven't really been showcasing much of their maps.
It's the tip was anyway.
For a lot of teams, are you okay? Am I being baited? Is that real?
I mean, it's looking real. We'll see. We'll see.
Tens is like, the stretch res isn't working. I'm changing it back. Get me another mouse. Get me another keyboard. Yeah.
Into the next half, though.
I need Tarek's mouse.
Again, my focus is going to be on pistols.
I denounced the false god.
So I talked a little bit earlier about how good Gen.G are in the pistol rounds, and how important that is. That's one of the big reasons.
Honestly, that's how I feel. British Summer.
In EMEA as well, are those pistol rounds, bonus rounds. Sentinels right now, of all the teams apart from.
Do Gen.G do G2 lurk wall sewers?
They're 12th out of 16.
With their Viper, or what do they do? C-site cross?
They probably do the UCAM wall. I hope they do the UCAM wall. I think that's been so heavily established as just like the correct attack wall at this point.
Yeah.
How good their Haven is, how good their Abyss is if they wanted to close it out maps 1 and 3.
Nice to see UCAM getting some representation.
Be able to get your halves off to a good
I mean, they were the progenitors of the wall. They get their credit, right?
Take away one of those.
Somebody always steals the credit somewhere.
I mean, they're determined. They're on a bloody wall.
Usually you just go, oh yeah, it's Sentinels because they were the team that you first saw use it. And it's like, well, they took it from this team, we took it from that team.
We already mentioned they've made every single finals this year that they could, possibly even make. And past that point, they've already lifted a trophy.
Absolutely.
The first one for Pacific. They've made history this year already. At this point, it's about cementing that legacy, that dynasty.
Don't give me a tech pause for like an hour.
We heard earlier today talking about legacy because he's going for that champion.
Yeah, Jake, the person in charge of Pacific, is probably shaking like a shitting dog right now, panicking. 3-hour tech pause coming.
That's also very true.
But on the side of Gen.G,
He's just throwing up behind stage.
if they even just make the grand finals,
It's okay, we're back.
they have a very solid claim to being the greatest of all time.
We're back.
And that's with Fnatic still.
Do you have AC, Mo? I mean, I have AC, but it doesn't feel like it's doing much.
Squad that won back-to-back.
What makes it worse is they're recladding the apartment that I live in, so it's covered in like a sheet. But the whole building's covered in like a sheet to stop like cladding blowing away and stuff, and it just insulates it so much more.
Gen.G have been looking largely in charge here.
They already did Gen.G. Sorry.
It's all slow for now. Creeping and crawling up through mid, looking to see if they can get any of those early angles, just in case somebody's peeking for info on Sentinels.
Oh, it is UCAM wall, yeah.
A trip in their face. Texture, it's going to be chewed up by that one.
As somebody that's like Viper wall blind, what's the difference between a UCAM wall and like the normal wall in inverted commas?
High ground inside that smoke. What do you mean? Stopped him. Cam sees a lot of this.
But like, what are the other options for walls? Because this feels like it's the only one that I've been consistently seeing.
There is a seaside cross one.
Ones that I used to run a lot in
wide open.
Tier 2 NA way back in the day. You have what I affectionately refer to as the Japan wall that goes up C long and isolates out plat. It's a lurk wall.
Yeah, that's it.
I haven't seen that one in
closed case, but
I like to say like 3 months, 3-4 months. I felt somebody use it recently, which is why I still recall it.
I don't remember anyone using it in a long time.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorites back in the day before people understood how to play around Viper
What's up,
alerts.
Skeptical? You need Zek to start waking up? 100%. Sorry, guys. I thought I muted, but I claimed my arrow instead.
All good, that happens.
Yeah.
We're like the budget Tarek watch party.
Yeah.
Way ahead of it inside the smoke. Any sort of timings the Sentinels were looking to try and take, they've missed it already. Takes just.
Oh, Sachi.
That's 2.
Wait, Sachi gonna pull a meteor?
And no one from Gen.G is willing to even give him it.
Top fragging for his team. Yeah.
That jiggle from Karen.
You need to play 100 teams.
The only win con Gen.G. Almost inevitable that they claim once more.
So unfortunate because he got so much value with that recon dart that hit both of them in A site.
Recon to B.
Yet they still get killed by the 2 guys hiding inside the smoke in spawn.
Trying to get simultaneous C lurks and A lurks working. I don't think either of them were designed as fakes. It's more just.
You know what? For the scoreboard, I wish they added first kills, first deaths. There's a little bit of space that you can put it in.
So, I have on good authority that they not only have access to first kills, first deaths, but broadcast could be getting true FKFD through barracks if they really wanted to. The fact that that's possible and they don't is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm disappointed that the UI hasn't changed at all from last year to this year. I think China's using an old UI, which is better than this one because it shows you how many timeouts that they have at all times.
Taking it nice and slow.
Which, speaking of which, no timeouts at all.
How many timeouts are left on this UI?
Or even it doesn't show when the timeouts were. That's the other big thing.
Like it's easy to put 2 circles under the fucking logos to know how many timeouts they have left.
Yeah, Trailblazer. Just a check in case there are trips there. Clears the way through most of the side. Not sure if it cleared. Zekin off into the corner. They don't like what they saw.
We lost the timeout counter. So we're losing more than we're gaining.
Overhead, no connection there. Karen will stick this one.
Minimalism.
Sentinels does not work out.
They got Viper Orb onto the plant. No,
I like this.
Double nano swarms.
Are we ready for it? We're sure as fuck not.
Still Sassy's
it's okay. Reset, and then he gets another 2.
He's right there behind him. All the avenues won.
I like the idea of the mass flank. Not being ready for a swing is a bit silly though. And the spacing looked pretty bad.
Yeah.
Again, looking towards that bonus round. It's going to be more than healthy. Our kill leader of Texture.
That flank also doesn't work at all unless you have like actual link players.
Just took over from Sassy, who's having a remarkably good game.
Posturing pressure for you.
Not enough. Gen.G failed the first bonus. Even the best teams in the world, by the way, are still winning less than 60% of their bonus rounds. So it is a difficult round to be able to convert. But Gen.G with 2 bites at the apple here on this map and a chance to run away with Haven.
Wall up. It's difficult to get the timing here. Zelsis is holding his fault line, but all the players are already way ahead of him. Sassy.
That doesn't even stop them contacting.
There's no way.
Can't believe they didn't give it away there.
There's no way. They don't even spam. They're just all the way up, and it's all for free here.
Tens gets hit by the paranoia too.
Nice anti-flood.
Yeah.
Yeah, paranoia was huge.
Pretty sweet.
Tens gets 2.
Tens fucks them up anyway, all good.
Magnanimous. This guy will not be stopped. He denies any attempt to take that A site.
Let's go, Tens.
Gen.G left scrambling. They should have had that. A dash into sight. An amazing flash from Zelsis to actually push them back just a moment.
I love good breach shootle. It makes me so happy.
Immediately being blinded in the midst of that exec. It's left on the floor in a 2v4.
You're not allowed to yawn, Ryan.
It wasn't me.
Holding this one steady.
It wasn't me. JK, it was me.
I've just woke up.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. It's like I've been up for.
You know what? You're right. It's not over yet. Meteor and Karan are the last 2 players standing.
Got to feel with Gen.G. That's sometimes dangerous.
Well, and one has an outlaw. Like the retake weaponry is actually kind of ass.
Inside the smoke, not being cleared out.
Oh, fuck. Oh. I mean, that was well played from Sentinels.
I think it was very. I would love voice comms from that round because I wonder if Zekin said, "I have outlaw. Let me go first and trade me," because that is the correct line for him.
Yeah. Just I'm gonna send it.
Yeah, like
not too bad for the Sen economy.
I'm inting would be my call there. I'm inting trade me.
First one of the match.
It's kind of crazy that neither team timed out in that first half, but I guess it was just exchanging blows, so...
Second is struggling. I didn't even realize...
I guess Kaplan's now like, I just need to take a timeout. It doesn't matter if I won the round or not. We almost lost it.
He's 5 and 13.
Yeah, struggling quite a bit.
And Zekin's one of those players that... Yeah, from a map-to-map basis, maybe you could argue he's...
I'm not worried.
Consistent.
Tens is about to pop off when they have money.
But to be honest, in every major tournament, he's always the highest performer.
So is this the venue that Stage 2 was in?
In terms of his ACS.
It feels like it, eh?
Just tournament on tournament from
I mean, it makes sense.
to Stage 2, putting up better and better performances. So to see him at the bottom of the scoreboard right now...
I think it is just like Korea to rent somewhere long-term is just crazy expensive from the looks.
Want to get an op into his hands, and whether they can from an economy perspective too. He's been buying the outlaw in the last few rounds here, but he hasn't quite been where Gen.G are looking.
No, the money's just been slipping.
All right,
quite tight for them in terms of them just trying to get that operator.
How quickly do they get second onto op?
You know, getting that sniper into that.
And they hold on to it. That is
round 16,
the only
17.
thing I care about this half right
Got to be
now.
a key part of your defensive.
How quickly can we get Zekin up, and how impactful is it?
Isn't it?
Yeah. I was gonna say it was gonna be in the next 2 rounds, round 16 or 17. When I said they lost pistol.
He's also been running at
What is
C.
this power thing that's been pinged out by Gen.G? It's going all the way through garage and through the back of it.
That's my really nice.
There's no way, right? There's no way you could dash through to fucking work towards spawn with this comp.
It's not running a killjoy.
Can you?
It's going to be gaps potentially there. We'll see if Sentinels are able to cover it.
Just to look at the other side of the map as well. Recon Dart finally thrown out 20 seconds into the round. Because if you throw it out early, the Viper Wall is really disguising it.
No clear
almost
plat.
got contact, and Munchkin's lurked his way up again. I'm not sure which one's even going to be the game changer here, A or C.
Oh, 10's going for the peak as well as barrels.
Oh, nice. They go for retake.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Munchkin's
There's
timing.
absolutely no way Munchkin can be blessed like this. What's
Oh,
He's
brother.
working magic over towards the A site. To the
Bro.
bloody repeat. He's open.
And then the Omen ult to just get there earlier too.
Immediate pivot. Karan, he's straight there with him. Turret broken down into mid. The site is theirs. Now with texture removing John. The mid avenue completely opened up. Uncertainty.
What else Sentinel said in their timeout?
Hit him with it.
And fast. Playing forwards here, at least with the dart in hand. And the rifles are not doing enough. It's Sassy and
Let's go, Sachi.
up against the world. They're not being given even an easy fight in the
God, they're way too disciplined.
Forced to save.
Gen.G's too fucking good.
And that
Yikes.
is a
Gen.G's too
brutal
fucking good.
decision for Sentinels. Not one that they could have won at all, but their economy's going to be in a really rough state. Zelsis has got a bit of money, so has John.
Yeah, that's
the rest
the
of the team dirt poor.
Second
main
round
thing.
losing timing of 10's getting caught with
Munchkin is getting
util out.
spaced down short, right? If Sassy throws a recon dart at the start over towards
when he'd done a pretty good job of keeping an eye on it up until then.
and he's going to dodge
Yeah.
it, and you're not going to get any good information. In fact, you might even get bad info and think it's cleared when it's not. So they need a different way of being able to get information there. You're either going to have to re-clear with the Sova drone from short, or you're going to have Zekken.
I mean, I also don't blame him, because there was a lot of pressure from Gen.G.
That's not me saying it's his fault. That's just like
for all that
he's been timing
really close here. I think
brutally twice already.
Twice at least, yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
If they ended up rematching Gen.G later on in the tournament here, or if they can figure
Walk
it out
down,
and
fight, trick tree, dash away.
Goes either way here. Second drop down to 48 health. Still ice cold. Watching for any sort of mid.
You heard the run over towards C. They should start calling the push onto sewers or earlier rotate.
To your teammate. It's rough though, because Zekken really wanted to try.
One thing it would be nice is like if we knew if the Viper wall was up or not.
And already the space is taken.
That adds context.
That's what I said. That's what it's the feedback I keep giving.
Munchkin's
The in-game like minimap needs updating.
It used to be when the game first came out.
Yeah.
It's just since Barracks came out, they've been just putting red lines.
I mean, these lurks on top of it. It's all coming together.
It used to be solid color and then yellow when it's down and on cooldown, and they don't have that anymore. But nobody wants to listen to feedback.
Flash.
Just grey it out like you do with Cypher Killjoy util.
That came from buckets of it. Paranoia for a paranoia, just pushing them back.
I'm sure they have reasons. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if there's like ADA high contrast bullshit they've got to think about.
Yeah.
The
another ace. Got a film for him, man.
This has been happening.
The texture yapping right now. Oh lord.
I'm so glad that like he's now just a household name, just personality wise and stuff too.
He's awesome.
12 4Ks since his last ace. Look at him. This one.
That's a crazy stat though from Sideshow.
Oh man.
I do love texture.
Too funny, dude.
Sentinels find an answer now that they've got rifles back in hand.
It also helps that it's your duelisters like that too.
It's almost looking insurmountable.
Ones that just tend to take themselves too seriously, and he's just a massive goofball.
Updraft dash up and over. Flash to follow it up as well. Nobody.
Oh, they are just doing it. It's an updraft over the trip into the fucking window.
Put the squeeze into the Sentinels.
But they hit him.
Viper orb in the back there too.
Way to look, and they can't even get the kill drips online. Full line. That's a potential team utility to just colliding and clashing into them.
Wait, what a nice little pathing by texture there.
Oh my god.
The desperation does not work.
Slippery.
Not this time.
Yeah, he pathed with a fucking. They did line up that Viper orb to land there and spawn
in a crucial round
from outside garage.
What the hell was that spacing?
Right click, but followed up by Lack here. That's the 12th round.
Not gonna lie, I don't know who went in.
They have to take to this map.
And I think if there was
Guess we'll see.
There, but that was like. That was like, I'm done with this map, GG go next levels of kind of in.
Yeah, well, Zekken was on the box and then he got stunned.
Finals appearance at Madrid. Compared to Sentinels, who've struggled really to recapture.
But yeah, to get back on the, you think there's a reason why? I think it's just because it costs money, because you have to like fucking.
Gen.G taking a timeout now.
Fall into pieces. Second tactical time.
But it's not even like the. Maybe like I could see stuff like Augment really requiring clear lines and stuff, but even then, like Augment's not going to be a priority for Riot's observing system.
Where they don't have nanoswarms.
I think it's just a bit of a like it's fine, it's like passable.
There's just so many.
And like for the majority of viewers, what the minimap looks like doesn't matter. But then you go over to watch like, you know, Blast and stuff at the moment, where you feel like you're watching 360 Hz UI and you can notice it. You're just like, oh, it'd be so nice.
Yeah.
They can't contest with Munchkin. He's been able to get
how customizable their UI is for CS is kind of nice.
And timings he's taking. And it's
Valve games though, isn't it?
Control this one. Typically, you'd want to do it with potentially like a jet op, but they haven't been able to get the money to.
Like even like Overwatch, I kind of respect them with before the Overwatch League came out, just overhauling the UI and adding a lot of things that they didn't really need to add in. But that was kind of like Blizzard Overwatch to a T back then. Of just we're gonna do a lot of stuff that might not make us a lot of money, but we're gonna do it to just be quality of life for the game.
Do it right, do it once.
Yeah.
is capable of doing that kind of stuff.
It's like whenever, I mean, Nerge.
Some kind of
It's like when you're setting up data structures. If you format your database the right time, like the right way the first time around, you have all the variables you're gonna need down the road instead of skimping out and being like, wait, this doesn't support queries anymore.
Yeah, well, a measure twice, cut once kind of vibe. Yeah, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
No signs over towards Garage. Instead, they set it over towards the B site. Celsius is watching this.
I just love to see like mollies flying and landing and stuns for Breach showing up.
Actual util coordinates is like some of the most valuable but unavailable data in the game for sure.
Side control texture. He's got straight past it, and in front of that fault line, still won't survive. He's with the trade there. Flash in and through, over the back, 4v4. Back down, Orfev gives him that information, and a sight hold might be.
It's over, chat. Let's go to Ascent.
Munchkin still with that orb up in their face. Dart and a paranoia follows through, flooding back and away. Sight players cleared up, roll in front of
good ult.
Winnable.
Have got to try and strike.
Winnable as fuck.
When he irons hard and try and find
Mega winnable.
There's 1, 2 left to deal with. Finding
Sassy, nice.
Around exactly when they needed it.
See, that's how I have to do it. I just have to keep saying it's GG, and then we're gonna go to overtime.
It's done. It's done.
Hit him with the it's Jover.
That gets stunted by an aftershock.
Gets him every time.
Let's try to pivot and
Nothing hits harder. Sorry if you hear drilling in the background. Like I mentioned, I am a business. I am a fucking construction site right now.
But he needs to be doing more of it. The whole team needs to be doing more of it. It's not just down to him.
No, I can't really focus on individuals, despite the fact, you know, Zekin is sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard. It's been a while since he's even got a kill.
It's GE over. Yeah, that's it. That's the anti-Exodia card.
At the same time, you do want to be putting your duelist in a position to influence the round.
Dude, these guys are focusing so much on Garage Take.
We haven't really seen Zekin in those spots.
I don't know how many times Texture makes it into the spot of ceiling here.
You know, again here, he's looking to try to find fights over towards B and
I mean,
in a different direction.
I haven't been paying too much attention to Sentinels' setup, but I've been playing Omen A a lot, so that means that somebody else needs to fill in on C. And with Decipher, all of that utility needs to not be in Garage, so if like Garage, bait out a lot of Breach util, or break Cypher trips, and then you can play the game.
Yeah.
Had to come about through that sheer mechanical skill.
Here comes
I hate this default, if I'm being honest.
Classic A-lurks.
Well, from Sen.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much Omen A now is like the way to go.
There's almost no utility synergies in the way that they're clustered on the map.
Pushes Gen.G back. It's just lurks and
double
lurks.
lurk.
Yeah.
It's the same again. Lurk up A and lurk up C at the same time. One gets broken, the other doesn't.
Yeah. Trip broken. Meteor. It's got an open side for them.
30 seconds left.
A 3v5 though, Brent. They're not going to close out the map here, surely.
But it's Gen.G.
Surely.
They really.
Meteor and Karen.
Full breach utility for Zelsis. Sassy's going to have recon coming back online. But you
Ooh, and Karen has paranoia for spawn. Karen has paranoia for spawn.
Swarms is off. Meteor.
Oh, the timing is perfect.
Oh, bad timing.
It's a sweep from behind here now. The backstab, but maybe just pushing back in a way. Lakia needs support and he needs help if this is even.
It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion.
Smoke is up in his face. A tap in his way. That's a bit of spam to follow up. Caron.
Mm.
And now a lot more to do. Spike being diffused. Stuck fully in 10s there.
All right. Do we sliggy it?
Still alive in this map.
How many chances?
Going to be going down.
4.
Yet.
6 chances for Gen.G to close. Now down to 4.
Dude, at some point when Sideshow just said 6,
Yeah.
I don't know how to count anymore. Holy fuck!
Math?
I was like, wait, am I stupid?
Yeah, exactly.
In this situation, they had a big player advantage too. It was a nice shot from Zekin.
That is a really nice shot.
Operator heading into round 21. This is, I think, the first time that we've seen him with an op in hand, right?
Yeah.
He had 2 outlaws earlier.
It's definitely been rough for them to salvage that money together, but he's found many targets. Still a smoke in his face.
I'm so glad that he didn't peek that anymore.
Not going to be given that early sight line.
I've seen way too many people do it recently.
Draft up onto the box.
Which sight line?
Well, just like Zekin was about to peek further down Ceylon, but he got smoked off. And so many Jets I'd see just peek out the other side of the smoke.
That flash, down A short, and now the Trailblazer indicating that Munchkin did not find an early timing. Sentinels were not sure. but now they should have a good idea that this is actually the pack of Gen.G.
Lockdown opening this side.
It's unconventional. Doesn't really stretch all the way out towards this A side. Sassy, drone.
It allows for them to scale all of this.
Essentially fake pressure, tends overstaying it.
Bit of damage. Gets out.
Now it's being fully committed.
That paranoia again.
Too good on the hit.
We've seen this orb spit combo that cuts off the egress from sight, and yet we're still trying to hard hold and then panic exiting into it. Like,
a rifle for John QT.
We're just not taking note of how they're hitting.
Yeah.
Anything at all.
Worthy.
Finish up the map. Haven is there.
I feel like even just I've never really been too much of a Viper Haven believer, but like if I think what makes Viper strong, it is just putting that smoke there specifically on A-Link. Just that I'm like, that's one of the strongest things they can do. They can obviously do more, but that's the thing I'm like, that's where she really comes online, like post plants.
Unreal performance by Texture, who's looking to really just grab not just another trophy, but also that undisputed title. We've still got plenty more of the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm not gonna lie, this song fucking bangs.
It does.
I'll run some ads before I forget.
Oh, good shout, good shout.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel bad running ads, so I don't run any.
It's better that they get them now than during the game. That's what you have to tell yourself. Is it's a break. Everyone should be getting up and walking around for blood flow anyway, so hit them with ads to encourage them to be healthy humans, and then they won't get them during the games. It's strict upside for everyone.
All right, fine. How do I run an ad?
On your creator dashboard, you can add a button to do it.
Okay.
Most you can do is 3 minutes, and that stops ads for an hour. Yeah, I don't like doing it either, but
Don't get random ads during the games. That's a good call.
yeah, exactly. Like you get all of the people turn into the stream, they don't get ads right in the middle of the game.
That's a good
And
call.
nobody's here anyway. Let's be honest. What's the next map? Ascent. This is such a janky spreadsheet. How many games is that? 12? Oh, yeah, 11 and 2. What I don't get is that there hasn't been any drilling or construction for like 3 weeks, and then the first day, Yorkshire Day, by the way, so you should all be celebrating people like me and other, I was going to say famous Yorkshire people, but that'd be a lie. And I think that everybody's gone, so I'm just talking to myself.
No, I'm here. I'm just like being a boomer, dude. I'm just trying to figure out how to fucking hit the button.
What's that song? The one that was just playing here? Men's Tears, AK-47. Nah, I got us 2x speed.
Dude, how the fuck do I run an ad?
Ooh.
Now, Solo, we know that Gen.G is known for very amazing energy on stage, but today they were a bit more serious. How differently did the team prepare for this particular match? We have Jen to help with our translation.
No.
오늘은 좀 더 진지하게 좀 몰입을 하는 모습이었거든요. 센티넬 상대로 특별히 준비했던 부분이나 마음가짐의 변화가 있을까요?
확실히 챔스기도 하고 저희가
Fucking cool with this shit.
서울에서 하는 것만큼 유일하게 저희가
Sentinels is Ascent stats are not good.
그래서 무조건 이기고 싶다. 뭐 그런 게 좀 진지해.
Must be defending first.
생각이 있어요. 개막전이기도 하니까.
Yeah, of course, we were taking things more seriously because it's Champions, also the first match of the Champions in front of the home crowd and our home ground. So we are motivated, and they're the only team that beat us at a global event. So for us, we really, really wanted.
You got Gen.G with a plus 50% win rate on both sides on this map versus Sentinels with a negative 50% win rate on both sides on this map. This could be Dunzo.
One step closer to being able to do so with that victory on Haven, as Sentinels picked that map thinking maybe they had a little bit of a read based on what they saw at the playoffs of Pacific, but instead, exactly what Brennan Sideshow said, they ironed everything out, they managed to plug the holes, and they walk away with the win.
And I think we did see those issues to start. I think Sentinels had a lot better solutions to A lobby control on their attack. They were getting
over under
advantages.
What do you think the odds are that Sen stays the course with the deadlock BS?
On their defense that I think really fast adaptations.
They're staying with the deadlock. Double Senti? They're staying double Senti.
Did they start on attack with the double Senti?
Angles you're not expecting at the same time sometimes.
Yes, they're gonna probably start defense, right? Since
Yeah, they'll pick defense here, but I almost feel that the comp that they ran on Ascent last time against 100 Thieves is kind of bent on the attack, right? Just if you can get the plant down, that's the big asterisk on it.
Yeah.
The casters were talking about this, but I think they did a really good job of varying the pace at their retakes. We saw a lot of those fast flood defenses that they're known for, but also a lot of slower rounds where they were leaning into those set retakes on B, on C. That were also.
I feel like Gen.G is the perfect type of team to expose why the double Sentinel is actually awful
and I
on
think it was
attack.
really impressive how Gen.G was able to shut that down and still
it's under live dashboard.
I will say one thing, when we swapped sides though, when we were seeing Munchkin with those lurks, I mean, that was devious. That guy gave him no quarter whatsoever, Clinton. Like, is that what we should be expecting as we get ready for Ascent?
He doesn't do it as much on Ascent.
Okay.
It's more like a Lotus, Haven, like some of the maps where he has
They've been giving really like Zach Galifianakis vibes here.
preparing. He works his absolute butt off studying these teams. Like they talked about it in Shanghai where everybody
If you got win in this match, I think I didn't do pick'ems for the LR, so the specifics of who wins what isn't really a thing. But in game, I had Gen.G qualifying in first, I think.
We're honestly criminal. The pistol round and this texture clutch that we just watched were stolen, quite frankly. But it just shows that, well, Gen.G is known for the honest Valorant, the really good setups.
All right, somebody needs to share screen and show it or run ads.
Ridiculous
It's gonna be too late now.
If you go to dashboard.twitch.tv and go to stream manager,
Yeah, I'm there.
you'll have quick actions, and then you can press the plus, and then if you scroll down to monetize your stream, you should have run 3-minute ads.
In that round with texture, 3 HP. He's the one peeking those angles with the ops too. They're holding in one case. Tens is just holding that angle, and texture still wins that battle. That's how fast he is. And moments like that is what make this team so difficult to go against, because you can be as prepared as you want. You can set up great crossfires. You can do a lot of good things, and Gen.G can still break you.
I do think it does bear mentioning, though, that this was kind of something we saw in Americas as a problem for Sentinels. These slow starts.
I don't see no quick links.
In their 2 matches that they ended up losing,
Quick actions.
they only won 2 pistol rounds in them. And it was the same here. They're losing out on pistols.
I think in the default, it's on the rightmost side of
Not
your
getting the opening picks
dash.
and setting, I think, Zekken up for those big
A lot of buttons.
And this is a really scary prospect, I think, now going into a map 2 against a team who looks like the best in the world.
Well, you know, you mentioned Zekken. I think you saw his stats at the bottom there, and I think it wasn't, like bad necessarily from him, but it was what you were saying.
I think it was by his standards. He's normally lights out like that.
Well, I was going to say that we praised him for his consistency, but something you had noted was he never really had an opportunity to like get going, you know? And I think that again is just another credit to Gen.G for being able to identify that, shut it down, and handle business.
My feet are literally just vibrating from the drilling. I'm surprised it's actually not coming through like
when he gets
on the stream without me
Gen.G is doing such a
talking.
good job of picking players apart, finding those early picks. I mean, the first blood percentage for Gen.G has been through the roof throughout this entire unit. It's not just texture, it's everybody on that squad is really good finding those first bloods. We saw with the Munchkin lurks, Meteor does a great job with it, anchoring sites as well. So all of those things create tremendous problems for any team they go against, whether it be Sentinels.
I'm gonna go to the toilet for like Skibby.
Try to find answers.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean,
Why can't I run play second adventure?
Gen.G team is so well.
No, I can't do either of those.
Let's go ahead and see what we're gonna get as we get ready for.
Oh, I must wait to run another. Okay.
On the horizon here.
I can't run another. Be right back.
With Ascent, not much changes with this, right? Because we know what that bog standard is usually going to be. But again, you know, you look at this, you look at Gen.G and the way that they're playing. I mean, this is dangerous territory right now for Sen.
It certainly is, but Sen is starting on the defense. I think the biggest win conditions for them to get online here is number one, getting Zekin back into positions where he's getting opening kills, get that operator online. If he gets into the groove, that's make or break. But the other question is, what comp are they going to be playing here? Because they were experimenting with a lot of
I think I finally found it.
Oh yeah,
in
that's
stage
right.
2. Some of it I think was better than others, and I felt like this Ascent map needed a little bit more work. You compare him to a team like Leviathan, who is also playing that agent, and I felt like they didn't have the same depth of ideas and strategies built up around it. But they've had a lot of time now to prep if this is the idea they are committing to.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that, because I don't think there's going to be any change in what Gen.G does on this map in terms of agent comps. I'd be shocked. I might have a heart attack and fall off the stage if they do, because they're.
I'm not gonna lie. Let's get the cameras on you for that one. You know?
Yeah, please don't. But no, I mean, like, they're the best team in the world on Ascent in my book. They were undefeated on it in stage 2 of Pacific. Very few teams have been able to beat them. So it is going to be the kind of comps that both teams have been running with. And for Sentinels, I think for me the biggest thing
appears you have chosen death.
Be so smart with how
they're keeping it,
placing your utility and how you're playing off of it. It almost, in a weird way, reminds me of
I'm going to say it now, and we can track whether or not I was trolling.
To play it properly,
Gen.G is the type of team that understands that if they just disrespect the fuck out of Sen on extremities on Sen's attack, then can't scale into space and is not going to get plants reliably. They're going to walk into a text drop every other round.
I think that Gen.G style plays well against it. We saw this when G2,
which is what we did. We read this count earlier.
Around the utility, breaking it down. I think Gen.G is good at that, but Sentinels have a lot of tools. This is a comp.
Your entire comp revolves around, does our Cypher Cam get us into extremities? And if it doesn't, you lose.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity for the Sentinels to be able to climb their way back into.
I mean, they're defending first, aren't they?
They're right there to be able to get that revenge against a team that, you know, has been their kryptonite from time to time, at least once.
We heard it from the coach. The only team who has beaten Gen.G at a global event. If they could get their revenge to start this champs run in Seoul, would be massive.
Yeah, that's right. Gen.G just one map away from avenging their loss at Masters Madrid. Let's see if they can pull it off in front of the home crowd and send it back over to your casters. Brennan Sideshow.
And Gen.G are the heavy favorites here. I mean, this is an Ascent map that they are potentially the best in the world at, I think, currently, for teams at the event.
Yeah.
They look so damn good, and for Sentinels, as much as there's not been a lot of tape on them with this comp, it is not.
I finally found the ads button, okay.
To come out with
I got it next.
Here with the pistol round.
They've gone for that double sheriff approach.
And a double fight out.
Didn't even see Karen there.
Tiles. Does not work out in their favor. Player disadvantage now.
Good play from Gen.G. They bait out the deadlock wall in the first 10, then immediately go into a slow default.
It's a
this is how you beat deadlock.
Munchkin was doing on the previous map, but also the fact that the wall is used so early. Generally, you want to be playing.
Sideshow's calling it out now too. He's a knower.
Yeah.
Struggles to get value.
I mean, this play is good though, but maybe a bit late.
Was that a grab net? Slow down the approach here. There's a flash overhead as well, but now looking to try and anchor back and away. Sassy supplementing it. Couple of shots now fired on.
He's got no util left. Zero util anywhere to get any stall.
They've got nothing to do anything. They have no catalytic util. They can't skirmish back into sight. It's like, oh, wait, we're playing training bots.
It does set up the bait and switch. Charon happy to oblige straight in.
Permanently suppressed.
Zelsis coming around behind as well. Are they going to think about B main when they just exec from this?
That's right. It should be nice. Not quite. Munchkin was the only one to actually collect.
Winnable.
Wait, hold on.
Now walking his way through.
Do you have another recon available soon, Saucy? I think you used it earlier, right? Probably going to take another 20 seconds. You have to swing fight.
Difference makers.
Oh, there it is.
Once more, they've got to stand to the test here.
Good position from Karen.
Was
just not connecting
a Greek tragedy.
Yeah, unlucky.
And a dream it will just remain to be.
All pistols for Gen.G.
Nothing out of the ordinary for this squad.
Not at all. 3 out of 3 in the series. I think it would be wrong to say that Haven came down to the pistol rounds. I think Gen.G were the better team there. But an entire series where you don't win pistols is almost impossible to win. Sen need to be working on these. They didn't get a good beginning to it, and Gen.G managed to close it out there towards the end as well. Just hitting good shots, double body shots all over the place with those sheriffs.
Gamble here by Sentinels. Knife not dodged just by Zelsis. I believe he's the only one who looks like he is suppressed right now. Hoping that Gen.G might just walk into it, but
yeah,
they're just.
In the early cup I have for Sentinels is some of the like utility layering set strats that they had on Haven were pretty good. But I think it's just all based around how this GravNet gets used, clearly.
The Cypher cam usually, and this one's off deadlock contact, so I think there's a chance that it gets value, especially considering Munchkin and Karen's positioning. But right now, they're not taking an inch.
No steps forwards. Waiting it out. Making either team stew, to be honest. It's a series of unknowns going through their heads.
And as TenZ takes contact, this whole trap is going
to...
Not this time again.
Oh, Lord.
Does get a good connection. 3 players going to be pushed back.
All right, there goes Sen's only retake tool.
Engage, grab that, calling.
Karen still gets 2 there.
Yep. This is what happens when you try to use a fucking GravNet as catalytic util.
Yeah.
You get shot and you die.
Well, I just said it on stream, but I was made here. Like, the only cope I have for Sentinels is that some of the the way that utility was laid on Haven, like executor stuff, was quite good in moments. But yeah, like it feels like it's just win or loss based on where that GravNet gets used. And even then, even if it does connect and you have a nice little set play, you might just get diffed like this anyway.
3 rifles for the bonus too. I mean,
bro, he's hit
these shots.
Crouched 1.
Listen, I mean, dude,
bro, he barely had to move his cross.
Yeah.
There's a GravNet. He's locked down in place.
Yeah.
He's ice cold.
Lemmings.
Sentinels Odin comes online for Sassy. He can try to reinforce the B site. It's super difficult to get through right now. And
it's okay.
From
Copium,
well.
Sentinels has money now.
Sonic sensor. I don't think John pulled it back in time.
No, he didn't.
B looks devastatingly difficult to hit, especially if Sassy was Odin wallbanging this, but he is rotating off.
Yeah, timing potentially missed there for
Trying to spot mid. Unless he drones.
Has the makings of a B split. Putting a lot of pressure.
I think if with the deadlock, there's a team that this couldn't work less with than against Gen.G.
Good for damage, not good for kills usually.
That tags onto Zelsis. The setup is going to be dropped down and away here. Walking through.
I say that.
Sassy. Bit of spam damage. Just through the choke point. Gen.G still going to get easy access though to that B site. So Plant will be online and inside for them second. Biding his time, hoping that somebody will just open themselves up.
Oh my god, Zekin's timing. Oh my god, Texture has a way better timing than Zekin at that point. That's unlucky.
Inside the cloud burst.
He's really promoting the new Phantom.
Yeah. And did Zekin not calm that the alarm bot's there?
This is unorthodox in terms.
Oh no, All right.
Dismantling all of the traps.
I'm now starting to feel like FPX might not be bottom of the group.
He doesn't have that wall bang spot.
So
killing the other side, and then Gen.G.
I did my pick'ems as one of the
really
subathon incentives. I have Sen dropping auto out of group. I think they just insta'd out.
That one is illegal.
I mean, I think it makes sense.
I thought they were going to go insta-out if they switched off the Gen.G comps. The fact that they're still on the Gen.G comps, I have zero hope for
It's
them.
not just a solo play, that.
I don't know. I think Sentinels get at least 3rd, but I still have Sentinels going out. Getting out of groups.
You do realize who they have to play if they...
Yeah, Heretics.
Get out of groups, yeah.
And I think
Well, we have seen Heretics bottle it against Sentinels before.
Yeah.
FPX, I have no doubt they could absolutely bottle it.
Certainly was.
Now, All of the
my.
and a brain to match.
Yeah, and a team
Goated counter
right there beside him, all on the same page, cooking up plays together. They're aware of just any obstacles that might face them as well. You can see it just the way that they even approach rounds like this. It's against an eco round. A lot of teams will sometimes just run it straight into a site, full disrespect. But Gen.G, they slow it down. They make sure that they can methodically try and pick apart what.
You guys think this is GG? I don't know if it's GG yet.
I mean, it's definitely not GG yet.
If there were any concerns, I think
I have little to no faith that Sen is going to make a series out of this.
Soil and the home crowd. Listen, that was kind of pushed back at Shanghai when they were
Like, something major needs to happen, and it just does. I don't know where that's going to come from.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, what incredible range of emotion.
What's on a new champion skin? It's quite nice. I think when you get into a point where you might be just making Vandal Phantom skins, but I think it's still within the theme of champs and stuff.
They played a fucking Euro,
I like it.
on the big stage.
I like it more than the Phantom 2 years ago. I like the most recent Vandal. I like the most recent Phantom more.
It allows you to still play the game.
Yeah. I just realized that they were playing Jet instead of Euro for Sentinels.
Fans from Seoul clustered, watching them exit the van, screaming at the Gen.G players. This team is popular out here.
Absolutely.
And they'll be even more popular if they have a big run at champs, or even if we can dare to dream, if they can dare to dream, lift the trophy.
They've already done it once. First time it's been done for Pacific. That was Gen.G who did it. Despite the expectations, I think most of us were probably looking towards a team like FPX, maybe even DRX at points to be that team. But they've had a crazy story from the beginning of this year where the expectations were honestly.
Wait, didn't break the sonic sensor.
Oh. 10 of 10 to smoke down. What is adjustment and expectation for Texture? But he's already in through this.
You got John just trying to run in and make a play.
That was a you heckin' love him moment.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that John Cutie could get the timing there onto. Was that Texture that made it in Tail? Texture Meteor? Texture.
It's Texture. He went top gen and just full rushed it, yeah.
I don't know.
Oh no. Oh no.
Time to hunt. It's time.
No.
They know it.
I'm making airplane noises for Texture.
Yeah, Texture realized at the time it's not really beneficial for him.
My gosh, what is going on?
A punishment inside.
They're off F2, shows where they are.
Towards this one, but second retake, but he operates again. Adds another level of difficulty.
Can you imagine if they had you win this one?
As well, that late backstab that might be occurring from Meteor. Is it going to be caught? Celsius sticking out onto the fuse, half already. He's brought that win con, covering for it over the shoulder. Celsius dropping him. There is no
wee bit of spaghetti.
Just one around where all three of the retakers got detained. There is no way that I just watched that. There's no chance. I must have got something wrong. Surely that was John Cutie's ultimate. What? The brain is baffled and befuddled.
All starting with 10s. This guy here. I said he's going to have to do a lot there in that spot, and he did. He delivered. He got the 2 that was needed. And as soon as the detainment was...
All I'm saying is, if that was the other way around, people would be flaming the shit out of Zekken. But because it's Texture... Because it's Texture, he gets away with doing stuff like that.
He has plot armor.
Anything like that one again.
And fandom armor, for that matter.
He's so goofy, though.
The Odin, it's
he's just a funny, goofy, silly guy.
Which could have been shattered.
Always a way. Start gassing up a team in terms of the storylines about them lifting trophies, and then watch the fumble in place. Operator.
Nice.
Nice. Good drone.
A few shots fired off as well. That drone has to be broken.
Playing around operas. That's good.
And now evacuates back and away. An adjustment of bullet through the wall, and spam from the Odin will supplement all.
Nice.
This is a good read from Sen.
Yeah.
Very nice.
B-site. Spike drop down, and with the trip alerting them.
I was thinking, like, I really like Gen.G's execute here. And I was like, they'll probably use this a lot because it is well drilled. And yeah, Sentinels were just in the right places.
Yeah, they hit into the strong side with an op, no less. Like,
it should be. Unless you give him the ones, we're blinded up. 10s.
That was a good old build order loss if I've ever seen one.
Maybe this is what we were looking for from Sentinels.
That was a better defensive setup. when you're running a Cypher deadlock
after the drone hits the jet and we don't create like an immediate exec off of the tag, we should full cancel there and try to stabilize.
Stuns to
Overcommitting off the initial drone tag when you're not actually creating immediate follow-up is just a non-starter. You're letting them reset their entrenchment.
That's the hardest thing, I guess, to get teams to do if they've not been doing, is just cancel when they really want to make a play of utility.
You've missed your window.
Yeah.
They can get a cheeky one at the beginning against somebody like me.
The amount of bad showstoppers I've seen because it hasn't lined up perfectly in the way that they hoped. So they just try to push and send it and then die.
Getting that suppression off, he wouldn't have been able to escape.
Look at this deep trip, though. The trip is not where that shock dart just went for it. It's all the way close towards mid. Almost right where Meteor's back was.
Yeah, so Lackey shock darts that he's fired off, offloaded into mid. Not going to be getting too much value. Tens has to use the TPs, barely out of.
Did get one.
There's a connection. Molly down.
That's a huge delay because that's the ult. That's the spike rather that he grabbed.
How kind of the deadlock to give him dive and get him out on the
Yeah.
Second,
Give him armor to get onto the site with.
Delivered him to center site. How generous.
Funny.
2v3. Dart fired off. No reveals in sight, but jumps round and through. And
let's go, Zekin.
Zekin, he's on his way to an ace. But Lackey in his back pocket, at least with that Hunter's Fury, he's got that backup.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury in the spawn.
See, Charon.
Charon low health.
Gonna be nested up.
A smoke and a fake TP.
Difficult player to try and clear. And Sentinels now making a call.
The more time they wait here, the more it's over.
Yeah, they've got to play here.
Too late. If they try and wait this one out and through. Time already
As I say, play like you're on a clock because you are.
Making them spam away, and they got to stick this one here, and they still found it.
That's just not happening.
Bye, Karen.
Oh, wait. Oh, but
No time.
Yeah.
Sassy knows it.
Only just, though.
With their fifth.
We are seeing some ridiculous situations out here. Watching Lakia be taking out Karen with the Hunter's Fury towards the end, but just making sure that Silver ult was in play, just in case his Smokes player fell in hell. Gen.G take another one.
How low does the drill in if I open
He's
the door?
around where it looked like Sentinels. Again, their system was working. They
does what, sorry?
There's just loads of drilling, and I had the door closed because it was...
an ace split, and
But it's not that loud if I open the door, so it's fine. Just get warm in here now.
But the final moment, and we're into the next round.
It's like 28 degrees.
I think it's the
And it's 10:30 in the morning.
Command is spectacularly powerful against
You guys don't have AC in the UK, right?
See here,
No, we have insulated houses.
opposite side of the map.
Okay.
So it's an oven.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds hot.
Oh, my temperature thing is set to Fahrenheit. It's currently 84 degrees Fahrenheit.
I hate
In
it.
some sense,
I would hit my life there.
is the bait here. He kind of wants to be seen, be shown, and then you.
I like to be 65. That's all I need in life.
Tag out through
84 inside, yeah.
Yeah, barely alive.
Good damage.
But it is on my desk, so there's like monitors and stuff, right? So it could be that.
Will be able to survive though, and now regroup with the rest of his
I'll
team.
put it right next to me.
A split, null command. Watch out for these sensors.
Yeah. The pressure's going to be on immediately. What have they got to even answer this? Flash clear. Cam over the top here, no command as well as the dart. Does reveal all. Both players, in fact. Tens and Zelsis, the position is noted, recognized, stunned up, but there's no follow-up. Tens.
Very big paranoia.
Easy fight.
That's just the whole problem with the map, is what Brun just said. Like, there's no follow-up.
Great scaling by Gen.G, man. Fucking
There's no easy access.
great scaling.
To be taken for the anchoring players.
Yeah.
Dodging and weaving the entire way through.
This is exactly how I expected.
I have AC, but it's loud, so...
America's
But yeah, at a point I'm gonna have to turn it on. But like, I'm alright. I'm feeling like okay. But eventually at a point it's enough. And this is without me having Rath's enclosure light on, which should add to it.
Making sure that they're not caught in transition.
This is probably where Rath is just chilling. He's not sat in the sun, but
America's teams got baited.
kind of like 30 degrees, so they're perfect weather for a tortoise.
Didn't give nearly the necessary attributions of like, oh, it's literally just a player gap.
Gen.G are actually just making.
Damn you, Stellar and Dark Zero. Damn you.
Ready to punish you. It's really excellent stuff. All the best teams in the world are going to have some
How dare you fuck up our fucking America's region, Dark Zero and Stellar.
Yeah. And that's
Not just them.
Anyway,
There's everyone like feeding into it after the fact.
Can I run an idea? If this is an eco for Sentinels, again, I did the same thing where I looked at the other monitor to see what the buy is, to see if I could just yap on an eco. I like the format of everything leading to Champions, but I feel like the way that Masters events are done, you don't want it to be a means to an end to get to Champions. You want them to be international events that stand on their own. Oh, time up, perfect. But also, you don't want it to feel like you have 3 Masters happening across the year. So the idea that I had is, you know that you get shares from attending Champions, from the skin bundles and stipends, whatever. I think the Masters winners should also get a cut of those shares too. So for Sentinels, like, because all of the teams get a share anyway, so Sentinels would get one there, and Sentinels would get another one for winning Masters Madrid, and then they'll get another one for attending Champions. So it means that there is a good, effective reason to be playing and trying to win international event. Yeah, which is just money. Like, don't make it points, don't make it like instant qualification to Champions or whatever. It's like, I feel like that just makes the international leagues kind of pointless a lot of the time. Like last year, the leagues felt pointless because qualifying to champs went down to how far you got in Tokyo. But I thought that that might be a nice way to like get people to care about doing well at Masters Tokyo.
When the hit comes through, he's there.
Without a feeling like, oh, we're going to save ourselves for like later this year.
I think that's because Karen is about to ult over there, though.
Okay.
The amount of incentive there is to not empty the tank at numerous times throughout a season, it just feels very weird.
Yeah.
Competitive POV.
And I don't think that making the scene longer and having longer breaks is going to have too much of an impact there either. It's just going to be the same.
Can't survive it. Karen out the back. John QT.
Well, that's crazy that he just stuck the ult up there.
I respect it.
Now opening themselves here for Sentinels. The barrier mesh.
Probably good on 10s to like create all that paranoia into literally from wide.
Well, still with those sight lines just being set by these Sentinels players. Second's got it.
A little bit of a goofy round.
Oh,
surely Gen.G can't recover it.
There's no way.
I mean, John is stuck here.
They know where he is. There's now no swarm to try and clear.
Oh my god.
If it hadn't missed, John would be a dead man.
And he has called for the reinforcements. 2 players ready to at least swing off his contact. Dart is broken here and through John.
Nice, John Cutie.
Delivering the reset from Meteor. Not enough to see. He can at least find a way to pave his way to that victory in the round.
That was very scary. Holy shit.
Did we not know that John was chipped there as Gen.G? I thought for sure we knew he was stuck cornered. Like, that's a hard pre-fire every time, no?
Yeah, they pinged it.
You gotta credit.
Yeah, we just weren't on the trigger, I guess.
Yeah.
It was scared of the all.
Absolutely. Should Texture have
Because Zek could go into a good spot. Like, he was just tucked in right behind him here, right? I guess just at that point they assumed that he got out.
And on top of that, there are multiple layers of.
Oh yeah, they have fish brain memories.
Zeken's got the op there too. And now Zeken makes his way over with the operator to Cat. Like I said, this is a spot.
I see if my kid's waking up or not.
If they feel bold enough to go for something where, you know, they can smoke off tiles and have him peek towards top mid, Zeken could try to get more bold than he is.
I'll be right back. I gotta put the blanket back on my kid.
A passive comp.
All good.
You don't have a KO player or a Killjoy player that really wants to be holding angles for your op.
Gen.G just trying to sow a bit of confusion into this round. They've already inserted Charon right at the beginning. He has a main control. And now looking to see if they can break some of this util towards B, farm up the orbs.
And if he does farm the orb, he'll have the null command.
Are you going to try and fake this one or what? No, Texture's back up towards
because Munchkin didn't have ult to start the round, Zellsis is not in an anti-KO ult spot. You know, both Sentinels are playing next to their utility, which means null command is used and all of it goes offline.
Good looks from Sideshow.
That one went. Looking like it's heading.
Not paying attention to the ulti con. Sen's just playing into a KO exec.
In terms of the timing for Gen.G, you have to make
Is that what Satcho just said?
All expected.
Yeah, he said that the Senties are both playing directly with their own util.
All right, yeah. Instead of switching. Or swapping.
Already just fast up onto the line, and with all the util down, again, you might as well roll out the red carpet.
Yep.
Down now.
Now we're back to the, oh wait, we don't have catalytic util to re-exec because TenZ is dead as our FD for like the like 5th of 9 rounds.
I would have thought that like with the way and the impact the Heretics and Gen.G to an extent have had this year, the teams would be leaning more into like initiating instead of a slower approach, you know? But I guess they want to have an answer instead of do it but better.
Running out of those options, double up, high low. Gonna try and push them back and away. Lakia, last one left.
Sachi goes insane though.
So, just in time.
Fucking Sachi, bro.
That's crazy.
Only about a second on the clock though.
Whoa.
Sachi, the hero we needed but didn't deserve.
A good round from Sen there.
Deadlock campaign hitting.
Gen.G.
I think the thing that I'm starting to notice is we're seeing a lot of good examples of Deadlock that gets talked about, but we're also seeing a lot more bad Deadlock, maybe even worse Deadlock stuff than before. But that's getting overlooked because people are like, oh yeah, like people go, Deadlock's a good agent instead of Deadlock's really good in this comp on this map played in a certain way.
In the right hands.
Against certain level of opponent. Like,
yeah.
There are so many caveats.
Wow. Their first tag timeout of champs coming in round 11 of map 2. Even if they get a good adjustment,
It's like some weight loss pill, but only like given to like people with diabetes. And people go, oh, I'm gonna start taking that if I can lose weight. And it's like, it doesn't work for you. It might kill you. Don't do that.
Intuitively better on attack.
All the ways to try and fight for that extremity control. You know, you can lay down sensors, much like they're trying to do, at least Sentinels, on their own defense. But yeah, it's a you know, quite a few unknowns. I think of Sentinels might be looking, at least with this composition. Tier 2 North America has been playing this comp a lot. There's a lot of footage. I
just want to see Abyss
as well. If John has been doing it.
Turn it around, Sentinels. Turn it around.
Net reclears.
Yeah, and I just want to
see. Actually.
Zekken has rebounded.
Give me the Abyss. I want to see what Sen's got before they lose out of the event.
Zekken has been amazing. Like I said, getting better and better all year. TenZ has been consistently at the top, even though they didn't make Shanghai. Zelz has still been good. It's actually been John who's dropped off in terms of his fragging, his output a little bit, compared to his astonishingly strong Madrid performance where they lifted that trophy. I'm paying attention to John and how he gets his rifle impact in a lot of these rounds here at Champs.
Zekken not caught in the transition there, just trying to exit out of.
And this is still the right idea though. If there's an up, just send it.
Gen.G, we want to try and go into this one. Fast tempo, increase 10.
Where the hell is Lakia Dark? Did it break it?
It goes right in this. I was gonna show it on stream, but yeah, pretty much right above Gen.
Okay.
Locked down by Meteor.
It's more of a narrow recon than an open sight one.
Like it, though. You know, we saw Sentinels before get 3 detained and still win the round. They're in a 3v4 situation here, though, and this should allow a great plan. I mean, this one also planted for short. If they wanted to send somebody on a wraparound,
very heads up.
Perhaps Lakia is going to take that option.
Right here. He's around here. Drone's going to be used again. Set that stage here. Tag up.
Knife.
Oh my god.
Still forward, but Gen.G stalwart defense that they've really cooked up here now that they've at least taken control of the site. Look at that.
What a nice recon too.
Footsteps in the util, it's a dart and spam out from below, and already the players have repositioned. Spike is ticking away, and Sentinels realize it. Has to be that save, have to back away.
How many rounds do Sentinels need, even if they were able to get pistol? They're first of the match and be
You missed the start. How's the stage production looking, by the way? Ooh, what's going on here?
Anybody that wants
Sen's in a good spot, right? 4 rounds is enough with this comp.
Gotta be hoping that they get this round 12.
Yeah.
It's looking dire without it. An 8-4 half, not unusual on Ascent, but it's usually the other way around, where you get your defenders in the lead.
With how dominant Gen.G have been on the pistol rounds, you know, if it follows the same course, you're looking at like an 8-4 turning into a 10-4.
Yeah, and at that point, it's just curtains.
Yeah.
There's no recovery there. Zelsis coming into this round with a broken economy. Stinger,
Sorry, my keyboard's buttons have been getting stuck, and I'm not quite sure why.
Of the Op and Odin.
What type of keyboard?
Like control was just held down then, and I almost highlighted and saved everything. I think it's just the rapid triggers are probably a little bit too sensitive that they're just getting stuck.
Love the utility to clear our mid here. Sassy with the drone.
It's the first time using them.
Question is that they hear that most of Gen.G.
Yeah, sorry, what was it? Yeah, it seems like it is just a production for at least stage 2 Pacific, but they're gonna move twice, I think.
Looking to lock them out of this spot.
Was the last time you deep cleaned it? I got it a week ago.
Only popped down a little bit too late there, so Zekken happy.
So I doubt that it would be that bad.
And the stun does nothing.
But I'll definitely, like, I think if it is super sensitive, I probably do need to clean it a lot more.
These timings, there's a stun. They can hear the sensors. Texture removes one of them.
Can't be built though because it's relatively new. But like some might have got in there.
Wrap it into their heads. They spot the player. Texture shoulder.
But I might have also just pressed a button by accident and it just got stuck. I don't know.
The challenge is met. And now drop down onto the site. Options thoroughly opened. Gen.G having to take their timing with it. You can look at the peak timing, but still missing with the shot as well. He can't quite do it. Has to pull out a shorty. Zekken, not a chance. Doesn't stand it. And leaves it to just 2. Munchkin is low. Could be an opening. Lakia will fall.
This
Stinger
is
movement in play.
So doable for Sentinels. The health advantage is massive.
Now picking up the upgrade too with a rifle. Cam should be clearing at least a portion of it, but you're gonna notice.
Wait a minute.
Munchkin peeks. They know where he is. 4 seconds until the dart. Spamming away into hell. Just in case that reposition is there. That round towards the
Oh no, it doesn't go to clear hell.
Insane positions for Gen.G.
Bunker's got this, dude.
So one. Peaking timing off of it, only 5 bullets left, but a tap from Sassy as well. It's all so unlikely for him, and he needs to hit the second.
No, there's no time.
Time ticking.
R.I.P. sir.
To stick it, and time not enough on Sen's side.
It's an 8-4 half.
8-4 on attack.
Side look absolutely dominant.
All good. Sentinel's good on attack with this comp.
On Ascent here at Champions.
If they can get the plant down.
We're going to Abyss.
Home territory of Ascent. I think showcasing that they...
That's it. Sentinel saw that Abyss was the third map, so like, let's just bomb out. Lose 0-2, save it.
With an operator.
Still found the
one crazy comp, one crazy strat.
Picking apart all sorts of it, and for the pistol round, that's what we're looking towards. Gen.G, indomitable so far.
I love the like TP doors opening.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, I'm gonna stand up. I'll bear B.
Cool.
I know it's still doing it.
Yeah, how long do you guys run ad for? Like 3 minutes?
At this point, you could probably just do it for like 90 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
I'm not hitting anything yet. I'm probably gonna do it between maps, but
like 1 minute of ads is like 20 minutes of not ads. So
okay.
Like on top of the time that you already had left. So
okay. So I am gonna hit it then. No, I'm not gonna hit it. In between maps.
Me doing 90 seconds is a bit much. What is the schedule for Champs actually? Like what days is it on, what days is it not?
I think all groups would be like every day, right?
It's on today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, no Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So from now till Sunday, Monday off, Tuesday till Sunday. That's a lot. That's not even, that's groups.
Who are not only trying to,
And that's Sunday, and then Monday, Tuesday off, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Question entirely of whether they can even stand up to it.
This basically plays till the end of a week, and then you have 1 day off, and then it plays till the end of the week, and then you have 2 days off, and then it plays till the end of the week, and then you have 4 days off.
It also speaks to the fact that Gen.G got cleanly
interesting
out of Swiss
schedule
and swept through Shanghai. That's a scary, scary team on the other side of the stage. And they're 8-4 up, 5 rounds away from being able to move in their group.
Yeah. Let's take a look then. Sentinels. They're the ones that have to be the playmakers. Gen.G also going for a bit of a proactive play. The Tars crunch on the pistol.
They love running set plays on the defense side, Gen.G. They will constantly try to push the tempo up. Happy to play retake.
Yeah.
Against this comp, though, I don't think they should be too happy to play retake. You're going to be running into, you know, Gravnet, trips, stuns.
Oh, Zelsis is going to get challenged.
Lacking ever so slightly onto the pistol. Zelsis forced to lock down. Watch this flank angle.
Really probably should have got that second one, actually.
Yeah. So the trade is there, but Zekken taking a cheeky peek. Up through heaven, clears that one out, and now has to be aware.
I'm surprised none of them actually upgraded to the Sheriff. That Zelsis just left.
Perched up. Probably a high-low as well. And the smoke.
Hey, lucky #1 fan.
Keeping double ghosts.
I might get Disney Halloween ads. It's 3 months away. Beth was saying that they've got Halloween stuff in some of the shops near us too. So, yeah, that's the main focus now.
My costume still. Dart forwards. Forces the
We're so back. We're so fucking back.
Sentinels.
We're so fucking back.
Under their belt. Maybe something to work with.
Kind of like Satcha said though, that's not the way you want to be playing up against this team.
Yeah.
It probably would have been game over had they lost that one.
Yeah.
Beautiful dart as well from Sassy. They immediately dominated those smokes that Karen threw out there, which I think is the correct play. The dart forced somebody in. Sassy deals with them.
Are you intended to watch party at all, fans?
Yeah, I'm just gonna miss like the morning of the 2nd of August.
Utilizing this cipher.
So tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow morning. I'm gonna do the first game, but not the second one because I have to take my kid to the pediatrician. But most of the times I'll be, if not all the days, I'll be there. I also have a brunch on the 4th, but I don't know if there's games on the 4th.
No, there is. There is. G2 Paper X EDG foot.
Just done enough damage. Still weapon.
Yeah, so I have a baby shower, but I'm gonna watch the G2 game at least.
Why are all of the fucking Chinese games the second games? Surely you want them on earlier.
You're always going to be running into a trip or a cam or something.
Or maybe actually you inflate viewership a bit more.
Pure instinct from Karen on his TP.
I think the focus is probably having the Chinese fan base care more about the other teams that aren't Chinese than vice versa here.
Signs of life from Gen.G. Did they call this pause? They do have 45 seconds. You can't let anything else slip though if you are Sentinels. It's a 3v3.
What did I miss?
In a crossfire setup.
Just a pistol round. Sentinels straightforward hit. Gen.G tried to go for a shark attack.
Sentinels, your best
set play into B main, and all of Sentinels went A. Played a 4v1, a 5v1 on site, and then just
20 seconds. Still, they don't know where this guy is. But
after a post plan, I think played a 4v2.
Stepping past
and then won.
Spots defeat.
Good damage, at least.
Yeah.
Breaking the door, trying to take the fight. It's a little bit.
I'm a buy up at least.
Okay, they do get the anti-eco, but at the cost of losing 3 of their players, 3 of their guns is not going to be a healthy bonus.
I mean, you saw it on the faces there.
They're like laughing and shaking of like how stressful these fights are.
I know it's hot in here. Golden Boy talked about it before. It is warm in Korea right now, but that one's more of a sign of relief than a sign of the heat.
Oh my god.
And they close the gap to 2, but the bonus is not going to look pretty. They only kept the Phantom, Guardian. They got a Stinger to work with here. It's not much. A bit of damage, maybe even just building up to one of these ults like the Annihilation for John so that he could maybe work a pick in round 16. These are the kind of things that would be a success in the round, I think, for Sen.
Flash peek. Smoke though from, he's pushed up in front of Karen's
Found
face.
the enemy team.
Not able to get value, it's just being held by the Sentinels players. They don't have particularly spread out default, but they do have some of the utility to hold.
The reaction isn't proactivity on the other half of the map. Are we going to drone now?
They're not actually leaving utility there. Normally with this
no second info cycle, we're going to drone at 50 up B-main, I guess.
Some kind of, you know, trip or leave a player, deposit something.
Yeah, here it goes.
Yeah. Now they're going back in though. Sassy looking to try to drone.
Where's our mid-jump spotter?
Disguise the fact.
Yeah, Sentinel trying to make this one feel like it could potentially be that B split.
Yeah, that's a weird one because they faked a B split as they were droning A.
Right, so Gen.G are kind of aware of this one. Munchkin is an off angle and he's got to deliver. Will do with the first. Occasion his face preempted.
Oh my god, dude. They can't miss. They can't fucking miss these guys.
It leaves it just down to 10s, up and over, not enough. Can't overcome it.
Slow burn.
That Champions Trophy blinks into and out of existence.
Here I am watching this game, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy this bundle because I want to see the fucking
rifles
agents showing around the trophy when I'm gonna be leading the pack at 25 kills, and it's never gonna happen.
Gives you something to aim for.
We know that it's got at least some good fundamentals to work on. Gonna need to see Zellsis trading out stuff like this, though.
Yeah, there's gonna be an early fight occurring into this next round. Tiles beat out by Texture.
The Cypher should be able to take a little more aggro B main control as well.
Cage triggered.
Trip broken. Zellsis not ready for that one. Not looking to use his cam to take super aggro B main either. It is a bit more of a passive approach to Sen than we've seen from other teams running this comp. Tentative.
Yeah, looking for those openings, Gen.G.
So I'm looking for the remote for the AC so I can turn it down. Hopefully it's not too loud in the background.
Break the alarm bot.
That's a very weak alarm bot.
Yeah. Can't see the health bar, but I'm sure it'll be minuscule.
Be crazy if the alarm bot clutched now. 1 HP.
A bit of spam though. It's going to be exchanged now here. Turret at least broken. Meteor, he is not shy, is he? This guy is happy to push back up. Make it really difficult to take any B main control. Already breaking that cam, backing away. 38 seconds.
They got that deep wall down mid, but they didn't break the alarm bot.
What is the call?
They've got to go into a B split.
There's plenty of players ready to meet them. Gen.G tucked up to crossfire setup. Logs to the corner. Lakia has to do a lot here.
Good trade.
Traded up, but they weren't expecting, and again Meteor delivers. To death blow.
This looks kind of done.
Yeah, this might be done though.
My team is such a good read like this.
Looking on pace now to just take this map away.
Yeah, that's going to knock the economy for Sentinels. Could be the death blow. I love that smoke. Everybody's throwing that same smoke now. Learn it for your ranked games as well. The one-way cross-map helps out your players to defend against the B-split. Perfect from Karen, and it sets up this crossfire so beautifully. And Lucky is tucked into a corner. The Sentinels players, as they come out, they're checking stairs, wondering if someone's peeking from there. Because Meteor, he loves to play that spot. Yeah. Then they check switch, because you never know, Texture could be playing in that kind of position. There's just so many ways that Gen.G could be threatening you on defense. It's difficult to account for them all. And even if you did know that that crossfire setup was there, good luck dealing with it. Like I said, that could have been the death blow, and Sentinels are going to take a tactical time.
Quick, what mice are they using?
Where they can go from
What
here.
peripherals are we on? I'm seeing a lot of razors.
Active Gen.G on a defense. It's either, you know, a bit of a...
Zekid's definitely Razor because he's
they will throw out
an ambassador.
By them, yeah.
They can play it slow.
Ten's got his own mouse.
You saw in that last round. Turret gets broken, Meteor immediately vacuums up the space.
Yeah.
Disrespects B main, makes sure that Sentinels can't take it with a cam, can't hold it easily.
And not only does that slow Sentinels down, but it also allows Gen.G much better information.
How many shots are the coaches talking?
Making these amazing reads on defense. Part of it's because his players...
like twice only.
Yeah.
Sorry, I yawned again under. I apologize.
Coach Erasure.
And that's after me
allowed to,
like the fucking Red Bull, and I'm still yawning.
A hit is not coming
You've been up almost as long as I have, so
yeah.
That constant war of attrition.
You were streaming at 10. I think I woke up at like 9.
Yeah, I was up at 8, so I'd actually be awake for the stream. And started up at 10 is brutal.
It was definitely a long day.
Be rare to see a return on those investments. Caron still locks it up here. At spam. Being offloaded, Texture does manage to at least get 2, but it's even out and it has handed guns over.
We've got
That's a
upgrades.
major win for Sentinels.
Munchkin, there's a drone in his face. It's not being watched for into the small.
Nice, Munchkin.
Never mind, we don't have upgrades.
It's over.
He doesn't go for the easy.
Yeah, it's done so. They had like a beautiful in there, but
not long for the world.
I mean, I think that was just outplayed again, right? Like, unlucky from Sen. Maybe, like, do you not drone there? Is that the wrong play? It just feels a bit like Munchkin got a read.
for sure the wrong play there.
Yeah, that's so good.
You gun out hold while one guy gets an upgrade, tosses it to the dude that's hard holding, and then you have 2 rifles to contest
the
this.
drone as well, beautifully.
Droning pre-upgrade is just
And
kind
a
of troll.
situation that was looking like a potential win condition for Sentinels, ripped out of their
Guess the
hands.
amount of stepping as well.
They're now going to have to find a different
Because, like,
avenue of success.
at minimum, one guy upgrades and uses the rifle to cover the guy as he drones.
He hasn't been walking up B main with the op yet.
You don't start droning when he's staring at wine with his stinger
And
still.
they're going to expect him to be here.
Deep shot darts, not enough to clear this trip here.
Yeah, I got the V3 Pro a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm using a Vaxi. I like the Vaxi outset EXP.
So misinformation.
Oh man.
It feels like it's quite a committed push. And damage done, even a kill for Sassy, maybe enough to pave the way. It calls for that reinforcement.
Ooh, the TP forces out their weak A side, but this is going to be an important spot now for Munchkin.
They pulled these
and they don't have anything to clear it. The only thing they have is
early we hard Oh wait.
Glowing. This guy is on fire.
What comp are we?
We netted him. It worked.
Potentially there.
And it's just gonna sit in there forever.
Through the back, annihilation and
Nice.
in
Yeah.
and through.
That works. It works.
I like the annihilation before they actually peek him too.
Yeah.
Like they're gonna read that somebody's gonna go into heaven to try to like take some of that attention. Yeah.
Bit of spam hailing down the lead. So
We're back. We're back. It's not over yet.
At least for now.
Oh, by the way, Anders, did you get? You got perms after all, right?
As soon as you hear that ult being used,
You got perms after all,
very
right?
likely they're sticking the teleport into back
Nice,
B.
nice, nice.
He decides to send things on an A split, anticipating that A is weaker.
I was gonna say he's streaming, so.
Realize what's happening.
Yeah.
And sent a couple players over there.
But I just didn't know if he was doing like a face stream or not.
Love to see it. And Sassy
Like
continues to have
like
one of
Shanghai.
the best games that I've seen from him in a long time.
Oh yeah.
He was top of the scoreboard for a hot minute there on Haven, and now he's back up at least on the Sentinels side with 30.
I thought Munchkin was just gonna sit in that net and not fucking remove the net, so you could just find like a very late like I'm wine. I'm gonna fuck you guys up after.
Walkabout through mid. Angle's being held for him. He's hoping that somebody will just wade right into it. Dash is fading. This is hyper committed.
This is the kind of thing that Zekken just couldn't do.
Zekken's holding to pixel angle.
Oh, that's timing, dude.
Just missed it.
Why did he back up?
A texture. Takes it away.
He left, came back, and got punished, dude. That's
Heavy
unlucky timing.
To bottom mid. He needs to be defended. And
But I recommend the V3 Pro. It's expensive, like for what it is.
Make control for Gen.G.
Like if you can get the Logitech like Pro Lite cheaper, then that seems just as good.
This 2 kills. Oh my god! Thank God it's traded.
Reinforcements are there out through the back of the side. That's Tens committing.
Oh man, Karen. Oh, the paranoia is perfect as well.
What the fuck?
These guys are playing around every single fucking like little nook
In that
and like getting so much value.
Stop Karen from doing that. Recon, he's caught out in the open.
It's like an eidetic memory of the map and all of the positions.
Into the smoke. He's checkmated. He's swinging into a smoke. The two of the people are already in. He can't get away with it. Opened up nicely with Gen.G's aggression.
I mean, that round
Like
just
I
is
said,
such a huge
their comp
highlight
benefits them.
of my
Something that
biggest
Sentinels
issue with
ever really
deadlock
do, support
comps.
Zekken in that kind of way.
The whole just like disrespect them everywhere mentality. Of like, oh, we literally ran down mid at them and then we just dry swung into their smoke and killed two.
Round is needed here for Gen.G for their opening match of champs. They've not.
I feel swinging smokes is signature Gen.G as well.
Texture. Racing. Just absolutely unbelievable form.
I can't use that.
Sentinels left to stew and simmer.
That's why Gen.G is so good, right? There's no team that is as good at execute stuff as much as full contact stuff. Like, you've got like Heretics that are really good like with execute utility and lineups and all that, but like Gen.G here is just complete team.
Damn, I knew it was gonna be a 2-0, but I didn't think it was gonna be this one-sided.
For that trophy.
If anything, I was hoping that Sentinels could go toe-to-toe in terms of all these dual fights. But they're getting... Because they were playing buddy system the whole time, and it just couldn't fucking get an instant trade.
Series all year.
Every single fucking one of these Gen.G players are like solo and getting like 2-3 players. Or 2-3 kills.
The trajectories for both of these teams. There's a reason that Sentinels came in here based on their championship points, and Gen.G are coming in looking like favorites to lift the trophy.
It's a warm welcome, the tail end here for the series. Of course, Sentinels, you know, they are fan favorites even here in Korea, but it's even bigger fan favorites right in front of them here. Gen.G with that 2-0 win. Looking nasty, man.
I am disappointed that we didn't get to see Abyss from either of these two teams. First time Gen.G have ever floated a brand new map.
Yeah.
I wish we got the Abyss.
All the other times.
For my
Everybody wish we had that. Everybody.
Sentinels were happy to opt into it. We were denied it today because the form from Gen.G.
Wait, did they all have fucking Gucci shoes?
2-0. We'll have to wait until later on.
It'd be weird if one of them didn't.
That kind of delight as we get to see.
It looked like everybody else did, though. Are they sponsored by Gucci?
And Fnatic to both be fantastic on those new
Looks like
maps,
a Gucci brand.
Who knows?
Yeah,
It's a complete unknown.
A lot of unknowns when you're heading into these international tournaments about how teams are prepared and ready, but it was a hell of a task ahead of Sentinels to try and take this one. They might be the only team that's beaten them really on an international stage, but they couldn't quite replicate it. Not here for Champs. It's a team that has just evolved over and over again. Every single game that Gen.G have played, they just look like they're going from strength to strength.
They certainly do. It wouldn't surprise anyone, I think, if Gen.G picked up a trophy here, but it's a long, long road ahead.
Oh yeah, early days.
A good first step along that path, however, taking down Sentinels.
Yeah, definitely early days, but like you said, it's a good first step to be taking.
And the crowd will be extremely happy in terms of opening things up here. In Seoul, intimate venue to open things up, not like the way that we'll end up closing. But the crowd could not find a team to better represent the Pacific region and South Korea, the mecca, the home of esports.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been wanting to really put up a stellar performance, I think, on the big stage for quite some time. Showcase that Korean dominance in esports for quite some time.
Here comes Texture.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're just waiting for the interview to get set up now. But yeah.
I love any time we get to hear from Texture. It's so good. You saw his reaction earlier when he failed the ace.
Absolutely. Let's send it down to the floor for the interview.
Welcome down to the stage, Jen Lee here alongside Texture, of course, after Gen.G takes down Sentinels. Now massive congrats, Texture. I feel like you guys had some unfinished business facing Sentinels today. They were the only team that beat you at a global event, and you beat them today, you know, right off the bat. So a great start to Champions, right? 텍스 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 오면서 유일하게 젠지에게 패배를 선물한 팀이 센티널스였는데 개막전부터 그냥 빠르게 해치웠습니다. 뭐 시작이 좋은 것 같아요. 오늘 경기 어떻게 느끼고 있나요?
좀 재밌게 그냥 저희 하던 느낌대로 그냥 잘 한 것 같아요.
We tried to have fun and play our own game, so yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with how it went down. Now, you guys are on a different trajectory, you and Sentinels, post-Madrid, of course. Sentinels in particular, they had their struggles, but you guys went on and won every trophy there ever was. So how does Sentinels today compare to the Sentinels that you faced in the grand finals in Masters Madrid? 근데 이제 젠지와 센티널스가 그 마드리드 이후에 좀 다른 흐름을 보여주고 있잖아요. 젠지는 뭐 있는 트로피들 다 쓸어 담았고 센티널스는 약간 흔들리는 모습을 보여줬는데 그 결승전 때 만났던 센티널스에 비해서 오늘의 센티널스는 좀 어떻게 느껴졌을까요?
사실 뭐 센티넬은 아직도 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있긴
Right, the big show's on now.
저희가 마드리드 때 훨씬 더 성장을 많이 했고 더 강해졌다고 생각을 하기 때문에 뭔가 저희가 더 성장을 많이 했다고 생각해요. 그래가지고 오늘 그냥 승리 따낸 것 같습니다.
Sentinels are a really strong team, but you know, for Gen.G specifically, we grew a lot as a team post-Madrid. So I think today's win just goes off to prove how much growth we had as a team ever since then. And I think it's our own growth and us becoming a strong team that led us to today's win. Now,
Tough for Sen, not gonna lie. I mean, the hardest is out the way, but
since your last ace,
the difference was still kind of scary for Sentinels.
So how are we feeling about that?
They're a lower bracket run team, right? They like to play the most maps as possible.
That's true.
나서 마지막에 비해서 이제 4킬을 13번, 12번 에이스를 미스한 게 그만큼 많다는 뜻이잖아요. 그래서 오늘 좀 그
I mean, most teams are going to be happy to play Ascent in this group too, so they're not going to be too afraid of that.
에이스는 되겠죠?
에이스 하고 싶고요. 그리고 사실 뭐 에이스를 언제 마지막으로 했는지도 지금 기억도 안 나요 저는.
4월이었대요 4월.
Yeah, everybody's talking about ACU, the streamer.
4월 올해
Counter-Strike Pro.
언젠간 이기겠죠. 뭐 이기는 게 일단 최우선이니까.
Is that where they got the name from?
마지막에 종민이가
Yeah, probably.
진짜 서운하네요.
Honestly, I really want another ace, but I don't even remember the last time I had an ace, and I told him it was April, and he said, you know, it's been such a long time, and you know, whatever it takes for my team to win, I will do. But I would like another ace. Maybe I'll get it the next match or in the upcoming matches. But he said, you know, Lakia should apologize to him for stealing his opportunity to get that. It's been a while, but thank you, Texture, and congratulations once again.
What do you think of agent bans? I think that would make the matches more interesting. Make it more interesting for a while, but then I think it's just going to limit the game too good. Like, I was big on the idea of agents if they were releasing agents as consistently as they were at the start of Valorant's lifespan. Like 2 agents a year, like 10 years, you'd see agent bans.
Hit the button.
Okay, how long? 3 minutes? How long?
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Do the same.
Everyone, get up, walk around. No blood clots. Be healthy.
I'm actually standing desk for this one. It's too warm to be sat. It sounds weird, but it's true.
I did it. I hit the button. All right, guys, I want to make some food. I'll be right back.
I didn't break anything, did I? My camera's a bit low. No. There? There. One thing I'm not sure on is oh my god, why is that on? What are we looking for? Team Heretics, what have they been banning? There's a question. Go for the last 5. And Ascent, and Ascent, and Ascent, and split. And then second ban in Ascent. Second ban in Lotus, second ban in Lotus. So Ascent and Lotus I don't like to go to, which I think is fine for FPX.
This bitch talks about.
Oop, no, that's not what I want. Team Heretics. Oh, right. Is it sorted by week? It will be. So this is in sync. Yes, good. I mean, it says it all here, but
welcome back. back to day one of Champions Seoul and our second match in the
This is a distinct lack of maps.
It's China's FPX versus EMEA's Team Heretics. Of course, I'm Golden Boy, currently yelling at you right now on the desk with Mimi and Paperthin.
They're still playing through everyone. Weird. They still Nova. They beat Brace. Beat DRG.
Huh? The stream that was on the screen. I went there. It's really nice. It used to be a highway until 2003.
Yep.
And now it's a stream again. It's awesome.
We got to do some book reading.
Oh, I know exactly why.
I read a book for an hour there.
Yeah.
A very popular date spot. Very popular date spot.
Oh, really?
Behind the scenes shit. Actually, I won't do this on stream. I'll do it here. I know exactly why.
This city is freaking awesome, okay? And Seoul is genuinely one of the greatest cities in the world. Unbelievable place. But let's go ahead, though, and talk about another city that we were in this year, Madrid, because we're...
VCT channel just banned me for saying me on texture looked similar.
It's going to be a Shanghai rematch.
It's probably not the wisest thing to say, just full stop, is it?
Homies all over the place.
Shanghai, another great city. And this match was... It was great to watch, but this was a heartbreaker for FPX because this was the event where FPX was the best we've ever seen them. People had high expectations for this team after watching their first game where they beat Foot, and then they have two super close losses. And in this one, it was 17-15. So many overtimes on that last one for them to be eliminated by this Team Heretics squad who went on to the finals.
Yeah, and they do really interesting stuff. They use a lot of controllers compared to a lot of other teams. Like, it's not just 2 controllers on some maps. Sometimes it's up to 3, like on Lotus, which we might see here today, who knows, but they're really creative with how they play around it in terms of wanting to kind of control the map in terms of information. They want to obscure what they're doing. They want to try to bait some util out of you. They want to see if they can get some extra advantages in those regards, but they do struggle against really patient teams. Teams that don't kind of expend their utility unnecessarily, don't give them any information unnecessarily, so that does kind of bite them in the butt in the long run.
If your structure can hold up to the insane individuals and the unique ideas, then you can beat this team. But for me, they are the litmus test of how good your structure actually is. Because they're so insanely disruptive. But what's crazy is that after that kind of, I want to say run, but it wasn't really a run in actuality, they went back to Shanghai for VCT CN instead of Masters, and it was a huge dip. They went 2 for 6 in the group stage, and it looked rough. They were losing to teams you would never expect them to lose to. The team honestly looked kind of boomed. They looked so different than the confident, creative team we saw in Shanghai, but they did recover at the right time.
Yeah, they got to the finals, right? They played EDG in a best of 5. They lost it in 5 maps. They really started to kind of find their groove again, find their form. Abyss, like we just saw on the screen there.
How's it going?
Good map for them. Life
it's
on
going.
Yoru is really challenging to deal with because he's really creative with where he puts those TPs. Like
wall
they'll go deep,
of
behind you, things like that. But
like the 22nd hour.
Cross a 50.
Well, this should wake you up a bit.
When he's in a post plant or something like that, so it's really difficult to keep track of.
Yeah, a lot of really unique ideas that we continuously see.
How many maps?
Yes, but to go back to something
I can't really do that.
Talking about real fast and how this team really just struggled going into stage 2.
Yep.
Shocking, considering how
losing to Tyloo and Tech.
To stage 1, they were undefeated. The only series they lost in stage 1 of VCT CN was the finals to EDG. Which is so different from what we saw now. But I think the biggest question is, in this group, which is so difficult with all 3 of the Masters finalists, even if they hit that Madrid form, or excuse me, that Shanghai form, is it enough? Because this is a really tough place to get out of.
Yeah, it's so difficult because you're going into the shark pit once, and then you go into the shark pit again, and then you potentially go into it again. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't seem to get any better than what you can expect there for FPX. But there are some things that they can lean on here, right? I mean, I think, you know, it goes without saying, FPX still a great team, as we talked about, great aimers, right? But they can also catch your opponent off guard with some uniqueness on Abyss, especially, right? New map coming into the pool, big opportunity here for the Chinese team to really catch their opponents in an uncomfortable position and maybe profit off of it.
Oh, this fucking Berlin play.
That the Heretics have prioritized since Abyss came into the map pool. They've been going for like Ascent or Lotus kind of as those main bans that they want to go for. So I expect this map to be open, and I expect FPX to pick.
He like ulted, jumped off,
some of these moments where life is
teleported somewhere else, cancelled, which brings it back to where he was when he started ulting.
The post plant, he's so good in so many different situations, and they're the way that they set up, and then they TP across, right? Like they use a smoke to obscure these extra angles. They're so creative in like like heat of the moment situations. We saw this in Shanghai too.
Heretics played this?
Who has that good read on
That's not really what I need.
These aren't necessarily reads. These are like just really smart and intelligent plays. But that's something you could build upon, right?
Absolutely, and I do really like their comp on Abyss. I think that the ideas they have around the Yoru are really creative. A lot of
Abyss.
people take into the Yoru as kind of a solo.
Would FPX be able to beat Team Heretics though? Kind of an equal matchup. Both teams have had a slump. Like, it's easy to say that, like, yeah, FPX looked worse after Shanghai going into stage 2 and probably didn't even deserve to qualify for champs with the way that they were playing. But like Heretics have also dipped off as well.
It's honestly really well put together, and that's the definition.
You mean no Abyss? I mean, like, Heretics, at least I haven't seen any Abyss.
Yeah, I really hope we get to see Abyss today. It will be super exciting, to say the least. But for now, though, let's send it back over to Mika Fabs.
I don't know, might be wrong, might be missing stuff.
Hey, love.
Yeah, I'm missing an Abyss.
You look so cool today. So FPX is in what many consider
Like, it's something I'm not necessarily picking.
Do you think FPX are underdogs?
I think it's a snap ban, so
to the rest of the teams. We have Luna here to help with some translation.
那很多人都会觉得你们现在所在的小组是一个死亡之组，那你觉得你们是一匹黑马吗？你相比于其他的队伍会怎么样来评价和描述你们自己呢？
其实我希望其他战队也这样看我们，这样会对我们掉以轻心。我们会
No, it is.
比我们上一次更强的姿态迎接这一次比赛，所以说 TH 你们要小心了。
Maybe if other teams like consider us as the
Oh, it's right there.
Maybe we can do something unpredictable. Then we can perform.
You had it in the sheet. I just didn't see it. Yeah, I had it, even had it highlighted.
Good luck to you guys.
All right, strong words there from Life, but let's highlight what this guy is capable of, because I mean, when he gets those moments to pop off, it is very fun to watch, Paper Thin.
No, he's mechanically gifted. He can
There we
really take over rounds, win rounds that he has no business winning.
Yo, what's up, Ray Bay? How's it going?
A talented player. Now he does
long time.
a little bit off kilter at times. When I go through and watch the FPX VODs, like as good as he can be, he can also kind of leave you scratching your head.
High highs, low lows.
Exactly.
My kid woke up, but
so this team style takes a lot.
my wife and my mother-in-law are still asleep, so I'm gonna keep him on me for now.
They're very willing to overpeak, to go for individual fights, and I think one of the biggest reasons for their stage 2 slump regionally was that the confidence.
What are the chances of this
success
FPX upset?
Risky plays, and I think that then snowballs.
Pretty slim. It sort of depends how they play into it.
To try and be a hero. It doesn't work out. But if they can come in and show
it changes dramatically if Heretics leaves Abyss
with the risk taking and find that success, that's I think the kind of condition for FPX to show the form that they had.
I mean, it might do, right? Like, they were starting to permaban Ascent and then second ban in Lotus.
Rather than just conform, right? And that is
So it's more a question of if FPX choose to play it.
They aren't.
You're true. You know what?
Yeah.
Base.
Ambro, you're bold as fuck.
Heretics on the other
Nice.
side. This is a
Not heard that one before.
Going into Shanghai, we were a little worried about it. They had lost one of their big key players here in Miniboo. Patatek was coming back in, obviously the most versatile 6-man in the world. But this time around in Shanghai, the success was flowing. I mean, they were doing everything that they possibly could. They were finished 3rd in EMEA. They had such an amazing run in Shanghai. This team is dynamic, and now they have their whole roster here, Paper Thin. Could it be the difference?
Well, if you're going to be a bit of a cunt, I'll just time you out.
It felt like they were a little bit rocky during stage 2. Yeah. It felt like kind of like they came off of that
the keyboard, buddy.
Shanghai. They couldn't quite replicate.
You touch the keyboard, you're gonna pause the stream.
It felt like at Shanghai, it just
Already on stream.
they just got stronger and stronger and stronger throughout the
Are they on stream?
Like the Incredible Hulk.
No, it's just my kid was trying to reach for the keyboard and hit spacebar.
Oh. Oops, speaking of which.
Because it felt like at Shanghai, it just when they started.
Yeah, a lot of my buttons are getting stuck.
Like literally.
What's up?
Exactly.
A lot of my buttons are getting stuck on my keyboard.
Oh yeah.
They're just random ones.
We're looking amazing, and I'm like, this team is like maybe going to win EMEA. We're going to be coming into
just gonna
potentially champion. Thinking about is it going to be
down
a
the
rematch in the finals of Heretics versus Gen.G? But
sensitivity.
they haven't quite looked the same. It just like they haven't found that same form. Miniboo coming back on the Neon hasn't seemingly had the same amount of impact, I feel.
To me, I feel like a lot of it can honestly be kind of put up to the same burnout that I think to some extent we saw from FPX, where you're coming back after showing so much and having to reintegrate a player into your roster without a lot of prep time and opportunity. I think that they lost a lot of games to some of the other squads in EMEA, even ending up losing twice to Vitality to go out. But I don't know how much that actually...
Oh, I need to change the title too. Okay.
Event. I think that with Miniboo back, the ceiling is higher. The way they build around his Neon is excellent, and I think we did see a lot of good, especially in the game planning and like the micro plays they're known for in EMEA. The question is, have they reset from that burnout, and are they ready to show their best form here in Seoul?
Well, there was something, it was an interview I believe I saw with Gen.G where he was talking about, like, in Shanghai when they showed up, they were like, look, we don't know what's going to happen, so let's just go out there and have fun. And that's what they did. They had fun. I mean, Wu was having a whale of a time. But, you know, I think it gets now to this point where you're here with your full roster, right? Like, those events are fine, right? Because, hey, you didn't have your full roster. You got something to lean back on. But now this is where I'm like, all right, if Heretics doesn't come out the gate swinging, right, you got to wonder, can they hang at the upper echelons in this tournament? I know they can, but it's a question of whether or not that slump has followed them all the way here to Seoul, you know, which could be devastating.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
You have this success in Shanghai, and all of a sudden, all eyes are on you.
Yeah.
You're like maybe going to be...
You're like the face of the region.
Exactly. With Fnatic, you could be the banner carriers of EMA. You could be this resurgence of this region to come back even stronger, potentially. So the problem became, right, that you had Woot performing out of his mind on the duelist role. You want to keep that guy in somewhere, put him on the initiator. He's still doing very, very well for the most part, other than like one bad game he had against somebody. I can't remember who. He had like minus 17. But other than that, he's been fine. And so, like, the pressure can get to you, and when you're playing loose, when you're playing fun.
Damn, I didn't know Gen.G Fishy had those fucking pipes
behind the scenes for this tournament. Is they're coming in with the let's have
see those guns he had?
Oh yeah, I'm behind on stream, so I'm glad you mentioned it.
No pressure is what they're looking for. I mean, ideally, that's what you want.
Ripped.
It's high pressure, but of course, you know, it's a matter of whether or not you're going to be able to put up in those moments where it counts.
The best teams right now are the ones who managed to beat the burnout and stay successful, and I think Gen.G is the only team who has had that consistency. We saw it just then with the Sentinels who struggled after the mid-grade win. The question is, will...
Whoa, it's Abyss!
Be the high for Team Heretics.
Oh, God.
They have a resurgence and show that form again here in Seoul.
They're playing Abyss map 1?
And of course, you know...
Wait, did you see the veto? Or did you see it on screen?
This is
on screen.
A trying test for them as they take the stage against
Just
an
testing
FPX
something.
team that can very well throw anything against the wall, and it could very well.
Anders is like, oh no, blah blah blah, but like in his head is like, oh, this is great. I get to learn Abyss on Heretics.
No, in my head I'm like, you're really gonna make me take notes after being awake for 20-something hours straight?
You said you were a little disappointed. What's going on?
Like in my mind, it's like my typical usual stream game on Ranked. I was fucking tilted. I don't know. I couldn't kill anyone. My decisions were worst in my life. I was cold. I was hot. I was not enough. Okay, I'm chilling.
Of course, you know, Miniboo wasn't able to make it to Shanghai, but he
Just
is back on this roster, you know, with an opportunity here to...
Is Sentinels out of the tournament? No, they got to the losers bracket.
Through and through, but of course, you know, this is a big opportunity for him. It is the first time we've been able to really get to see him take the stage like this.
Team Heretics with and without Miniboo, I think, are very distinctly different teams. When they're playing with him, I think he is definitely the player that defines this roster. They play more Neon comps than any other team, and it's not even close. And that's because of this guy. And when you watch them play, we've always known them. For the set plays, the little ideas in the mid-round for re-clearing space, those little coordinated pieces. That is kind of, the identity of that is around Miniboo. When you watch him play on this Neon, defensive side, they're going to have re-clears set up all over the map with his utility. They're going to have him being super mobile to always be in the right place to set him up for that success. I think he gets more value out of his stun than any other Neon player I've ever watched, and that is so hard now that there is only one of those relay bolts.
And I mean, two things strike me with Miniboo. One, I agree with you fully. He's the best Neon in the world right now. I don't think there's much question about that.
Best point made so far today.
Agree. Trouble is
100%
ahead of your squad, right? Like, you're so fast, you're just miles ahead.
Yeah, he's out to get my job, dude.
The other team
next
just
color commentator, I know what's up.
you and
Already yapping.
From the rest of your team. team, right?
Already learning how to just like daddy.
Take over. We're just seeing it in some of these highlights where he's getting these double kills, these triple kills on his own when he's just ahead of the rest of his squad. However, Heretics does such a good job being right there with him, right behind him. Like, I think back to like when they played Haven with the ISO, like they worked so well in tandem together with that. They're able to come together at the right times, at the right angles. So that's what's so impressive about it, because a lot of teams that try Neon,
but Shelburne got watch parties too.
And it just makes the pick somewhat in less. It has way less
time.
They're playing Neon.
I didn't think Shelburne got watch parties, but now he has.
Absolutely crazy when you
He's a last minute thing.
Of the field.
Of course, he gets it just as Gen.G have just finished, and then he gets it.
People thought Neon was going to define the meta, and she's
unless...
on most of the maps in the pool, but
no, he's been streaming. Sorry,
decided to go for it.
Streaming all this time.
Heretics is really committed into this read.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's safe to say though that we are going to get a ton of Neon today from Miniboo, and from these compositions that are going to be supporting it. Correct?
I think the interesting contrast here is that Miniboo, when you watch him play, he is a star. He has those crazy moments. He has the pop-off. But I think what defines him is how he plays in the system, how he's using his utility, how on their attacking side they're using him to scale and take different space in the map. Compared to Life, who is a guy who is given so much agency to go off on his own and take risks and make his own plays. You're not going to see Miniboo doing that in the same way. The question is, though, for a bit of a wounded Heretics, can their structure hold up to an FPX that is so disruptive, that can boom you if things start going wrong?
Yeah, and I guess what I'm wondering is, like, you know, the pitfalls on each side, right? You had a great pickup there when, you know, talking about how FPX likes to play very unorthodox manner. But how does Heretics try and, well, take advantage of the fact that FPX likes to be a little bit too unorthodox and make too many risky plays?
No, I mean, I think you have to stick to what's worked. You have to stick to these fundamentals where you're working with.
Yeah, you agree with Golden Boy?
That you're able to combo the utility well. That's going to give.
Man, he knew to take the toss from Golden Boy right away.
All right, folks, well, our teams are ready to
better than most already.
And bring them down to the stage and get the show on the road.
FPX.
Yo, is Autumn gonna pop off again?
Team Heretics.
Could do. I mean, it's Lysol. I think Lysol's the defining factor a lot of the time. Autumn's flex though has been tremendous. Like for playoffs as well, it blew up massively.
And you love to see it. Heretics versus FPX, and FPX an opportunity here to right a wrong that happened for them in Shanghai. But for Heretics, they have their full lineup. They're at full power.
Abyss, Bind, Lotus. I mean, the Bind is fair enough.
Is our first map to kick things off. FPX coming in hot.
We already talked about it.
This is
They've been playing it a
This
lot.
is the type of map pool that I think is actually.
I think their Yoru, Jetcom, it's pretty.
This is the map pool that I would have expected if you told me in 24 hours that Heretics lost the
we
series.
have seen from Heretics, they're playing a Gecko Breach comp that I actually thought looked pretty good, but we have only seen it once.
Although the comp for FPX is something. Jet, Sova, Gecko.
Curious to see what Miniboo could do.
Brimstone, Cypher, and a Viper.
I'm really excited about this matchup. I think both teams bring something pretty unique here. The Astra is one of the things I really look at with Heretics that a lot of teams aren't really leaning into on this map. The ability to control some of those tight angles and the post plants and things like that to maybe even drag people pretty far away, you know, from the angles that they need to hold.
You're absolutely right. Like this is actually a very open veto for FPX to exploit.
With the Astra as well. Really, really cool stuff. But on the other side, I mean, I think my eyes are going to be on Life's Yoru. That has been really impactful.
It's
really,
just the least locked down, it
the opponents that
feels.
they faced on Abyss so far. They're 2-0 on Abyss. They beat Trace Esports. They beat EDG on it. This is definitely
Sova, Gecko for Heretics.
win for FPX. It feels like this is better.
Yeah, and FPX. I quite like the Fade. I don't think it's the go-to, but
playing the Breach Gecko. Now
works masterfully for their comp.
Sova composition. We don't see a lot of Jet from Miniboo, but in both of
So what was it before? Raise, Gecko Breach?
So it's a different.
So they've changed the Jet instead of a Raise, and then yeah, they've moved the Breach for a Sova.
How you can
is this a regular FPX comp?
From teams like
Yes. Yeah, no difference.
Heretics when they play their bind with the
They beat EDG and they beat Trace. 13-8 in both. I'm trying to remember what side was good for them.
curious to see how they work around this here, right? But of course, you know, I fully expect Rians and Boot to really synergize quite beautifully to be able to maximize on the utility and just the composition as a whole. And it's time to see really what FPX are going to bring to the table here on Abyss. It's going to be awesome. Everyone is locked in, so let's go ahead and send it down to your casters. Professional yappers, two of my favorite people, Mitch and Tom, baby.
Thank you so much.
Glad it's these two casting. I don't think I could deal with Steel watching FPX and just tearing them apart.
Oh, God. Hey, yeah, you're back where you went to uni. It's good to see.
I would have got personal.
It's going to be one hell of a matchup. We've heard it from the desk. FPX, they play an interesting style. You've been talking my ear off about them for the last couple of weeks.
I'm going to bring my kid back upstairs,
Listen,
I think.
We know these guys. One of the main criticisms we had, one of the main
Somebody
issues
watch
they
Pistol
had
from you.
was
I'll be right back.
time. They were burnt out. Now they've had their rest. Their time to reset.
Yeah, Josh and Pansy is a great duo, for sure.
Yeah, they've also switched things up a little bit in terms of their composition. Miniboo going to be over to the Jet and bringing in the Sova. I'm interested to see, because they were setting up around the breach quite a bit, but now that's gone. It's definitely going to be a different look. The look that's there for the side of FPX is one I'm always excited for. I think Berlin has to be a highlight. He is a nutcase. He's going to try weird stuff that you haven't seen before, unless you've been watching the Chinese region. This is nice disrespect from Heretics. A very aggressive defensive push.
Accelerate B off of that. You need to go.
Flanked by Believe. Life has spotted.
Hello? We go?
He did.
Yeah,
he was ready for that. No, only peeked up the top gate.
Good position for Lysol. He's got a Sheriff.
The Sheriff, though, running low on ammo. Flash comes through. He won't dodge it. Now they're right on top of him. Easy trade for Heretics, but the site is claimed. FPX knew the ground they'd given up. Life up top. Looks to take it all the way on.
Good fight for Life. Life 2 as well, second life.
Heretics will have to fight for, and they win their first duel.
Aya's still up there, though. They might not
Scrappy so far.
Playing as a unit, moving as a pack, leaving Berlin, who hasn't actually been spotted.
I mean,
oh, he overplayed his position.
To try and hold on.
I feel like everybody did.
To land the shots first doesn't go his way, and well, he's not going to get
it's very peaky.
Pistol goes the way of Heretics.
Yeah, you really see them sticking.
Like after Life gets one and then gets traded, you wouldn't want FPX to overcommit, but they still did.
And then there's no splitting. There's no.
I don't even know who it was. It might be Nyang.
Instead, just using the numbers to their advantage in the pistol, it works out. And the few little extra plays that FPX tried, they don't manage anything. So 1-0 we start, rifles coming through, and I'm excited by what I'm seeing. There's still 15 seconds left. They could easily decide to sell some of these weapons.
You're going to talk about
what am I going to say? Goddamn right. It's an outlaw on Miniboo and a Jet. I'm excited to see what he can do. No shields on the other side, so this could be a big farming round for him. Bring him closer to that ultimate, but he's only got one orb on the board, so it'll be a while before
that's one of the most fun things about this map is what you can do with the Bladestorm. Like, you can literally jump off the map and go for kills. Yeah. That's some of the crazy stuff we've seen. I think Smoggy was doing that over on EDG. For now, though,
struggle.
Miniboo's just looking for those early fights. It seems more spread from the attacks.
Also, God bless that we have the mini-map the right way around.
Mobs potentially look for a plant. You can't really have too many expectatations.
Wait, is it fixed now? It is.
Playing it very safe.
Yeah, they changed it.
Oh my God, about time. That was the latest patch. It was a hotfix just for that.
Site control.
Just to get it ready for champs.
Part of their game plan, but also it just allows Life to go crazy, and that's something that genuinely he's one of the most terrifying duelists in the whole tournament because he is, as said, just a little bit insane.
I wonder if we'll see this continue. Much more passive hold over B. It was the same in the pistol for Boo, but his teammates were pushing A that time. Now, well, he has actually shifted into a slightly more aggressive position. Could be in trouble. Smoke used, though, to back out, concede the space, and with that, FPX will find themselves a plant. Again, the idea from Heretics isn't to stop them in their tracks, it's to wait and retake it as a unit. Already finding one with the Outlaw. The players on backside might have a chance with the Classics catching them off guard. Decent damage to Gen.G.
How much they can get in terms of the kills, though. Not really playing alongside each other. A little bit further back for Autumn, and it makes this training quite a bit easier.
Yeah,
Make things that little bit
not really enough done, but it was an eco.
Having a pistol is not really going to
it wasn't bad.
Any rebuys for the next round, other than the player who was already.
A little bit like.
I mean, there was
I think Meta seems to be swinging Astro away, right? Like with the controller, so. It's not that FPS can't play it, it's just with all of the Omen TP stuff they're doing, it's kind of impactful to the comp that they're playing.
Team Heretics gets them a Vandal, everything else is definitely in fighting form. The hold sort of backed up by the fact that you've got an Outlaw. You could be facing 10.
What were you going to say, Vance?
Just tag him once and let Miniboo do
I don't like that they didn't even plant for like Cliff. They just like put it right in the open.
Yeah, and you can already see, not missing about. All of the players are up over on the map.
There's already details that it's like you aren't optimizing this map.
Heretics have a decent idea, a very
They're just thinking just get the plant down safely as opposed to wait, we can take more here.
Make sure that they're not going to be able to hold on to that ground, although saying that, it seems like they're both still standing.
Yeah, there was a clear
they did it right this time.
I think maybe it's just because they're on an eco that they want to force people to fight that angle.
As they make their way in or out of the site, but now the trap down. Gen.G has been
just everybody was already playing offside on the previous round.
Able to fall back, playing a lot of players in main. They've lost their mid control, but that's not that big of a stress this late in the round. Main thing is keeping life on the site and having the support to cover him as they cross. Even the TP used to get it out there. Standard post plants, a long range angle. Already finding Mini Boo, and even if they smoke this one off, it's going to be hard to get this stuck all the way.
Oh, the grav too is nice. The grav is really nice.
Nice try.
Suck is very good.
Yeah.
Aya tagged life as well, so there was potential for them to try and bring that back, but
did they try shock darts behind those behind that suck from Rians?
I like the idea.
Definitely not a bad idea.
I don't know.
Because that'll be kind of big.
FPX
That or a mosh.
Against a lot of
if they can combine that next time.
Massively well prepped. But it seems
Oh,
like
shot.
Heretics, they have a decent idea of what they're going to be doing.
Yeah, life got Rians beforehand.
Yeah, no, you tell me.
Enough on it at least, even if they haven't had a massive break. I know a lot of the players said that they sort of went home, had some time maybe with family or friends just to try and counter the bigger problem, which was the burnout. For now, though, it seems like FPX are going to go straight for that middle control. Now, we've seen teams using, well, even them, using the Viper wall for the same purpose, but instead already both smokes utilized early in the round just to try and take this space.
No, Life is really committing to this. Decoy sent through a flash to start, and they're trying
Good work from Wu.
catch a fight. Unfortunately, they have. It was Gen.G Fishy to take down Life and slow this push completely. The squad now trapped in by ult coming in from Wu. Big play from Boo. He's caught Autumn off guard. Barely any ground to hold on to for FPX, and now down.
That was a lot of mid control.
He's made it to the site. His sneak up through.
Am I behind you guys? I'm at 55, 53,
He's got
52.
4 opponents to take.
Yeah, I'm about the same.
That's going to make him give it away. The steps. Definitely shown Heretics where he is, and well, I don't think he's getting away with this one. The crash finally gets him.
Boo is nice. Boo is a nice person. He gets detained, he decides, you know what, I'm actually just going to finish him off before anything else can happen, and even get himself the extra ultimate orb, which gets him that little bit closer. Now, the problem for FPX is financially a bit of a weird one. You've got yourself Aya with a bit of extra cash. The same can be said for Life, which, hey, again, you put him in the right position and things can definitely go their way. I feel like the problem with this round, though, was they wanted to try and go for mid control, but it was very telegraphed. Like, you're using both smokes, like, unless you're going for some crazy fake play. I don't think it's going to fool anyone, and the main person...
Why life too? There's already one life. I don't know.
Yeah. And he hit his shot. Simple as that. Mini Boo, free kill, and he's dashed right out.
That dart caught everyone. It caught everyone.
That
my God.
Well.
Oh my God.
Sent through, picking off one, damage done, Berlin down to 62.
Infinity shock
don't have a lot to work with here, obviously.
The best to ever do it.
But the rest of the squad just with pistols, and well, they are going to need a big performance to make this one. It's not about winning it, it's about keeping that economy managed.
Can you imagine Rians on old Cypher before they nerfed the damage shock darts did?
And at least there's the first to fall. Mini with Wood
would have been insane.
Super low. This could still be an okay round in terms of economy damage.
Did he double bounce that shock from heaven? I forgot. I didn't look at his path.
We'll probably see it in a second, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll replay it.
Not as if much else happened here.
Teammate falls. It would mean that they eventually start looking back in the other direction, while the cam's going to do that anyway. Even still,
Where Boo is.
the aggressive position of Boo.
That trip, how deep that trip is.
Yeah.
Even still, they're going to walk back into a trip, so there really is just going to be so much information. Boo is just waiting for a mistake to be made, utility trying to be cleared from Aya, but he is dead. Like, unless Boo makes a massive mistake, I don't think there's any way that Aya's going to survive.
No, of course not. It's not an angle you will usually clear, and not one that you can from the position he was in. Free for Boo. Even at the information with the trap being broken.
Autumn has to die.
Steps were loud as can be. Autumn with a chance. There's one, and low HP on Rienz if he can isolate the fight, but he wants the rifle, and Benji's
oh my god.
4-1. A solid start to this defensive side.
Benji just pure baiting him.
One that they're kind of expected to, where they had the weaker weapons, but since rifles come out, doesn't look like they're breaking much of a sweat. That last round wasn't a big one from FPX, though. This is where the investment comes through for the attacking side.
I think the scary prospect, though, is just bear in mind that Binder's up next. A map that there was a
timeout
streak for the side.
Could be.
Until that was ended in OT by Vitality. That was the way that they managed to actually qualify for Champions in the first place. So
that'll tech.
Bind is going to be a weak map, and it's one that I don't think
is timeout.
best
Just
for FPX. So and maybe they've changed things. Maybe they got something new to throw in.
I think so.
I think they're sort of like.
I saw timeout in the back there.
Was this map? Not
Oh yeah, and FPX a lit up.
the top level. Like,
that arena got empty after Gen.G left.
Teams are trying different things. I don't think a meta has necessarily
half full now.
set. And if they're going to get, well, boomed, which I wouldn't say they are yet, but no, they need to slow it down. I like the fact that they've called a pause already. It's not really been like a catastrophic destruction of what they've been attempting, but I feel like so far everything they've tried, considering they've got this like Yoru comp, which is meant to be a bit off kilter and catch people, it hasn't. It's been quite obvious what they've been trying to do.
Yeah, Heretics have seemed ready for it every step of the way, and I think even that the mid push you talked about, as you said, telegraphed with smokes. Then
I love that all the pros are using the weapon, like the bundle too.
Yeah.
We use it, people see it more, they might buy it, I get more money.
The man himself, and I think that's a problem that FPX are going to look to solve by, as you said, slowing down this round, looking for a bit more global control instead of isolating just one angle and pushing down there, and then sending late lurks out that Heretics are ready for because they've often got the advantages.
Mini boo is the up.
Just yet, 4-1. It's an acceptable early scoreline. But we need to see this attacking side find the solutions pretty soon. And now, this is the best time for it. A bunch of ultimates online, albeit Lysor and Berlin's not high impact. But the rifles...
Double smoked the middle. Interesting.
Throw a couple of early smokes.
Just to break door.
But this is just a ruse. It's trying to sell the idea that they're going for the same play. The problem is there's been a change up from
Unless Dorgov broke it from the A side, right? I don't think they broke it on mid.
So nobody else has moved. The orb being taken is definitely going to be heard as well. So again, like the idea...
Nightfall's good if it catches Benji, but if I'm Benji, I'm just running out anyway.
That hasn't happened.
No success in that front whatsoever. Team Heretics with, you know, we mentioned the change up in 7.
Wow, FPX is so paranoid that they're going to get pushed.
This B site push.
We'll still have Berlin TP site.
As well. Both of these
once they realize site's OP, you could just TP to ledge and
the clone, though. Yeah, and it's a fake.
They allow it to fade into insignificance.
It's strange, but it just might work.
Able to destroy it in time.
Lynn has the ultimate too. So I wonder if it's something if they go A and then the Omen TP's back to B.
To retake it, but little do they know the spike is going
Like if it goes well enough on A that he's B even, he's just going to TP. If it doesn't go well, yeah, it's just A. Nice, really nice round.
This defense apart, and Autumn's even picked another.
Or they're planning for spawn right into arenas.
I don't like using the neural theft there though. I feel like you could save that. But whatever.
Oh, I like it, because if not, Rien's probably going to want a 2v1 and just defuse it there.
At any stage, if Heretics manage to catch on, it could
you get it quick enough, I guess.
Wrong, but I like
I found it very interesting that they flipped the map
again. You're then going to
on A side
an ultimate and then go and even sending a couple
when they don't have really backside control or information on mid.
20 seconds left on the clock. I think the main point of that round though was Lysor. Just having him still in middle, leaving Autumn as the secondary lurk. It makes it so difficult.
Yeah, really nice.
To actually move on Heretics.
Like the it's how deep the Euro clone got as well.
There's a big fight for A main, just like the
Like that was set up and he was towards A when he sets it.
Yeah.
Like genuinely, I had to like double check to see if it was him or not.
Stopped him from being able to
fucked his dash there on the
too. Well, great, a terrific
crashed into the wall.
FPX, and I think this was a response.
I think this is the element of play that FPX have got a lot better at even since Madrid. Is so often they'd get the first kill at Madrid and they would just instantly like hit a site. But now they're like, okay, we have the advantage. We can take time. We can start to manipulate.
And FPX can now go back to that 2D play because...
Like, that's something I'll give credit for. Also, I don't know if you noticed, look at Wu, bottom left-hand corner, there's a skull.
Almost at this stage a double
on the top right of his UI.
It's a bit of a gamble, keeping both players here, even
rotation.
It's for top kills in the server.
As well, who has been hitting his shot.
Oh shit, that's new.
Boo
Yep.
gonna just be waiting behind.
Okay.
Just a peek out.
Oh, the trip.
Way he got that.
Utility. Boo goes down. Benji.
Somebody's got to fall off. Oh my god.
Gets two. The second player so desperately low. Even
He's seen Lysar as well.
Just waiting for someone to try and swing around that corner. I think he's got him dead to rights. A
Yeah.
second to his name.
No FF2 is spooky, and then the lurk's just gone.
Watch for it. And almost getting that information might just give the game away. Berlin still.
But they can't have been looking at the minimap, right? They're just focused on the fight in front of them.
Time has been ticking all the way along. Benji looking to try and get things to half. He's succeeded. But with his teammate going down, it's now left all onto him. Surrounded.
Really nice round from FPX.
Well, it got a little bit dicey, but they get it over the line.
Yeah, well, listen, you told me that Life does some crazy.
What if the timeout?
I'm waiting for the TP.
Dicey.
So very fake TPs, pushes through.
Dicey to China confirmed.
Hey, that's not a conventional play. It's not one I'd recommend you try at home, but my goodness, it most certainly has worked. And again, that early aggression towards A, the fact that Heretics try to take the space to find a solution to the problems they had last time, well, it hasn't worked out. And now from the Heretics side, you know that if you play it slow and rotate in off what is clearly an execute, FPX might fake it. If you go for the early aggression to grab control so that you know where the hit's coming through, FPX might be waiting. This is a very good...
I feel like the way that FPX are playing now is really hard to pull off.
Started to fill in that worksheet.
And the bigger problem now is the economy.
But the fact that they're going for it is like good enough for me.
Miniboo one way.
They could bottom out 13-3 here, and I'm still like, no, baby steps.
I just realized FPX is not necessarily playing G2 with the exception of the initiator. They're playing Omen instead of Astra.
Yeah. Which is like, that's the small like meta change that you can make, because Berlin can play Astra. In fact, he'd probably want to. But I think a lot of things that they do are like the little TP plays and the ult plays. Like jumping off the map, jumping around that angle.
Yeah.
They know that a round like this is likely to have...
Did he do that in China in those matches?
Yeah, I showed it in the pre-show. Like he did an Omen ult where he ulted like mid from that A main box, but he jumped back. And obviously if you cancel your TP, it goes from where you started ulting from.
Yeah.
Weaker weapons.
Almost worked, but he got killed anyway. But it was a nice idea.
Root out all these players, grab the info, go for a
Nice live.
the flash even thrown through.
Good angle from Ayang.
And the control swinging clearly in favor of FPX.
I mean, to be fair, I'm getting repeats of Shanghai though. Like FPX's attacking side, really well played. Like full contact, manipulating areas. Yeah. Like the defensive side was harrowing.
Yeah.
Aya's had a hell of a round.
So like they could be 8-4 up, and I'm still gonna be nervous.
Obviously, the space was taken initially by Life. Just, I don't mind committing an ult like that in a round where ultimately you're in a position to spare a few here and there.
What is Berlin drinking? It's like olive oil on his desk. Just a bright yellow liquid. Maybe it's like iced tea.
Wasn't a direct stack on the side, although there was 3 players around, and Aya, well, he kind of dealt with those very easily indeed.
Had a team
FPX attack or defense side on Abyss. I was trying to find out, but my spreadsheet's broken.
Neck and neck with FPX seemingly having an answer for every problem they're presented with. And this is a big round for Heretics. Last time, they had the pistols, like we said. Now, they've got rifles and an operator. Ultimates ×4. FPX still have that Viper's Pit to fall back on. Aya's picked up the Nightfall as well.
I think the things that worry me again is Miniboo. He's getting off to a bit of a quiet start, and we know that he is someone that very self-critical, very hard on himself, and also someone that I think the highs are very high and the lows are very low. And obviously, you have players like Wu, Benji who can pick up the slack. There's no one on this Heretics team that I would say is a weakness. I guess the same for the other team. I think FPX clinically underrated. I think that EDG have their number. But when they come to the international stage, well, the teams they lost to last time around were Team Heretics, where they lost 15-17 in the last map in OT, and a team called Gen.G. So,
all right, I heard.
And they took a map off both. So this is a team that I think, again, maybe if you're a Sentinels fan, you're thinking, it's fine, we'll have FPX in the lower bracket. I would not breathe easy just yet.
Well, they took a map off Gen.G, Sentinels didn't. Earlier on.
Sure.
Face your fear.
But I think this group truly is terrifying from top to bottom, and I'm sure most people would put FPX at the bottom.
It's another, he's just off.
Berlin already directly into the
he's gone to the other side of the map completely. And any of the Viper that's just there with a spike, they could just switch and turn around if they want.
Oh, hello. Crash still there to be used. Big backside push. Berlin holds the line for a moment.
Yeah, you're just gonna go A at this point.
HP, the one to trade out, pick up the double.
Rotation Soul.
Scrambling mid just to clear out that lurk.
Reigns is Hunter's Fury though, which you could just stall even more.
Yeah. They got 4 ults here. They're good.
What Life's gonna do is he's just gonna keep pushing and pushing and pushing until he finds something. And it's whether Reigns is gonna get taken out by it. He might be able to get him if he baits out the Hunter's Fury now.
Slow them down a bit, and that is what he's going to go for.
Yeah, he's...
you missed.
Look, he's got over the thing. Nice Life.
With Life himself being
Bro, he actually missed the ult.
Blade Storm. We just heard
yeah, he went for like a pivot
They're going to commit to this. And going through that Viper's pit.
Smart read for FPX. Like, oh, they have Hunter's Fury, don't plant default. And you also have Viper's Pit, so you don't want to plant default there either.
But not destroy it. Luckily, it's gone too deep.
It was the juke of no jukes, though.
You're not going to be able to recover that.
They just planted default like normal.
Mini Boo, I almost expected him to go up top. Instead, he's just running it through.
You almost have to leave the Cypher on A every single round if you're Heretics.
Weapon for the job. The spray's good to drop the diffuser, and although Autumn falls, the time already too far gone, and they can't.
This is some good shit from FPX. I'm genuinely impressed.
Out abysmal form, but they've taken the lead.
There's a reason I said that Heretics shouldn't float it
fast, but I've never heard Life clutches it out because that is he seems to be.
Now
everywhere.
we don't want to speak too soon because I'm pretty sure that
but Life is up there
FPX
well. Normally is the tip
not going to have a particularly inspiring defense with this comp.
As well.
Just full stop.
Again was just the mid-round calling has been exceptional. Like we have seen different moments where they start one side of the map, they go for these opening picks, and by the time you even notice it, they're back on the other side. They've cleared everything out, and even losing the lurk, like that was a moment you think, okay, the round's done.
Well, they had 2 lurks.
Yeah, and then they go hunting. Life
Oh,
again.
I know why. I know
Who got
what's
the
happening.
kill on Re-ends.
Oh no!
Oh,
Mini Boo.
look away.
When you talk about Mini Boo being self-critical, I hope he can let that one go. That's a rough
I hope
one.
other people can let that one go as well. I think that's going to be in a montage or two.
They only have pistols. At least they only have pistols this round.
Right.
It's not as bad as it could have been.
At least it was the eco. That's the only
very rough.
Yeah.
the only condolence
there.
there.
From the top rope. I don't think that's what he meant.
From the mid rope, right down to the bottom. 5-4, and it's a 5v4. With FPX having the lead without drawing blood themselves, they've got to be happy about that.
Actually, defensive rounds 1 was 7 against Buff, EDG, and Trace. I fixed it.
He wasn't too involved. It was by proxy.
But that is China playing that map.
Berlin's eyes. Maybe Mini Boo has nightmares of Berlin in more ways than one.
Oh wow!
Here we go. 4 players to try and find anything again. I feel like we've been saying this a lot. Just an attempt to do damage, and wow, Woot's gonna get one for free. That's not too bad. Trade eventually there from Maya. Keeping them honest. No ultimates if they needed them, but I don't think they will. This is now
Aim too good.
into place for the side of FPX. 6-4 from what was, correct me if I'm wrong, 4-1. They have now managed to streak themselves 5 rounds in a row. There you go. Wow.
Since the Nathan D timeout as well.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive resurgence.
It just that's the.
Oh, you can see it in the player cam.
Oh. The thing is, it's the worst player for it to happen to as well, because I feel like if Benji has, like, he's going to be giggling, he's going to be having a laugh.
Laughing away.
I think Woot as well.
A silly little goose.
But Mini Boo, after having a rough start, I feel like that might get to him. And he's going to go aggro. I think wanted to try and rectify things, but hey, FPX are meeting him.
They absolutely are. Look, with a guy like Life, we've seen this a couple of times. He's willing to play a little bit loose. A little bit crazy. Setting out the late lurk for Berlin. He's going to be covering the back lines where the traps from Cypher don't. And for Team Heretics, same old thing. Group up, play this as a blob, move together. Smokes online for Boo fairly soon. He's popping down his stars as we speak. But the time here is a big problem.
Paranoia. Is it paranoia? No. I don't know if that would reach, actually.
But they have to deal with Life.
They also have to be quick because Berlin's on the way up behind. And if he finds
that solo wingman as your flasher to retake site, but at least you do with the Cosmic Divide.
He's just going for it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Without a second thought. He was just in. That's not even like the Chinese player. That's fucking Autumn that's going in.
Back on the board, but
That's OCE magic.
doing FPX things.
The funny thing is, if
Yeah, but it's also
he dies to
I don't think that
pushes him
flood
off,
retake was that great.
Off, but I guess it's a risk. It would be a big risk just to play that far forward, but yeah, the fact he jumps in, sprays ones down, and then gets the second with the shorty, like, and the Cosmic Divide was great, but again, when you're up against a team like this who have no fear,
Weren't they supposed to like hold the other side of the wall of the Cosmic Divide so that if they try to jump across the abyss,
You just block
Dark
him.
Danger, he just like falls off? But
Yeah, but you'd be standing in a Viper smoke.
yeah.
Actually, in fact, so is Aya.
Yeah. I mean, they've got extra credits. I have to assume there's a weapon on the floor in case things start to spiral out. This is the last round of the half, remember, and, well, Berlin's got enough credits to buy them a few spare rifles. So does Lysor. For FPX, well, 6 rounds in a row. No surprise to see them playing confident, and even in the last round, I feel like they had that hero play. But they also had Berlin coming up behind. If the play was slightly slower from Heretics.
Why?
Throwing out a lot of opportunities for themselves in the late round. Now it's going to be the same thing.
Read again.
Lysor mid lurk, play to B site, but again, Heretics, all the utils here.
And just the way that FPX have been playing, they've conditioned Team Heretics to stay A a lot longer than they might have wanted to. Which is something that China was just not doing at the start of the year, just any form of conditioning.
It's just the basic macro flow, yeah.
Almost instant death.
I am the proud dad now, this team.
They're taking the space, jumping up. Benji's found the first. Holding that line, but it's not clean. It's not pretty.
Oh, rare miss.
Raya's managed to take him down.
From the
Timer
Benji.
ticking and the spike still in an awkward spot. But again, he's always there, always behind. The timing's going to be everything, though, as Rians drops another. He's heard the steps of Minibu coming behind him. He's trying to catch this guy off guard instead, and now looks to switch back. That plant is just about going to be coming in time. And they've still got to worry about that flank.
Yeah, it's made its way up top now.
Lysor's reflank here is
the flank's the main problem.
in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, Berlin did it last round too on the Omen.
Now the flank going to be dealt with, but ammo is
8-4.
8-4 as we
Nathan D master timeout. It's all been them since.
This was looking bad. They needed an answer, and by
Oh,
golly,
I'm so proud. Like, they could just lose now, 13-8. I wouldn't give a shit.
I've really enjoyed the way that we've seen mid-round switch-ups, more direct takes. As I said, I think the calling, honestly, from the side of FPX has been utterly sublime. And then
Yeah,
those
that too.
individual plays, like Lysor, bottom of the board, has been an irritant for them the entirety of this half.
well, nothing but problems for the side of Team Heretics after round 5. There's been no success. They'll get a moment to recoup ahead of the next half. We'll be back in just a little bit.
This actually changed to halftime is so much better as well, because it gives streamers a chance to run ads too.
Yeah.
So more incentive for them to, like, you know, the Tarek and stuff, not necessarily us, but the big ones to earn the top dollars, because they're finding like times to try and time out take ads in like timeouts and stuff, especially if it goes close in OTs.
Dude.
Hey, you can just run a minute and a half.
I'm gonna enjoy my 79 cents I'm gonna get today. Probably less.
Yeah,
than
the 325 in ad revenue that I get
Hmm.
every 8-hour stream.
Are you gonna have I told you so moments to other analysts if FPX win? I predicted FPX to lose. So it's not as if I'm like, oh, I told you so. Like, FPX have looked shocking.
To lose,
Yeah, I think most people
I
would.
didn't think Heretics would be foolish enough to be like, ah, yes, let's gamble the new map against a Chinese team that's known for playing the new map. Seems a bit in. But,
I guess they hoped that their agent changes would throw off FPX a lot more. But FPX are just like, we don't give a fuck. We're doing our thing. Doesn't matter if you play Jet or Raze, we're playing the same way.
Exactly. The thing about new maps is that the teams that win on them are the ones who have the overall macro protocols distilled to the deepest branches in, like, the protocol trees. It doesn't matter what agents are involved. If you understand the macro to a further point than everybody else, you just win.
Which is funny because the team that I always think of when you just described that is the old FPX, the European one. Like, they could play whatever agents, but the way that they played was fundamentally the same. But back then, people were like over-focusing on the comp changes and stuff, right? But Angel's team always seems to play the same way.
3 and 10.
It's just funny that like new FPX is sort of doing the same thing now too. Doom Bros to FPX? Question mark.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it doesn't get much worse. And just look at already what's being attempted. You got the Viper screen down in case they needed to cover mid, but instead they've just TP'd right into it. Gen.G though has managed to catch the first player. I want to point out there was more than one. Berlin is still going, but it seems like Boo is very aware of the potential of further aggression. They are holding for this FPX squad.
Yep, making some pressure on A, but I'm not.
Where is this Poison Cloud lineup thrown from?
For FPX, though, it seems quite clear that there's about to be a hit on that side of the map. The steps, the noise, the utility is now over.
Energy's pleading the fifth.
Players now stacked up. With Berlin left with the responsibility of hearing.
I said like.
Yeah, I'm like not commenting at all on this map, unfortunately. Like intentionally not commenting on things that I see. I'm sure people in my stream are like watching my facial expressions and trying to like
around here. They've caught Berlin. Okay.
Trying to figure out what I'm on about.
Yeah. Turn on your webcam now.
Disgusted every once in a while, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, they've been methodical this round. I think they were very ready for that mid push, something that is attempted by FPX and a fair few rounds.
30 seconds left.
Watching it from multiple.
Giving them a taste of their own medicine, just chipping away bit by bit.
Need themselves a bit of a hero play. Wingman will be sent through. A little obstacle course for him to make it onto the site, but defense already here. All 3 players.
It's an interesting wall to scale back from. You give a lot of space behind the wall to stay within B.
Greedy from life. At least there's a trade.
Already picking up 2.
Oh, they're still doubling up around here in front of B site.
With Lysor down, the pressure falls on Autumn. He's had some big plays, big rounds, but it's a little tough to do in the pistol, surrounded on all sides. And Heretics, everybody
both pistols.
Time a team ace to put around on the board after quite a while.
It's true. It was an 8-4 half with FPX didn't win pistols, no?
No.
That's both pistols in this.
Yeah, it was a 5-1.
The other thing that they won to begin with was the anti-bonus.
Win the bonus or something of that sort. It's definitely not an ideal scenario. But I will say, from what we've seen, at least in the pistol, they're aware of what's going to be attempted by FPX. The thing is, they've cooked up a lot of stuff on this map. I'm still waiting for the round where Berlin gets his ultimate online to see if he's going to try some of the stuff that he was attempting in previous matches versus EDG, trying to jump off the map, use his ultimate to teleport across, cancel it, and then Shrouded step back onto the map. And then he got shot in the face. But the idea is there. It's just, if he can make that work, he's going to look like the greatest player ever. But this round, well, any kills would be nice. And any damage they can do. On the other side of things, as always, Heretics have got a couple of pistols that they can use as, well, in this case, lurkers, or to take more of a risk if needed.
Yeah, much more controlled early round from Heretics than what we saw from FPX in those first couple. Spread out, just looking to push and pull the map and get a sense of what they're up against on this defensive side. For FPX, the gamble on B, I'm not sure that it'll find value. That aggression you're seeing out of Heretics.
It's nice for Team Heretics. FPX are just scrambling.
Back towards this site that's much more open. Just one man defending it, and Life is about to go through the smoke, and that will be the end of him. A site now open for the taking. A little bit of Cypher utility awaiting them, but no one to execute on the back of it.
No one there. He can walk into every single one of those trips unless it catches him and pulls him off the map. I don't think that's going to be working. And I was about to say, surely at this point, if he hasn't realized it by now, we have a problem. For the rest of the players, it may genuinely just be a, well, I was going to say die to the spike, or, you know, there's other ways. Oh no, I tripped.
I have tripped and fallen. No. FPX, I think the spike is the likely play. And look to just punish anybody that gets aggressive.
If they catch someone, get an orb. The thing is, none of their ultimates are even remotely close. Lysor is the closest, and I don't think it's worth risking giving stuff over to the other side. So Boo is going to gamble. He wants to try and get himself a little closer. Only has a pistol to play with, so it's an orb for an orb.
It'd be nice for FPX to just not over peak.
I think it should have just jumped out and fucking dropped into the abyss.
FPX were, well, as you can see by the time.
He still managed to give 1 star away to an Astro.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't.
Jump off on B side.
Cycles are
it's over.
And honestly, a lot of the time, it's been nothing to do with ultimates. It is just how they're playing the map. But on the attack side, it's a
Like, I don't know how it would
Don't
work.
expect them to slow down too much, though. The results here.
You don't get an orb for self-inflicted deaths.
On this defense,
Or like jumping out into the abyss. But it's also the same thing when you're dying to spike.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
if anything, you might as well just not give an orb to your opponents and just jump out of the map. Tactical drop.
Yeah, if you didn't want people to tactical drop, you could always have it that if you jump off the map, it gives a random ult orb to the enemy.
Yeah.
He's not put into a better
Because otherwise, yeah, people will just eat themselves off.
caught out.
Yeah.
He is the only defender of this site, so that definitely could be an issue. I think also just playing on this side when
Odds on Riot adding a subset rule about intentionally jumping off. That's what it feels like.
get you into the after plant. It's the common post plant that we see from a lot of teams. And I guess with Berlin now alongside him, it isn't so much of a risk. I think we've also seen a bit of utility on the other side of the map, so I think FPX at this point have a pretty decent idea. That doesn't necessarily mean that Heretics are going to stick to this. In fact, no.
You're TP into that corner and then re-clear in mid. And you can rotate A if you need to.
These rounds are going to hinge on that mid lurk, and we've seen Gen.G sitting around this position.
They've pinged it, so they've seen the cipher.
Not looking to get up in their faces, opening the door at least to cause some paranoia, but, well, FPX know there's nothing going on. Life has committed himself to holding down middle. FPX have a lot of utility on A. We saw this in the last round. The traps were there awaiting them. Although we'll have Thrash going through first, you've still got to avoid those traps. That's exactly what
I saw.
Dash takes heaven.
He's not going to die, actually. Never mind, there he is.
Lysor eventually falls from the jump up. Miniboo looks to be a thorn in their side. Up in heaven, not just by himself, but with two players, make that nobody. Wu dies, and the fallback from Boo now leaves Miniboo alone.
They've seen him. It seems like it. Lots of utility being expended, and he's isolated. And the aggression elsewhere hasn't succeeded either.
This attack and trip was nice. I put it last couple of rounds.
With the defense, Rians and Gen.G. A little bit of an angle over the top, which might
Oh, the one way. Yeah, the smoke isn't great.
Yeah.
things back into a 2 versus 2. And for a moment, it looked like
be awfully convenient if that smoke was larger.
That time
Ooh, yeah.
continuing to land every shot.
Good round from Team Heretics.
That Sova switch seems to just
It would have been somewhat convenient.
An agent, he thrives under.
Like if it was brimstone smoke, right?
It's working just a little bit better.
Harbor smoke. Throw a cove in. Put a wall there.
No, actually clove smoke, right?
The Miniboo was isolated, either expected or spotted up.
Spam all your jet smokes. Make it a tall one.
Him forced out of position, and that Wu got caught going up. You know, the idea was to have 3 players there to take a fight, to maybe even flash through the smoke and get super aggressive. But once Wu falls, Boo's and no man.
Oh shit, that scared me. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Benji Fishy.
Turkish Olympian.
Gen.G making sure I don't fall asleep.
Yeah, same here, same here.
I might be toast after this map, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm kind of there
It's not
too.
like I got hit by a train.
I'm gonna try to survive the next map, but we'll see.
Yeah, Ion is going to be in the same position, trying to make that.
I ain't going nowhere.
Lean back in the chair between
He's had a
maps.
hero rifle. There has been extra damage caused. There's no doubt about it. The rest left just onto pistols. I guess in that case, I'd probably be watching Lysor because his shower is fairly nasty. For the other side, though, you got Hunter's Fury, 1 away as well from a Cosmic Divide, which for the most part, it's not normally the most impactful, but when you're up against pistols, being able to section off an angle, if there's a stack, could be high priority. Instead, though, Heretics, again, they fall into this passive default. They are expecting aggression. They're expecting pushes, and to be fair, other than the mid-push, no one's really moving.
Yeah, it's a slow play. And with 40 seconds left, that's when Heretics start to look somewhere else, start to move, and abandon those lurk catches. Well, if Berlin hadn't walked in with his back turned, I think that could have been a different fight. Instead, Miniboo grabs the opening. It does spur them onto the B side, where
Oh, what the fuck, Ayang.
headshots at that with the Guardian.
Ay, 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 ay.
Jumping across that.
Oh, brother.
That's his name. Oh.
Gen.G Fishy left in an impossible situation. 3
I need an adult.
Looking for the ace.
Wow.
Another round for FPX. And
Initiator of the year for China.
Ay, ay.
2 rounds, 9 Guardian kills. I don't think you can find that too often in the history of Valorant. 2 players that can both hit the headshots, but I
Good shots too.
The first 2 was so.
And just this angle, you just don't expect it. Why would you?
I think there was about
Yeah, on all of the rail positions are really gross on the map.
For him, FPX showing the depth
Textures just punched a wall.
10 right now on the scoreboard.
Iang's getting aces. Why can't I?
Again, I hate to harp on it, but we opened this up by talking about it, and even
I don't know if it's Iang or Ian,
by talking about mini mistakes.
but most like Mandarin is like noises.
Recently, bottom of the board.
Yeah, how come Ian's able to get aces and Texture can't? Does that mean Ian's better?
Fantastic.
Yep.
But I mean,
Yep.
exactly what that means.
When you look at FPX now, they have the exact opposite problem. Confidence has got to be sky high. They had a streak of rounds in the last half. Now they've pulled one on the board here in the defense, and that
Heretics just losing one round, and that was enough.
Heretics are still in an okay position to buy.
Dude,
but they lose
that low note that's in the background of the song just sounded like my baby like going like when he's like sleeping.
The home stretch.
I had to check my fucking phone
Thing
twice.
for them in this series, though, is again, it's what I said when they were 4-1 up. I'll say it now that they're down. This is the map that if FPX
I just joined the stream, woke up to watch Champs.
Like, I
He came at the right time.
It's going to feel more comfortable. It's a map they've got a lot more reps on. Hitting officials at Masters.
I know you're not going to say much about Abyss, Anders, but I want you to rate this take thumbs up, thumbs down. Objectively, Silver's better, but I think the people are overlooking what Fade can bring on this map.
We've already seen one grand final rematch. I think most people are expecting a second.
I mean, that's kind of a
terrifying.
Like it.
Like though, well,
it's kind of a non-take. People are overlooking what every agent can do on the map because the map's still so new.
Yep, that is
true.
Heretics team.
Like that only becomes a valid statement when like overlooking something actually has meaning because the map's been around long enough to qualify as overlooking it.
Had to break it as he makes his way through.
I think it's more that people are like very set in like Silver is the only option, anything else is troll. Which I'm a bit like, I think it's a bit troll to even suggest that.
Team Heretics 4 versus 1 at this point. It seems to be locked in, but
It's like the opposite Sunset, right? Fade. Yeah.
Victory if he decides to go for it, but
Go on,
definitely
throw
one
the
that seems
nightfall
locked
in, I believe.
Economy, a little shaky, and for the defensive side, I think it's better to just carry this weapon through to the next.
Fuck, now I'm gonna wait for the spike to blow up, dude, or we're this tired.
In the door.
Is there audio ducking on the stream audio? There is.
Don't fall, I
was talking about. It's the
I can't really turn it off with the Discord, but I can find a way.
You try and flash through a smoke, the whole team is waiting on the other side. You get
But if it's a bit egregious, I can turn it down.
position almost works for them. Like you have yourself that solo initiator, and because of it, and they do this a lot, they play the double controller or even triple controller on a lot of maps, so you're very reliant on the solo initiator or, and in most cases it's the or, Life to be an initiator with his face. So he's going to go running into angles, flashing into angles. You'll see it, no matter the agent, if he plays Jet, if he plays Raze, he's going to be taking space that you wouldn't even expect the craziest of duelists to take because of the comps that they're running, because they're more reliant on him to do stuff like that. And unfortunately, well, you lose two of
Should be a bit better.
immediately off the rip. The round's going to go wrong. Luckily, with that extra save, with the extra gun, they're still going to come in with the purchase. And Ultimate's, honestly, at this stage, fairly even.
Yeah, relatively neck and neck. I mean, you can understand that last round, the early aggression. Sometimes you got to just throw in a little extra flair to your round. And if there's a lurker there, he's dead.
This is naturally going to go OT.
There were 5 people ready to take the fight. For FPX, rotation.
Yeah,
Life now
it's going to be a good old 15-13 for Heretics.
Through and Life is awaited. They let the decoy run past, took the main man down, and now
Bottom.
making a fight for it. Boo, though, answers back up alongside Woot. A 2 versus 3. A retake needed for FPX. The spike planted relatively open.
Throw me a Han,
line just in case. And there's not a lot to say for FPX.
Spike is ticking, yeah?
Yeah, this is way too slow.
At least they'll have the information to work with, but
Guess I wanted to see like
E-main offsite post, and Spike is already ticking away on us. I respect the yeet, but you're not beating that.
Yeet too late.
That earlier today, and there were 3 people in the same positions, and I got 2 out of the 3.
Again, I think some more just solid utility.
It was the one where we were trying
with
to
this form, can they get in playoffs? FPX off their form going into Champions, probably not.
Ion should have been able to do it. Does that make me better than Ion? Therefore, better than Texture?
But I'd say for me, it's like
why am I not Gems?
the way that they're playing now. Sure, in any other group, this is a crazy hard group for them to play in. But I don't feel as bad of them. I don't feel as bad as the concern I have, which is all Chinese teams all bottom out last place in their groups.
by the defense, but it didn't.
Because I think that would just give a lot of people, like, shit talking the region is fine if it's bad, but I think that just unleashes a shit ton of racism at the same time.
The last time out of this map until we go into overtime, and then they each get one.
With just one more round, it put Heretics' economy in a pretty tough spot, but now they've bounced back neck and neck with the attack side certainly getting the grips with their bank accounts, their credits rolling high. Even after buying, they could buy for the next round already. And if they receive
Yeah, that should be a bit better.
FPX, definitely not in the same boat. They're left down to pistols, although at least they're not at that 9-7 gap.
They're too good in lower bracket runs. Yeah, but like when you've got Gen.G, well, you're not going to run into Gen.G at this rate, but you might run into Heretics again, and then you might run into, well, you're going to run into Sentinels if you lose here, which is winnable, but...
Count down faster, Barrier Orb. Holy fuck.
I think that...
Put those walls down already.
Right now
Everybody's heading behind the barriers.
They're attempting is just met with the full force of their opponents, and I think Heretics are doing well, and at least when it's versus the buy rounds, they're basically just grouping up. They're knowing that, okay, either we go for a direct take together, we have our trips to still give away the game, but also they're probably going to push. And as long as someone's playing anti-flash or looking the other way, a lot of what Life is going to be attempting isn't going to work. This setup is dirty. They've got a Paranoia setup, a cam looking forward. They could also send a Prowler through from the corner.
I am the non-American,
Almost perfect trap.
but I could also start deafening them if they're just yapping about something else and somebody has a question. Especially because it is China, right? My bread and butter.
He needs to stop buying the Vandal.
Yeah, waste.
There's no reason. It's 20 and 11. So many of those are Guardian kills. So many of those are one taps. 50 seconds on the clock. Spike's already made it to the B site. Planted as we speak. Woot. Well, his Dizzy's gone. He's going to play aggressive. He's not going to recover that Dizzy up top instead. To try to disorientate the team. The defensive side.
Triple flank is big.
Flare of aggression. Benji's caught one on the flank, but there's a lot more coming. 20
Nice
HP
spacing.
left
That's
on
nice.
Young.
That's
That'll
nice.
limit his impact. Autumn, I thought he had something special up his sleeve.
Yeah, it
but
could have
just
been a nightmare.
Still, though, a 2 versus 2. If Young had full HP, I might even favor them in this position.
Oh!
Oh my god, wait.
Solo! 10 HP in the difference.
Oh my god, he almost hit me. Oh my god, Rian.
Fucking Rian's shot.
Oh my god.
Of course it is.
Considering limited
There's
investment
one
from
shark
FPX,
left and he
very
made the best out of it.
Not a bad eco, but they need to be confirming rounds.
Whether it's his reveals, whether it's the shot darts, or whether it's just the headshots he's hitting, he's playing a wonderful match, and right now for them it has been a difference maker. They haven't been able to really do too much to deal with him. Again though, it's a low buy round that just gets so dangerous. Young with that Guardian, another couple of kills. In fact, I think the last kills he got before that were also with the Guardian when he got that
Viper's Pit.
That was when we last saw something from him. Viper's Pit immediately put into play, trip alongside it, and it means that they're going to try and gamble elsewhere. Have 3 players towards the B site. Middle control will be held by Lysor, but once again, and no surprise, Heretics are taking their time.
Lysor's going to be pretty passive.
Yeah, Lysor has to be. If he dies here, it all comes down.
That Viper's Pit on A. You have 3 kill if they decide to push up. And even if they break it, you're going to have Autumn probably swinging on you right away, spraying a Phantom, no tracers, and you're already decayed massively. It's a huge bit of control to play with for this defensive side, allowing them to stack that B site. The only real concern is mid, and if pressure gets applied there, TP from Life, he's there to fight alongside Lysor, and they can take their duels. Heretics will find it hard to find a response, especially as they've pumped the brakes so heavily in this round. With 40 seconds left, still yet to really make any ground. Rian's considering...
I thought Miniboo wasn't coming to this. That was just Shanghai. He's been back playing in Stage 2 in playoffs.
Come through.
Oh yeah, he's been back a while.
So they found it an easier job on that side of the map. Oh,
This trip.
Trip's
yeah,
huge.
and then the Viper needs to back up.
It's down, but
He's
20 seconds left.
Actually pinged immediately by the Dizzy, but it allows
to go B and T.
Moot winning that is kind of the whole round, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
The rest so far away. Young though has pushed in on his own, and well, he's gonna get double swing for it. A little bit over aggressive, a little bit individualistic, and because
Yeah, there's the FPX defense.
still A man down, and they got to be worried. There is the latest lurk on planet Earth from Benji. He's only just made the drop. I think it actually got heard by Autumn, so he's now waiting. That's
Yeah, but buying time.
back. But again, Rian's so clean, so confident in these late round scenarios.
Genuinely saving the rifle now.
But actually,
We've decided to play Sunset.
The angle not being able to be kept, and
all good.
Eventually, it's gonna fall flat on its face. Another round. Another round. The last one alive.
Their money's so good though.
You know, this
generational wealth type
why
shit.
Gen.G took so long to get back out, because they made this the most telegraphed A push, A split of all time. The drone goes through.
Champs is it's double elim groups and a double elim playoff bracket, so
Breaking open the vents, running through to
you
the
have
A
two wins, 2 losses, get you in or out.
that pit, take the site. And the response is what it should be.
Good news, no more timeouts.
Rotate in.
So this is
Provided
going
Trent just
straight to
hold a
rounds.
360-degree angle. But because of that, the site's much more open.
It's always bad when you're tired and there's timeouts.
In time on their side, and Benji, yeah.
Because then you like tab out and then you go back in and you've missed 2 rounds, so you're like, fuck.
He just runs back out on mid.
If Heretics win this map, I think I'm definitely calling it a night.
Danger now. 4 ultimates online for Heretics in a round that if they win,
because I don't really see FPX winning behind.
Economy of FPX.
Yeah, you better hope it doesn't go to OT or there's more timeouts.
Some close, 1 or 2 online, but this is looking like a spot where Heretics might be able to just run away with it. And as said, this is a map that is pretty important for FPX to take. Heading into bind up next. Miniboo, space taken. He's got the Thrash actually going in behind him. That will clear the back of the site and give them all the space they need.
Full site prio.
He'd be able to get back over to recover that, but Woot picking up the kill onto Young. I don't think he's going to be going for Thrash instead. Holding onto
The
that.
jump up too.
Up close is Miniboo. Ready to take the fight. No one there to support him anymore, though Heretics fall back into much more passive positions. Miniboo's on his own to slow them down, to make it costly for FPX. Now there could be some trouble. The
Big
ult
fight.
forces him out of position.
Time is still already. It's getting low now. Never mind.
Gets the kill. Now the aggression from Life. Flash.
Paranoid's really nice.
Ooh. Not able to find anything. Sending the decoy through. Just buying the space. Keeping them back in the choke point as the defuse starts.
Body blocking.
Look to absorb those bullets for his teammate. They've killed Life. And now looks like they'll get him just in time.
They got half now.
Taking away. All they have to do.
Oh, Rins, nice work.
Man advantage to their back. And the classic kills to close it out. That's 12-9 FPX left in a
That's 2 rounds in a row for Rians for clutches like that.
Economy
No?
Yeah.
and 3 in a row needed to stay alive.
That's the thing. If you're in a late round and you see Rienz is alive, just run. Just run. Like, it's a little bit unlucky, like the smoke fading just revealed Berlin to everybody at the end. The body block from Life was a nice idea, but that smoke just, yeah, it wasn't quite there, just not long enough. And while the final push from Rienz, him and Woot, the Turkish duo, up there at the top of the board.
Is this a question of like FPX not being proactive enough outside of pushing mids?
That's literally as I talk about while I was muted.
Passive hold as well. Like I saw them crouch walking into the smoke.
No comment.
The 12-9 on the
That's
board.
a yes.
Heretics on the cusp of victory, and the map they were 4-1 up in, and then lost a streak of rounds. But Rienz,
You're saying that they should be inting even harder to win. Confirmed.
It's going to sound harsh, but when you have...
If we see Fnatic just ego push once, we know where it came from.
It really does. It's so ridiculous how talented these 2 Turkish players can be.
Get out of my way!
And let's say it's been needed. FPX have at no point looked out of this map. In fact, it looks like it was going to go dominantly in their favor at a stage, but the second they got onto this defense, it's been a round 1.
Are you watch playing like all the days as well, Anders, up until you leave?
Not a lot.
I guess you will be watch partying tomorrow.
Late storm in. Ion also
I definitely will tomorrow for obvious reasons. And then I'll probably play the rest of the days by ear. Saturday, I probably won't because my best friends are having like a big summer barbecue party type dig. So I'll be at that.
It's Lysor's double.
Boo's 1 HP.
Giving them a chance in this with low HP, the decay fading, but Boo's still on 54.
See, they're so paranoid. Like, they were looking behind them as well last round. They really think that there's going to be a flank when FPX probably should be doing that a lot more.
Buying him a little bit more time. A lucky spam could even the odds. And indeed, they baited out immediately, aware that he's going to be trying something nasty like that. He needs to start spraying.
He needs to get half.
Diffused, and they're waiting for just that. He's seen both. Now
The
he knows
spike
it's not
is
even
ticking.
half just yet. He's got a bit more time to play with 4 bullets. Not enough to take
They left it as late as they possibly could.
Off the line for FPX. They'll reach double digits, but they still need 2 more.
Yeah, I think he was incredibly wary of the flank initially just because those were the players that pushed mid to kill
Nice.
off Gen.G. So he was so worried about it, but just getting that little bit of
Yeah, it says a lot. Go on.
with the low HP.
It astounds me how many teams seemingly don't understand
the initiative.
just how little time they have to take.
We saw from FPX where they were successful on the defense.
sites
They had a lot of cool
Mm.
ideas, a lot of aggressive pushes, but I think with how Heretics have been playing around mid,
You can go through and literally
been able
like
to get away with
math
a lot
out how many
portion of the
seconds you
map.
have to start
had to
your
go for
retake.
something quite a bit later.
And
2
teams
rounds
are
the difference.
so off target with
2
it
rounds
currently. It blows
all
my
they had.
fucking mind.
But as we've seen, they're very
I was gonna say, like, the fact that Heretics keeps looking behind them, waiting for something FPX to... Hold on.
It's like, oh, are they gonna do the thing? No.
Yeah. They haven't done it once, and yet Heretics are still looking behind them, which shows how strong that is, clearly.
We'll see the plant come in from the wing.
You're waiting for somebody to do something they haven't done.
The spray's not quite landing, so they're able to fall back now. 2 rifles, 3.
Oh, it's about to finish. Oh, fuck, maybe not.
The Nightfall only gets 1,
Chances of this squad in their hands.
but that tells you plenty as well.
They have 2 chances to close this out, and this one, well, it's not quite their best
We have
opportunity.
suck on plant
Tagged up
already.
along
Oh my god, I thought they sucked the...
Reans gets 1, where players low, he gets Hunter's Fury.
to the abyss.
Lineup though, Grabwell already used to start this one off. Flank spotted as well. Lysor won't get a free kill.
Nice flank
but with
pressure.
Boo falling, the
Finally
numbers
came
thin
through.
out. They dealt with flank, but they haven't dealt with the defuse and the Hunter's Fury.
He's already got it.
Would you look at that? They flanked for the second time ever, and they immediately won the round.
Yeah.
and again make things
They heard me.
But FPX are not going to mind.
My god.
They managed to drag this back at the depths to look to try and take this to OT. And again, like for what was invested, not a bad round from Heretics, but just throwing in that ult at the end, thinking that, okay, maybe they've got it half, maybe they've got it close, but
I fell asleep
a
again.
lot further along than I think anybody over on the Heretic side.
If this comp is confused and every team plays something different,
If you was incredibly low HP, that would have made a difference.
Oh, you're
12 to 11.
but that's the fun of it, you know?
My head knocked backwards twice.
I'm not fading out that bad, but like
It would genuinely do so much for your viewership. Vansilli just watch Patton fast asleep in his chair.
direct from the side of Heretics.
Oh, I didn't break dart. Okay, that one did though.
Put into the hand of Woot, and now sent out to find a victim.
Ayang is played in this position every single fucking time.
Young in the perfect position to punish it.
And he always gets traded. Ooh. Oh yeah, it's oh my god.
Oh my god, this is going OT.
Looking even Prius getting an experience of Chinese gameplay just can't switch to the right person at the right time.
From FPX keeps them in it.
I think it's been
god,
games
dude.
now that I've expected it to go dominant.
That's a shot though, Jesus.
That was I was
Then
like, oh,
okay, well,
Minibu
this
kind
is
of got
done.
fucking
And now it's
destroyed.
gone to OT, but probably in one of the weirdest fashions I've ever seen. And the thing is, I don't think Ayang had been playing that position.
Weren't they playing like concussed or anything?
Would you agree that Minibu covers the sim role as Defo did for Gambit? Yes. Bit better, I think, mechanically. He can have his moments, but yeah, like it. He's just the perfect duelist. Like the fact that he's talking about getting in his own head about stuff is concerning, but he's also young and he'll learn to not. Like, he'll learn to deal with that.
Whistles, all the fakes, all the ruses might go out the window here.
Oh, at least no timeout called.
All the players, all 5 in fact.
Can you call a timeout off the ref? You probably can, but I don't know if you should, because you do get the buy phase to talk too.
Much quicker rotations going around, plugging the gap that's on middle.
You have one every
support this B site. Unfortunately, they
every
only there in
OT
time. Look
each.
who snuck into position though. Boo. It's not a normal spot to be playing from, and they're not even going to.
Oh, timing. Oh no.
Just in case he can find
Oh, what a trade. That was everything.
Oh Oh my god.
8 HP, but the advantage sits with FPX, and it's Lysor that's going to go forward to plant this spike. I believe uncontested, unless there's a crazy shock dart. There actually was!
Bro.
An Autumn in Berlin! Now another man!
They don't even get the spike kicking. That's so
fucking ship it.
I believe another, it's a reveal, in fact, another shot this time that was sent through, and it's caught the information.
Actual tomfoolery.
Better to double peek there.
Nice spacing.
2, and they're all going to be diffusing in that narrow little alleyway.
Hap and high-low, we should have gotten
spray
off
might
the
just work out, but they're
all
trying
good.
to bait him into a fight. He sees they're not diffusing. He'll buy this time just a little bit further.
Literally the only thing you care about is them
clock
tapping.
here could prove to be the biggest enemy for the
He's scared about luck.
They start this diffuse yet again. The swing is
and hold the interior line. You only care if they're all the way down.
To 13 re-ends with a phenomenal round. Shock dart was perfect.
They're going to be calling for agent bans. That's what they're going to be looking at. It's like, guys, I've had enough of map vetoes. I want agent vetoes just so I can get this man off a damn server.
Smoker one way? Yeah, Berlin didn't want to use any of those.
He was playing Breach. So that's something they've brought in for the game today, and it has been disgustingly good. Whether it's reveals, as said, or shock darts. Okay, maybe a hit or miss with the Hunter's Fury, but I don't think they're going to mind too much. Well,
These two teams in OT, I swear.
from Gen.G. They've got another opportunity. They've already had 3 of them to close out this map, and FPX, well, they got an extra, they're using it.
There it is.
What's the timeout? Hey, make sure you fucking throw it one way, Berlin.
With that a little bit of extra brain juice expanded for Team Heretics. They've got to be feeling fantastic. I will just quickly note that Boo currently has an Odin. I don't think he's going to commit to that, but attack side, they might have post-plan setups with Rien's.
Oh, those are going to be fun trips.
Traps on B side. It could be nasty.
So there is a, I think I showed you this when it came down to their B side hold.
Nest.
Yeah, he has a nest wallbang that he uses for a specific post plan. So if he is pulling this in, I would be very surprised if they're not going B, because he has
Damn, it should have gone to P.
For this.
You know, you showed me that, and I used it in my next rank game. And let me tell you, the things that were written.
No, you don't have to, because game ends here.
Got banned, but it's good fun, and I think pulling it out at a time.
Should do.
I don't want to hope on the demise of players.
The only thing I'll say is that FPX have been.
You don't want to jinx it.
Cautious about trap wires. I saw it on the.
No, I want to see some close games. I want everybody to win.
And they're looking.
This should go like 6 other OTs.
Those traps. If they make the mistake of not clearing them this time, they will be punished quite heavily.
But also, he just knows his lineup for the post plant. So if the traps might not even be an issue, really. It's just going to be if they can get into a post plant, which, hey, if you're running a Gecko, I feel like you should be able to do that, and they have been able to do that. Autumn already spotted. Boo already in position, ready with his lineups, just to try and be an absolute rat at the back of the site. And while this is maybe
keep an eye on Gen.G, he probably decides the round.
Have to face into
his success or failure.
They might not even know what they're facing just yet. That's the scary.
What a position, though.
Free kill and fit.
Yeah, exactly. Like it.
The Gravwell to deny.
Book lurks like this are pretty money. The question is, does he get the timing to get his value? Yep, GG.
No! Oh no! But he sees 2. And this the adjustment is right though from Heretics. All right, they're pushing behind. Let's push forward.
Odin takes Lysor. The drop from Berlin is good. Able to at least find the one, and
Give you free.
incredibly low. Boo's caught up top. That's a big mistake. All he has to do now is root
okay, now it's over.
Deal with Wu, but that's
I bamboozled the fuck out of Gen.G.
Swings in to
all good.
All good. His team cleans up.
Yeah, the mid-round call after that from Boo was good. Really good.
Take it across the line.
Just push and take that space afterwards.
Oh, that was good.
Exactly. From them in the end. It was a back and forth all the way through a map that we favored.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not too mad. Good effort from FPX.
Incredibly good, but ultimately,
I mean, they looked good. I think that they should be able to, like, funnily enough, they could VOD review only their opponent's half of that game and get enough takeaways to be better on the map.
Yeah.
All right, Ryan, I think I'm going to send everybody over to you.
Same.
If you're sure. Good night, fellas.
Yeah, definitely. But I do this again tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. Let's do it tomorrow again. I think the issue is because I haven't reset my clock yet, and then I was fucking doing analyst test today, and then streamed, and it was like, fuck it, we'll just stay awake to watch at least 3 maps out of 4. Yeah. Now I think the clock should be reset for tomorrow, and we should be able to power through.
All right.
Yeah, GG's guys. Have a good one. Sweet dreams. Peace. A lot more keyboards are having like the little toggle button on the side, aren't they? I mean, mine does, but I never use it for anything. I give out a host standards. Wait for the Vans one. Hello, it is still currently 85 degrees here with my AC on in the background, so fun times. But hello, sorry if I make you follow, just because there was a couple of trolls in early, or when it's like a quieter streams like this. Prefer to have people to come in and chat around. But yeah, honestly, I'm sort of happy with FPX on that one. It's the sort of same old, but eventually it'll get it. 5 and 3, 4 and 5. Benchy was first death a lot. Mini B was first death a lot. Not crazy amount. Nobody was just inting. It was just quiet from the duelists. But there wasn't really much dueling, to be honest, right? Sen looked as doomed as the scoreline. I think there is a good chance for FPX to beat Sentinels at least. But yeah, binds. We can go over this quite easily. So for FPX, the main thing is that they changed over to playing Jet, Silver, Gecko, Brimstone, Cypher, no Viper. They beat Trace, they lost to EDG. It was the final map in the best of 5 and they kind of got bodied. I think that's still a concern, as it ever was with this team. Thank you, Vans. Bring heat like a solstice. The music's always pretty good for these events. But yeah, so the main thing is just that they're not playing the Viper. Their defense side has always been rough. They were playing Gecko KO. I could see them moving back to this because I didn't like this comp before. They might change it. I hope they change it. And then Heretics obviously taking the 100 Thieves comp and being near enough flawless with it up until they lost to Team Vitality. What were Team Vitality running actually? Omen. That's the only difference. But their attacking side is good, defensive side less than stellar. So who's attacking first is the question for this map. I'd probably be, oh my god, the audio was so loud there. Like Heretics, I think would probably choose to attack first if it is. No, wait, it's their choice. So FPX should choose to attack first.
FPX were playing in a very fun and unique way, but today in OT it belonged to Heretics and Paperton. I know that there is you know, a lot of conversation about what are the win conditions here.
The initiators did good. We get Epic up as well too.
They wanted to have like give themselves a bit of a leg up in this one. Abyss was something they needed to pull through.
Yeah, I totally agree. It really does feel like
And we can draw some stuff
for them, and it looked pretty good coming into half. 8-4. You're like, okay, yeah, they've got this. They started to really roll some rounds together there. They got a good read on Heretics defenders.
So close, I know.
Heretics come into their attacker side, and they look
fun map though.
Great ideas with this Sova. Some great timings with the recon.
I think it was always leaning towards Heretics.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, like they were able to.
They did well to bring it to OT, and then just narrow losses.
For Team Heretics, it ended up getting them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, Woot in particular was absolutely excellent in this first map of the series.
Because like FPX weren't really thriftied. They lose both pistols, and then they still bring it to OT. It's like quite good.
In global event form here, showing.
If anything, I'd still say it's more concerning for Heretics still, just because like they did lose ecos, they did win both pistols, they did have their duelist going pretty hard. Hey, that's my birthday.
Mid-rounding from Boo, they were always getting themselves into these post-plant positions, and the post-plant protocols were really, really excellent there.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, you can see there as well. You'd mentioned briefly Paper Thin Rians, and I mean, guy popped off that game as well. So when you have that supporting cast, you know, stepping up in such a
Second Jet pick of the year. Oh, really? So he's just not really much of a Jet player. Could be that.
Out of this one. But another kind
It's a
of
good start.
point here was Mini Boo on the Jet. Not something you see him do all that often. But
You're gonna get praised or flamed. He did his job.
duelist, but he's been playing so much.
Even like the last round, he didn't get a kill, I don't think, but he entered onto the site, made space, the plant went down. And then he just plays forward as a bit of like info.
Heretics seems such a, you know, dynamic.
And then you're just sitting pretty. You either get a kill, which is good, or you get killed, in which case you get info. And you stole time too.
I thought that the Raze especially was really strong. I kind of got bringing in the Silva instead of the Breach there, having that information, some of the ideas they had around the shock darts, especially in their post plant, I thought were really solid. But again, the Jet from Miniboot just does not look as comfortable as his other roles, and I think it did show in that game. But luckily, this is a team with a lot of depth in players that can step up in the late rounds to keep them in these games, and they don't just have to rely on one guy to be that superstar.
Yeah, no, couldn't agree more with that one there. But of course, it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment. We're gonna show you a little ace. You know which one. Round 16 from Ion. This is gonna be, of course.
A lot of people are saying, you know, like Pat's better than Miniboo, which is, you can sort of tell that they've not been watching EMEA. They've just been looking at the fucking stats and just yapping.
Yeah, absolutely awesome.
Like, I don't know. I would. Woot is good on Duelist, but I'd rather have him on an initiator role. I'd rather build my team around a player like Woot as opposed to have him lead the team.
In OT.
And then saying it's like nepotism because it's Boo and Mini Boo.
For sure, it did Heretics. I mean, it felt like to me all of a sudden I was like, okay, you've got to read now here on how some of these Astra maneuvers are going to occur, what the Jet
Let me show you the ace 3/5 one.
are going to be coming from Gen.G Fishy. Those are
Got
actually
the main kills.
for by FPX. However, when it came to some
I don't know really.
retakes and things like that, they just weren't.
I feel like that's the thing that's still. I would have thought that people's opinions would have changed about how they rate duelists.
As well, we saw that come into play a couple times, so all those things kind of put.
But I feel like it's probably mostly Gen.G's fault that I think that we've kind of reverted back into IGLs aren't allowed to like frag, like they can't underperform because Munchkin's an IGL that gets kills. So a low frag in IGL isn't an excuse anymore. And then Texture's still doing all of the stuff that Miniboo did, but just win a lot of those duels, and then they go, oh well, you can't be a low frag in duelist even if you're an entry because Texture can do that.
We saw it in that second half, and quite frankly, your defense.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think the whole idea of putting your best player on duelist is dumb. You don't do that at all. I haven't played any ads, so I should probably do that now. Sorry, everybody.
And now, I think this kind of booms the chances for FPX in this series. They looked great on Abyss in China.
But people are stupid. Like the fact that he had such a low performance. Hold on.
Team Heretics, and this series gets
I guess I don't need to worry about being in sync with everybody else.
FPX upset.
Like going 9 and 20, but being equal to your Cypher and other people. Like your joint most dying first. Like that's still a hell of a performance. It literally felt like he just wasn't needed. That the rounds were either won or lost before he would get a kill or take a fight.
And hear from the coach of FPX, see what he has to say going into map 2.
Like he played how I'd want a duelist to play on that map.
Hey guys, we have Nathan D here from FPX, and we have Luna to help out with some translation. That was a very exciting map on Abyss. We're just curious, you know, you guys were able to bring it to an overtime, but why weren't you able to close it out? Can you enlighten us as to what?
FNS is 13th on frags in Valorant above Jing. What, like ever? Because I think Finesse's career has been a lot longer now.
我们下半场的防守可能一些补枪细节没有做好，我们补枪没有做好，加上我们的防 rush 的一些细节没有做好，就导致了我们下半场根本守不住他们。
At the second half,
he's ancient. Yeah, it's just.
We did terribly.
He's been around a lot longer. That's not fair.
To defend her well, so that might be.
Near enough day one.
Explained what happened on the second half.
Well, there's still one map left, so let's see if FPX can manage to make a comeback.
And it seems like FPX identifying those issues. I mean, of course, you know, a tough one for sure, but now they got to reset themselves.
It's like double time Jing plays and he's just above him, yeah.
It's going to be a tall task without a doubt, considering how good Heretics are.
People need to like read stats more.
If you're FPX in this situation, do you go for a bit more of this wackiness? Do you try and be a bit more off the cuff, if you will? Or, well, I mean, what do you do in this case, right? How do you catch this Heretics team off guard? How do you make them uncomfortable going into map 2?
For me, I think I'd like to see a different comp than what FPX normally runs on Bind. They normally run the Jet Sova, almost exactly the same comp that we just saw from Heretics, actually, except they use a Brim as their you know, smoke. So I'd like to see something different. Raze, yes, I think is borderline necessary on Bind. So I know, and that's what's weird to me, is Life is really good at Raze. He's actually got better stats in stage 2 on Raze than he does on Jet, but they've been leaning into Jet.
Oh!
That is very new.
Oh my god, what?
What the heck?
Autumn Chamber as well. Omen Viper.
Where this comp has come from, though, there are some interesting
Fade.
to look out for. First thing I'm seeing, watch how Life and Ion are going to combo their...
I was right. I called this. I called the FPX were going to take the Viper Fade Euro stuff and take it everywhere. This is like their old Viper comp, their old Ascent comp. And it's exactly the same as it was on Abyss, other than the Cypher switched here. FPX are going to play this comp fucking everywhere.
Experiment with ideas like that.
Yeah.
There's so much.
I think this is a really good switch up. It's completely different. It's just whether it works or not. But I'm glad that they moved away from like the old comp.
Nothing.
Yeah.
You know, like they just got.
I like forgot I mentioned it up until I saw this. Of like, yeah, like because I was saying like their Ascent comp, their old Ascent comp, sorry, used to be something like this, and then they were playing. What was the other map that they changed to that comp? Let me double check. It was in the grand final.
Only with you, GB. Only with you. But yeah, I think this is one of those things. A wise man once said.
Sunset,
that this
yeah.
is an FPS game, and you just need
So Sunset they run Yoru, Fade, Viper, Omen, Cypher. Abyss they run the same comp. Haven they don't run the same comp. Icebox they don't run the same comp. Bind they now run the same comp. And that's without playing Ascent or Lotus, which could also both be this comp. So I guess my point overall is that this is like FPX's bread and butter now. No wonder they look so like cohesive. But it's a bit concerning on the defense. He gets one and gets out. That's pretty insane.
A nice start for that defensive side. A little bit of aggression.
Yeah, that's good. That's all right.
As well. I'll try to get some control. Push up.
Good response here too. You get that aggression over here. 3 people pushing up.
Just one angle, but there's always the potential to take that teleporter and bring it to the other direction. And looking for the flanks as well. It's Boo creeping his way back. He's turned at just the wrong moment, but corrects in time. Life down.
I don't know what Team Heretics' bind looks like. This is like the meta right now.
Into Boo and straight
100 Thieves kind of coined it. Team Heretics ran with it. They did lose it recently.
the position from Berlin could be everything.
Nice, really nice work.
Spike with him.
This is such an absurd round. You'd think the defense are on the attack
Very
the way
smart.
that they're pushing. And why are you going to expect the third player to be pushed up? The thing is, he's alone, hiding in his own smoke. And while he gives a little angle over to Woot, Woot's going to land the shot. And look where the remaining defenders now are. They're kind of ready for this.
I have the spike.
Oh, yeah, they've rotated in just in
30
time.
seconds left.
Lysor stuck in the corner. Off bat, he's waiting for the walk through, and it's going to be Woot rounding.
What a peek.
The shot is delivered straight.
I kind of feel like FPX might have thrown this.
Shot left in the golden gun. It's his ghost.
Ooh, gets him.
Finding them on the spams. The silencer lending a hand. And
Ooh, that was too close for comfort. All right, we finally get a pistol. We finally get a pistol. 1 out of 3.
Analytical breakdown of this round, because I think someone out there, maybe Steel, would have an aneurysm. It's one of the most aggressive pistols I've ever seen. You had 2 players making a push directly into mid. You had another that took complete showers control, which ended up winning them the round. And then you have this to start it off, where just the patience from Autumn, and he's the one that clutches out as well. If he goes down there, this round is lost. But that's what FPX need to do. They need to be disruptive, they need to be crazy, and they need to almost push Heretics off their game, because Heretics are very happy to sit back and be passive. Well, they're not
Nice.
do that.
No, they're not. Of course, it's the Outlaw that picks up that opening. A strong weapon, by all accounts. And Young,
he couldn't have done that with a Marshall.
I really do feel Lysor's Viper actually is kind of rough.
had the confidence, and that's what it's all about. Just in case they bought shield.
Very happy to see Chamber. Me too. I'm very happy to see the Viper back as well for FPX because they weren't playing it before.
Australians are known for being very shy.
Yeah, right. Reserved, quiet. Yeah, that's
just like Mac, mate. He's incredibly shy.
Quiet bloke. Yeah, you'd miss him in a room, a quiet room. Well, FPX, they found themselves a strong.
They have Yoi on stage right now. Is that a misspelling, or should I know what Yoi is?
Yeah.
Nice, Ayang. Nice work. Flawless too.
But actually lifestyle that last kill away. A great start for FPX.
I would love it. I love the fact that Anders and Vansili have gone to bed and we might see a reverse sweep.
From the beginning of both. Being able to get off to a great start here.
Because Lotus for Heretics has not been a good map for them.
As well. But this is where the rifles come up. Heretics pretty much always win their attack. Even if
they got yay. I see.
They won their attack. 7-5, 7-3, 7-3, 7-3, 10-2. Like, they are very good at this side of the map. So if FPX can disrupt them enough, well, I'll be interested to see this comp.
I mean, I'm very hopium. My expectations for China in this champs is on the floor. So, unlucky.
It's kind of clean today.
Bonus, that's fine. I'm also getting more and more biased. Oh, fucking wang.
They've avoided going into.
So I'm like, oh, let's see what the analytical. Like at this point, you know, I could do that for China. Now I'm just cheering for the Chinese teams.
No, and
I love Heretics so much. I love the players. I love the team.
What's behind door number 1? It's a judge.
Neil has taught me a lot.
Leave that guy alone. You can have all the space you want in lamps,
but you know,
get to the site to defuse, and that's where the difficulty spawns. Paranoia used to try to keep.
China wins. If Chinese teams win champions, will you oil up on stream? I saw this question earlier and I elected to ignore it. This year, sure.
Waiting for them to emerge, and he's caught himself a double, almost a third, but Rienz gets ahead of him.
On 1 kill when they plant, it's not great for the anti-bonus, but it's whatever.
I also don't think you could expect Gen.G to be there because
like China is going to win a champ soon.
So you're sat there going, okay, well, if they're going to put Molotovs on this, why would there be a dude just sat in there? And there was. They're just clean openers. And again, we're going to highlight Miniboo because he had a rough...
like NA, Pacific,
I do think it's
EMEA, sorry, not NA, Americas. Sorry to the Brazil and Latin fans. The natural response.
Maybe even more
but
as he's upgraded and now has an
whichever region wins this year, it's not going to win for a long time afterwards because every champion is going to be China, 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 China. I'm not even joking. You know?
Corners, and there's Boo waiting for him with the iPad out. Wasn't quite.
I still stand by like I still stand by like China Grand Final for next year.
Didn't expect
to
swing all the way down mid without checking one side. Sorry.
Because I don't think it. Maybe if people would offer me the movement to move it back to 2026, I'd feel more confident with that.
A lot of support, and now 2 men down.
But I can't express how much improved this region has got over this year alone. Comparing evolution from last year, or even like these teams, like this FPX last year to now, completely different story. Imagine what they can do in a year's time.
Perhaps they'll have a 2v2 on offer.
And they only, what, changed 2 players? Autumn came in, and then Life came in.
Crossfire. I think they're just going to save, though. This is just holding on to guns.
Got bald if China wins champs.
They're geniuses, but...
Yeah, it's pretty much there, so... Yeah, preemptively shave for China to win.
Gets another one in the next round, so it's going to be an immediate response from FPX. And that said, like, what they're currently doing, so ridiculously disruptive. Like, again...
There's a team that can pull off near-perfect aggro passive control, and also do it in a volatile way where it's hard to read. Yeah, it is China.
There as well. And that's exactly what happened in this round. He becomes even just a distraction in the late game because you're focusing on that operator, and then...
I've explained this a few times, but because there's a lot of new faces here from like Vance and Anders, I can explain it. The problem with China is this. When you're playing around, you can either have like good ideas or like bad ideas, like bad executes, bad spacing, like just the stuff that you're practicing. You can do stuff well or you can do stuff poorly, right?
That mid push.
But you can win or lose
if there's a player on the
in both these cases So part of like being a coach is like knowing when, if a good idea loses, that it's still a good idea, it's still worth doing, versus doing a bad idea and still winning. This is the path flow for China so often, because if it's a bad idea but you win, you know need to fix something. If it's a bad idea and you lose, you just get rid of it.
Straight through the TP, but then met with Benji. 3.
Was it 4v2? Anyway, if you have a good idea and lose, you know, practice it. If you have a good idea and win, like keep doing it, right? Like that's the general direction that stuff goes in. China does this, but if they have a bad idea and lose, they don't scrap it. They go, we need to get our mechanics better. So it's almost like a bad idea. They win because their mechanics are so strong.
Commit these weapons to
that it's such bad habits from the teams completely.
But for Team Heretics, that's not quite the case. They've got
bad idea and you win, they consider it a good idea basically. What's even worse, bad idea and they lose, they go, it's because my aim was bad. And I can speak from experience with this because I've coached the Chinese team, and the amount like the Chinese players would we were looking to trial somebody, and one of the Chinese players that knew them was like, his aim is crazy. Like, he was a crossfire player, hasn't played much for pro teams, but his aim is ridiculous. He practices his aim all the time, and his mechanics are I'm just like,
drop a few bodies.
I have no doubt these mechanics are great, but like that's not the be all and end all, but that's literally how teams like function over there.
Everything else they can repurchase, so it's not the end of the world. Heretics do well to weather the storm this time, and again, it's another round where contact is made towards Hookah. The response from FPX.
China also has the chance to scrim teams qualifying for the events twice in a row now, which has been a big difference for Trace too. They were able to practice. They were probably running fucking trials, doing scrims against the Masters Tokyo teams.
It's not something you're going to see every single day. And while Benji,
the big shame is like teams like Nova, right? You've got Swell and stuff that's gone back to Australia. They're not practicing. I do wonder if there's some tier 1 teams in China practicing now, because you have all of these teams in Korea, which is really easy to practice because you just play Hong Kong servers.
Switch it up, change your pace.
Oh, awesome. Good peek.
Out for life. Got aggressive out on B long.
Like that's the right play, but because that's the play that FPX want to make, they make it instant. Some other teams go, do we need to push? Is this the right situation? Life is like, oh, you died, bro, I'm going to trade you. He's not even trading, he's just going for a fight. Like here, back out, you get good information. He still wants to fight. He hears the Prowler, he breaks it, he still wants to shut it there. Now he's going to back off, but he's going to take 5-10 seconds before he re-peaks it again.
Especially with space being taken now.
Very similar to GC. I'd say that GC
Before they attempt anything.
is like, depending on the team, obviously, is like almost the opposite, because China relies too much on their mechanics. Game Changers teams, when they're practicing against like other Game Changers teams or like male tier 2, tier 3 teams, a lot of the time mechanics is the different factor. So you have to outplay them strategically, like with good executes, good util. That's why like scrimming Fennel and Zeta Division's Game Changers teams were amazing, because yeah, we could like out aim them a lot of the time, but they were good teams to stop just taking angels against us. They played the map really well. They outbrain you instead of out aiming. Oh,
at least Benji falls.
See what I mean?
Is not for nothing. In fact, it seems like the advantage will be converted into a round win for FPX. 4-2, and
people would lose and go need aim trained. Yeah, I mean,
this game is just perplexing. I don't know
that side of it is definitely true.
So much in these aggressive positions.
Again, it's something that we're looking.
But I also think that like that's probably the biggest weakness, because yeah, like even for us, I think we'd have trials against Game Changers teams, and we would just be like, we don't need to put as much thought into the strats because we could just out aim them. Like we can over rely on that.
He is fully the reason.
And so when those scrims, like you just get you're just diffing them with aim. Yeah, naturally the Game Changers teams are going to go, well, the problem with us right now is mechanics. We need to go practice aim. Whereas good teams know we can play around this and play around the map better.
Ayang actually catching someone off the back of his own utility as well.
Sorry for not being in chat. Oh, good.
Defensive side starting to build a lead, and I
did wonder where you and Sprite were, but I have no obligation to be here.
That revealed there was probably the thought that if Life can just hold on a second, it'll help him get a kill, and instead.
But I'm also not sure what I want to do with watch parties, because I'm not really that interested in watch partying
what they're doing.
like crew and DRX tomorrow.
One of the main factors.
He's with a main initiator, more of a flex role.
To find those early picks. This round started out with Heretics picking him, taking him down, but
Rians is the main initiator player usually.
He got aggressive. They didn't punish that, and then they lived to regret it.
But I think that's just like slotting in from where Pacitek left off. I think if Heretics had more time, yeah, they'd put Rians on the fade and Woot on the Gecko.
They knew that it was likely to be picked by
Because Woot was on Gecko for Abyss, so I think it's just a slot in. If they got a bit more time, they'd probably swap it around.
because I don't think there's a way you could have seen this coming. And that's why I think taking an early pause, giving Neilzinho an opportunity to sort of go, okay, they're trying to push everything. I thought for the most part they were going to try and double up, but I guess the idea is maybe for Miniboo just to try and sell.
Somebody that couldn't make Madrid. Yeah, Woot was too young, and then Miniboo took a break, and then Woot was dueling. Yeah, 4-2, timeout. Economy is still pretty good for Team Heretics. They have a showstopper.
Who's got the showstopper? Ready to work?
Ooh, nice collab.
Picked off in the last round. He'll take 2 first bloods in this one to make up for it. That is a devastating start. And now that showstopper.
That's the big difference, actually. It's quite funny.
Oh, the timing. The judge still comes back for one.
Oh my god.
A 5 versus 1.
You know what I was saying, like on the desk and stuff, like Miniboo saying how much he was getting in his own head? That is a problem that you don't need to worry about with FPX or any Chinese teams. They're not the kind to doubt themselves. They're just like, we're on the anime arc where we start low and we get better. The Autumn, so many of these fights that he's peaked and stuff, like he's died and just been taken out, yet he's still doing it.
The rounds, the aggression that this man is pulling out, well, I'd say it's about 90-odd% successful.
How's the game's maps been? Saw Gen.G 1-2-0. Yeah, Gen.G kind of demolished Sentinels. The scoreline looked a lot closer than it was. And Sen had some good moments, but I think they were just outplayed. Mechanically, decision-making, strats, comps.
You can feel safe, and they did the best thing they could. Double swing in the angle. I think at this point, Heretics have got to just...
I've yet to recall a China team having a flawless. Usually EDG, but... It's not common. All gamers. All gamers were quite clean with their Anticas.
That's the thing. They do have the utility to be able to clear
And
out.
also, JDG got quite good at them too, no?
A fade and a Gecko.
One of the most impressive things about JDG towards the end of the stage is they got much cleaner with their... Like, their 50s started working, their anti-ecos were clean, their pistols were good.
It didn't matter. He wasn't there. And then they
Was it that bad? It was pretty uninspiring from Sentinels. But Gen.G are just rocking it. You can tell that they've played on this stage all year because they look like they own those seats.
Again, you talk about that operator. I think the judge is just as scary.
Ayang might have actually...
Especially in Berlin's hands with what we saw previously, and when you've got the Viper Util.
Crazy to...
Here he is with a chance, but Woot's the one to shut him out. Now an opportunity for Heretics, even with the weaker weapons, if they can...
Having 2 players stacked, 2 players fighting here against an eco, that's just dumb.
And Wingman online for the late round. Autumn's on the flank, the long way around with Lysor.
Wow, he's really going all the way around.
It's going to be a tough split. They have to win their individual fights.
Is he going to get revealed? I don't think he was. The Wingman didn't quite reach.
Saying like their anti-ecos were clean.
Back towards long. If he goes to swing this again,
I just think they got too hung up fighting this.
Either a headhunter or an operator. In fact, he might not even check. It's going to be a free kill, but
Please save the AWP. Please save the AWP. What are you doing?
But over as him getting into some of these closer range positions is going to be
Why?
He's even there to close it out once again. A low purchase and a victory alongside it for Heretics as they will get their 3rd onto the board.
Yeah,
It wasn't a thrifty, but it was a low buy, right? Sheriffs and stuff.
Damage can be done. I think he would have had a relatively easy
Good
time
horn.
finding the first, and then, well, you're running through a Viper or close range against a
Yeah, like Guardians, Bulldogs.
pretty scenario, but the reveal up top was tough.
Yeah, but money's anyway. Yeah, but an up is expensive. You're not going to have money for long if you keep trying to buy up.
With the trades, FPX, though.
They have tour de force, yeah. Like they're not going to buy up and up now because they're going to tour de force, but they're still buying up a rifle.
Credits for the next. They have a chance to continue this fight.
They actually have a 3-man.
Oh, I'm telling Autumn. Yeah.
Immediately getting rid of the thrash, and life just keeps going.
You see what I mean? It's like that is exactly what I'm talking. Like here, they don't save the operator. That's something that they could definitely be punished for, right? That they're not respecting their own economy. That this could be punished if they lose the round. Yet you would just have life peak and get 2, and he saves the round. And so they don't learn the lessons that are being put out in front of them because they just have such bullshit moments that it is like Paper X a year ago or 18 months ago. More like 2 years ago, actually, at this rate. Like, just before Copenhagen, when they're starting to get good.
Bathroom 2 versus 4.
And the concerning thing is that Paper X is still suffering from those same mistakes a lot of the time. And now it's only now that they're starting to really tighten up some of the ways that they play.
Unless they're going to go through the spawn, and even still, if they don't step or hear them, Ion...
Like here, you don't need to be fighting this!
Still, though, it allows 2 players to be here, but you have to bear in mind how low life currently is.
Autumn spot allowed him to keep B long control now, though he's abandoned that trap to move for the flank. Lysor does well.
Oh, why is nobody peeking together? They're just not going to respect Autumn there. And he wallbang headshots him right on that corner.
He saw the leg. It wasn't a game of battleships. No, he had a radar this time. 6-3 though. FPX.
Paper X analogy makes so much sense. It's crazy. A lot of the Chinese teams just play like Paper X. Yeah, because they're learning a game in a way that doesn't feel like they're putting themselves in a box of like, oh, we can only play this comp on Ascent. Right, we'll play what we want. We'll make whatever work. A great shot from Benji though. Good read though.
So much of the read on that defensive side, but yeah,
but that's why I get so annoyed watching Chinese teams, because I'm like, if they do follow that route that Paper X have, which is not a great route anyway, I'm going to be here in 3 years' time talking about the same mistakes that FPX are making. And a lot of other Chinese teams.
Autumn's been very impressive. This chamber's working out. The disruptive play has put Heretics on the back foot a number of times. This time, Lurk sent out by Gen.G towards A. Pressure applied on B. They'll claim the orb and look for some space. Weaker weapons in part. Woot on a classic. Sheriff's in play for Boo and Gen.G. It's the rifles on Mini Boo and Rienz that have to do the heavy lifting. And instead, oh, okay. There's one missed shot. It's remarkable.
I mean, he missed the first one, right?
I'm not sure they'll be quite as lucky.
It is got to be a little bit more careful. No get out of jail free card this time. I think he was a bit lucky that the player he faced off against was the player that only had a classic. Otherwise, that could have got dangerous. Again, still no escape, and while he is going to be connected on by every single PC utility, Mini Boo has managed to...
like so just a... Oh my god! What the fuck?
Ult or 2 invested by the side of Heretics.
I mean, I don't think he got the kill on the third or fourth one, but it looked like he did.
I mean, the decay that came in, though, from, I believe it was Young dropping the Nightfall.
Yeah.
Putting them in a position where...
mental.
It was both.
Yeah. Mini Boo and Co were down to like 1 HP, and you saw everyone on the side of FPX just spraying.
Bang.
Nice and easy. It was 1 bullet to take.
Bang, bang.
For the player in the smoke.
Bang was just on all of the angles. He could have got an ace there.
7-3. A big lead now in the books for FPX, and the half isn't over yet.
As said, that every single time we've seen them play, even going back to G2 at Masters.
And this is FPX's defensive side, which is normally horrible.
Broken what has been a running streak for the side of Heretics.
But the thing, Autumn won't mind, he'll do that again next round. Somewhere else, though.
There are more players there.
And then they're pulling the attention away. Iang doing the same play that we've seen him be punished for, or Berlin even being punished for. Still somewhat works. 3v4. Got your ultimate. Berlin has ult to get out of lamps if he wants.
Ooh, style points for that one. Nice clear with the trade potential.
That peak is practically suicide. Yeah, if he gets the kill, he gets 2 of them because they line up.
Autumn picked off. It was Life to step up for a massive round. We'll see if it's going to be the same here. The flash to support the initial push through. He's gone around.
That seize is amazing, though.
Roll over lamps, and he's found it. At least to begin, things are going well. No flash.
Oh yeah, that seize was everything that came in from Wu.
Already starting the defuse, looking to get it half, but Molly comes in. Smoke soon to fade as well. He's peeking out on the side of it, but they know he's not defusing. And there's no need for them to swing, although Rienz obliges eventually. There's another round on the board for the attacking side. No matter what, they won't be keeping their streak of winning their attack, but there's at least a chance to make it close.
Yeah, and there are definitely arguments that like running a chamber is going to be a lot easier on that defense. We'll see how it's utilized by Autumn in the next half, but I do think it's important for Heretics to get this final round, otherwise a pistol could put them in a pretty awkward spot going into the next half. I really like the post plants though from Heretics. Once they're able to get there, they've looked really good. Like they're able to have the really late mollies coming in from Boo, just happy to sit back while everybody else is disruptive. The problem though has been getting there. And well, they have a showstopper and then a Viper's Pit. So if they do get there, I think it could be ropes for FPX.
Yeah, it'll be very tough to get back into a site like that with a pit down, and it might be tough to keep them out with the showstopper. Boo bypass that utility, and the C's has actually caught Young. Going up and over, the shot doesn't land from the showstopper.
Oh, he still gets one.
Young still kicking on the site, moving back to
Oh my god.
wins the fight.
Spike not planted. So the decoys and the flash at the same time. Oh, the flash is great, but the high-low is even better from Heretics.
Keeps things even. Plant yet to happen, so you can see the down. Autumn's actually going to go back towards the B site. Still has his
Mini has his trap there, yeah.
Knows that they haven't made it towards Hookah just yet. Actually, just this patience.
You've given him some like protection to plant in, though. That's the only concern.
Slightly weaker.
It's thinned out the
Oh my god!
What a shot!
Holy shit! He has his ult.
Himself and the TP out.
Holy shit! What a shot from the IGL.
Just to cause that little bit of paranoia for Rienz. And in fact, the ult is used straight towards the spawn, so
He doesn't know where it is.
where this opponent could be, and Autumn's a mystery as well. Does manage to get the plant down in the chaos, though, not deterred.
Nice, Valin. What a shot from him.
Jumping over the box, that's 8 rounds locked in at FPX.
Slow it down. I want to see that shot again. That was just disgusting.
This is probably why it's good for me not to be casting China, because I just spend most of the time going, what the fuck did he just do?
Even if, like, when Vitality were able to beat Heretics on this map, it came down to a poorer defense for the side of Heretics. They were not able to beat them on their attack. Well, that's exactly what FPX have done. They've managed to quell them, and well, thank you for the replay. Absolutely gorgeous stuff.
Well, Tom, okay, good. That's our first half, 8-4 for FPX. Now, it's time to give them a little break between the half. We're about to jump off, but we'll be back with half number 2 very soon.
All right, I'm going to run 90 seconds of ads, and then I actually really like this. This is so much useful for me to just do timeouts and stuff. Timeouts. Ads. So I'm going to run 90 seconds of ads whilst ads are playing, so it's not a big issue. I'm going to go for a wee. Be right back.
And we're back 8-4 when we left you. Team Heretics struggling on the attack side, which is a rare sight for us, but they're one map up. All they've got to do is recover this on the defense, Tom. But this composition from FPX, yes, we'll talk about the chamber defensively and how strong it can be. We saw it, right? Autumn's opening picks from posting up and TPing out. It will be harder to make that work here on the attack.
For sure, but I think that's where you're now going to look to players like Life to sort of, well, I don't want to say pick up the slack like he was performing badly. He was very, very good at the first, but that's where you kind of look to him. And as I said, for Heretics, this probably has been their weaker of the two sides. So it's also going to be their own fundamentals. Can they turn this back? I think with both Wu and Miniboo being a little bit quieter, looking for a bit more from Rienz after his first map performance, a pistol definitely wouldn't go amiss.
Yeah, you know, it's not even that they're being quiet, it's that their opponents are being so loud. They're just drowning them out. Like, so many of these fights, they just can't get anything done in because, to be honest, it's tough to play against FPX from what I'm seeing here. This is just a chaotic squad that will put you on the back foot. They're doing something you're not used to. And while those adjustments have to be made on the fly, Heretics 4 rounds on the board. This pistol carries a
sorry.
for them. If it goes to FPX, they're going to struggle to get back into this half, and we may be going all the way to Lotus.
Oh yeah, if you're talking about...
Does FPX have a chance against FPX? Does FPX have a chance against FPX? Dallas versus Fuel moment. I think they could be Sentinels.
So they might be prepared for it, but that doesn't make it any easier. Here we go, though. Execution into the site. A couple of players ready and waiting. It looks like there's going to be an attempt from Woot to maybe try and deny the plant. He's around the edge, but unfortunately the Haunt doesn't find anything.
Are they thinking about, yeah, they're TPing, they're going back.
Oh, they're going right into Benji. Benji's like, help me, please.
Up close, Benji, but he's tagged down to 24. A flash on backside.
Good position, but an expected position. Really good flash from Rians.
It was at least covered for a moment.
Good fights. Oh, he had to reload. Oh, Lysol hero. Where the fuck is Life?
Somehow allowed Life to thread the needle unbeknownst to him. Boo's right back.
How on earth?
This is a pantomime with a free.
Oh!
Although it came a little close.
Go on, Lysol.
One left with Lysor's position.
Oh, he's big balling it. Oh my god. He's just on the off angle, just facing.
It would have been a welcome gift for the side of Heretics to be able to take that over the line.
Why is Life fair? I was even watching.
Rounds where they go.
How could you expect Heretics to stay on top of this stuff when we don't even see it? We're watching, we can see both perspectives. We're still missing some of the stuff that FPX are doing. That's both pistols for FPX too.
You think that you're in our heads, and in fact, the quick switch up, Gen.G left in no man's land, and sure, again, Riens, he did what he could. It was bullets.
Are China players usually high sense players? Yeah, that's a good question actually. I'll have to ask. I'll have to ask around.
They're 9-4 down on this map, one that we hailed as somewhere they should be able to take it across the line. We said that FPX needs...
Oh yeah, one thing I actually wanted to do that I wanted to tell people about.
Take it in the last two, but here we are.
What I'd like to do, I'm not going to dedicate to it too much. But after China goes out of champs, whether it's in groups or in the grand finals, I want to start work on a, not a documentary, but like a long video talking about China's year. Like the teams, the expectations, how the region's grown. I guess my point is that I'm not saying like I'm going to start it like next week because all the Chinese teams are going to go out.
Okay.
But I do think that me watching champs and watch party in champs would go down if there's no Chinese teams playing.
To qualify for champions, whereas Heretics were
that's my point. But I would like to talk about China this year because I feel like
we had so many different things when it came to Heretics as to why they didn't win that.
I'm a bit upset at how little recognition they get and like why the improvements that they made are so like why they're behind for one, how much they've improved and where, what they still need to improve at, and ultimately why having China be involved in the scene and league is important.
On Bind, they are putting themselves into a considerable lead, 10-4. Guaranteed. There's nothing that can be done in this round. The only thing will be whether or not there's any orbs or any cost. And of course, for Ion, he only has a pistol. Even going
EDG top 4 just for me. Yeah.
The extra orbs to try and get closer to his ult. Gen.G will take exactly the same thing.
Everybody else is going to die to Spike.
Weaponry are just going to fade out of there, and everyone else dying to the.
But that's the one thing I'd like to do for sure. 100%.
10-4. The scoreline we expected. A strong position from FPX with so many weapons saved over. And for Team Heretics, this needs to be a flawless
The score we expected after 9-4.
Well, yeah, not at the start. I'm casting it back to...
What script are you reading from?
When I saw Bind, Tom, remember I said to you backstage, 10-4 FPX. I can see it.
I think Vitality just broke Team Heretics on this map.
I'm certain. Now, for FPX, yeah, they're expected to win that last round. Is that better?
Okay, yeah.
And then they've got their economy built up as a result of these weapons being saved. Sure, there's some weaknesses. You've got a Guardian, which has not been a weakness if it's in Young's hands, and then Berlin on a Spectre. But for the most part, they're able to go blow for blow with Heretics.
Putting some pressure over in this direction is quite nice.
Well,
this is good because usually you'd have your Fade default in here to like fight for the orb and stuff. So having the Euro condition like, hey, I can flash for this smoke and take fights.
They played them on it before.
We'll have questions about
makes it so like Team Heretics have to, like, they're not just going to put one player here. A Haunt being in this position, not only does it mean that a Fade is here, obviously, but it could be like more.
safe to say that.
So you want to have 2 players over here. So you might want to keep 3 over on A earlier, so this rotation comes in a little bit late.
Making a run to the final and played the other.
But Heretics have got the right read and position off of this.
Clinically underrated. And once again, they're showing why this is a team to fear in the group of death. For now, though, 35 seconds.
I wish FPX was in place of Trace. I think Trace have a good group to actually do some work.
Had support. Now it's all on him, but the flash.
The only downside is I don't think teams are going to underestimate them. Wow. You don't plan 2 kills, not great again. Not great bonus, but still fine. You won both pistols.
His teammates are with them, but they've got to wait just a little moment. 10-5, locked in. In that round, an essential victory for the side of Heretics. Like I said, I mean, I don't find that to be a massively weak round for FPX. They certainly still had a lot of weapons to work with, a lot of punch to pack. But this next round, I think, will be a little bit different. I'm seeing Autumn again going for the glass cannon, and that was most certainly the turning point of the last half. He was getting so much value out of that operator.
But do you agree with it on the attack?
That's the thing. It's so
FPX will probably make it out of any group other than D or B, honestly. I think B did have a good shot at too. This is the hardest group for them to qualify through. But that's the same for any of the Chinese teams.
Just peeking out. And then just waiting, and they have to push you because they're the attack.
Like, it's not like you put EDG in this group and you go, they have a better chance. Like, no Chinese team would qualify out of this group other than FPX.
Well, when you're up against a composition that is double initiator,
That's the cope way that I see it, at least.
really need to be pushing. You don't need to be taking mass amounts of aggressive control that hasn't already been cleared by some sort of piece of utility. So I think, yeah, sure, maybe the Heretics make this decision and go, okay, they've taken a pause, let's try and take some space, let's try and battle with them a little bit. But when you have yourself...
FPX timeout, actually. It's their first. They've still got both of theirs. I didn't even see.
Doing that without any utility behind it, then you deserve it.
I would have disagreed, but if I remember correctly, FPX put up a fight in China Grand Finals, right? Yeah, I mean, like, peak FPX. Yeah, like FPX that was in groups of stage 2, yeah, they bottom out of every group, to be honest. But they did look a lot better, not only for the Grand Finals, but in playoffs, full stop.
FPX still up well above their opponents. Miniboo getting confident, getting a...
But I think part of why they look bad is because they were working on comps like this, and they weren't willing to show them yet, which I respect.
Heretics missed the memo.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Like, the supportive utility was there, but it's definitely put them in an awkward spot. As I said, after a pause, a lot of...
Because they said, like, they had different comps that they wanted to use, but during, like, playoffs and stuff, that they wanted to fix some of the mistakes that they would make anyway, which they did, and then they actually showed the comps that they've been working on.
A lot of utility that's going to help you to get back into...
What happened to the triple controller thing that FPX had? They still have it on Lotus. They changed it on Icebox.
Semblance of hope with it.
So we might see it on Lotus on the 3rd map, which is looking decent shot here, but I mean, Heretics came back in the last map.
He's happy to take. Okay. And even with the decay, with the vulnerability, he is still able to win.
Euro has his ult.
Back to a 3v3. It's winnable for Heretics, and the flank has
good ult.
from Benji Fishy.
Boo, trying to get something. The steps will have been heard. And the TP has been removed, but they're still wearing...
It's all on Autumn. Really, it's just all on Autumn. Nice.
Autumn picks off Gen.G. This now becomes so much more awkward because that player up above is going to leave them in disarray, but Wu is still going, still thriving, still trying to find anything that he can.
Life's position is actually really nice too. It's not playing for him.
Them as much as he can, and they're only just getting onto that defuse. He needs to Is there going to be time for it? Is the question. There will be.
Really good retake, actually.
Done one hell of a job getting back into that.
All is just on that fight, like around showers.
He thought he could buy a little bit of time.
Unfortunate position. It was good to be like the security, but like Autumn peaks with a classic. But I don't think he could have held off any longer because they were on the defuse. I'll have to double check.
This puts FPX in a really rough spot.
Yeah, this fight, like, Wu saves them. Wu absolutely saves them here.
Not only able to find the first, but he goes back to back, takes a fight inside a snake bite against a player who knows.
What was he talking about? Will there be time?
I think also just the...
Probably didn't hit the pings.
If he lets go, this becomes a much closer round. Like, you hear a second tap and...
Like, there's a lot of loud noise happening in the background. Like, not hearing pings in your mix is more than valid. Especially when you're not near the spike either. If you're over here...
Slowly climbing. Only going to be pistols.
And also, you can't see the spike because it was in a smoke.
Clear control.
So you can't even go off of the ring.
Up the orbs. They're putting it onto life, which is interesting because he is not even remotely close to his ultimate.
Just used it. Somebody has to pick it up.
Just wanting to farm it up early. Strange, I guess. You can see like a nightfall for next round.
I meant casters. No, I know you meant casters. I'm defending the casters here.
Well, maybe they just know that.
Like, I knew it because I have my in-game audio for the stream turned up crazy high.
Gotta have faith in your teammates. For Heretics, there are a few.
I want to hear every footstep, you know? But if I'm in a big room with a headset that's more generic.
Minibu, though, able to get it done. This is what we're talking about, having that second man to provide that cover to trade it out. They don't want to lose too many more players. Keeping the economy healthy early on is a big factor. And Spike's gone the other direction. Pressure's on for Gen.G.
The problem is they haven't got as far forward as they probably would have liked. He's going to wait, almost play the bait, just hold on while they fight his teammates. It's all too easy for Gen.G. Now for Lysor, if anything, he just needs to make sure he dies. Not wanting to just hold on to a pistol for the next round. He's going to go swinging. Already has the ult, so it's not even going to be for the orbs in the end. Heretics have brought this back into contention. 10-7. Not too far away now, and this is where you kind of expect for FPX to have more of a response.
And again, ult dedication. You get a nightfall for FPX right now, but I mean a relatively big factor, honestly, in a round like this. 10-7, economy's on the line. Autumn's going in for another glass cannon. They're so willing to play without those shields. I mean, they rarely get to fire a bullet back at them, so I suppose it doesn't really matter. But 3 rounds in the difference. Heretics on the road to recovery. And the defensive side, well, a little bit of aggression to go down. Minibu sends through the boom bot. It finds nothing. And on the back of it, I expected aggression. If it was life, you'd see aggression. But they backed off.
Gen.G will be revealed, but he has support. And
Oh,
it's actually
no.
the spam through the orb.
Heretics are coming back.
Down life. That's not the man you wanted to lose early on in this round. Because that said, like, you look at the other side, what have you now got? You've lost your star duelist. You have a double controller, single initiator, and a chamber. Like, this is not a space-taking composition if you lose the Yoru in the early stages of the round.
And not just that, for the round that's in it, economy on the line. Heretics about to build up a massive lead in terms of eco if they can avoid losing too many. This is a round that FPX don't want to be pulling any punches, and losing one of their big entries is definitely going to hurt them. Gen.G not going for the orb. Could have been Viper's Pit online, but he knows that risk not worth it at all. Thrash sent in.
Oh, why did he jump flash peek it?
Perfect timing from Rien's on the ultimate.
Yeah, they're dealing with this really well. Lysor's not finding anything on Viper either.
Gets another blind through the smoke. The spike recovered by Lysor, soon to be gifted to Heretics by the looks of things. But the
Like, he just can't, like, do it. He can't quite get the lurks.
more cautious. In fact, the molly gets him. Oh, it's a disaster. 30 HP for Lysor. He's at least got 2, but 8 seconds left. Spike to be planted, players to be dropped, and even...
He's going to try and save, and the flank is there. Maybe Chimba was a bad idea. I feel like it's not even that. I don't know how to describe it. I don't think that that's
Rien's and Gen.G like,
had much of an impact as such.
Just keep everybody low as they tried to run in. They also had the snake bite, the cover that was there when the ultimate was being used to make sure that they couldn't properly close him down. Like, it was just perfect from these two. And okay, that was the only risk, was when Berlin...
I think I'd just prefer to see Lysor on Viper a lot more.
You can see, just combining their utility, working as a team, and again...
I'll put Autumn on Viper and then have Lysor and Cypher.
He is now 16-12. He is climbing up the board and putting them just 2 rounds away.
This is the cost of FPX winning pistols. Yeah. It's not even like the defensive side was good here. It's their attacking side that's struggling.
Very good first half where they ended with a pretty hefty lead, getting that second pistol over the line, and now they've lost 4 rounds in a row, and I think we're starting to see the holes in where this comp is just not as good on the attack.
That's it. They really need to find a solution there, and I'm not sure that's an easy solution to find.
We remove the guest line? Yes, good shout.
It's not the end of the world. We've seen so many teams recover, and a lot of the times that's going to be necessary. You lose the 4 as you're learning What are your opponents doing? How can you adapt to it? What are the gaps in your attack? But for FPX, those gaps are hard to plug with limited utility. I need to see Life not going down early round, and I'm not sure I can blame him for it.
You need to see Autumn go for a glass cannon rifle? It's because he's getting tour de force if he gets one orb, but it's definitely it's a risk that if he just dies, okay, he sold it. I thought he was. I kind of.
You got the golden gun, man. You go Headhunter alongside shields and then go for the orb. Well, then you get one kill. You've got a big gun, a big sniper. Makes a bit more sense.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wanted him to do it.
I didn't, so I'm quite happy with where we've ended up here.
I'm rolling with the chaos. Chaos is where they've succeeded. Chaos is where they will win. Now they've got a few ults for this one. Young, Guardian. He's going to be better in this round.
Oh, I actually think this is over then for Heretics.
That's true.
I don't care about Autumn's ultimate. It's Young's Guardian. 3 headshots is a minimum. He might get 4. We'll see.
Yeah, the only thing that will stop him is if it's through a wall.
Yes.
Then he'll only take down maybe one player.
If Lysor uses the Viper's Pit while Young has a Guardian, he's trolling. Now you need to give him the long range angles. Let him just headshot. But no, for real, at this point, Heretics A site feeling a bit of pressure. They're just going to fall.
The Euro's been really read nicely from Heretics too. Like Life's flashes and his entries have not really found too much.
Spamming. Whoop has somehow managed to dodge every single bullet. There goes that Viper's
fast retake.
With an immediate response. Both Nightfalls thrown in. Everything being
Big 5 for Shower.
both teams, but they have been able to
mini boost low. Now he's full HP and he just waits. That's when Berlin chooses to speak him.
They now have to deal with this.
Ooh, okay. They get Lysars too, so the Viper's Pit's gone down.
Life has at least been able to recover one, but
And they know exactly where he came from. So he's changing around his position.
into it, and they're watching for this. They're ready for this, but he managed to. It didn't matter in the end. Benji was waiting.
Oh, 2 big ults used.
Now the difference down to just 1, and as I said, Mitch.
I mean, Berlin just peeking out. Berlin has just been peeking too many fights.
They committed a hell of a lot.
When they either have numbers or need numbers to keep.
That then got counter pitted as well. I mean, this was big investment from FPX, and then we look at this round as well. The fact that their economy was put in. The next round we'll see light shields and rifles for them as well. How many Boo gets?
Like Lysor just been there in the first place. I just don't rate Lysor's Viper.
The round is lost. I think that's the defining fight. And as well as that, Miniboo was like 20 HP, pushing through lamps for the first kill he got. Just crouched.
I don't know what he's on kills. It's been a while since we've seen him.
Fair to say that, you know, we started this out by talking about his confidence levels. I don't think that's an issue right now. He seems to have found his groove.
He's getting back into it at least, and as I said, that was always going to be dangerous. A streak of rounds, and this would be both maps now, where the FPX have found themselves in pretty hefty advantages, and they are starting to slip in a similar way. It will be a crushing way to go into that lower bracket, and of course have to face off against Sentinels. I don't think there'll be many teams that will have had to be eliminated from 2 tournaments only playing against Masters finalists. That would be the brutal way to go out. Life, though.
Declare this. He's still got strong side over here, though, Heretics. 3 players. The paranoia is great, though. Really nice. The flash is good from Rians, but the 2 players that weren't hit, 2 to take him down. Really good change-up.
Try to get space, but he's denied it. Boo and Woot.
But it's the post plants that look really uncomfortable for FPX.
So I see no reason why not. But
Like there, like somebody break the horn, please.
The flash leaves Boo in the corner. Autumn can post up, and that's where he's found.
All right, good. 11.
Success in this series.
Might be another OT, but we're here. I'm also super reclining my chair.
They found a little bit of a recovery. This could have been disastrous as well with their credits down to the last, but well, they're back on the board.
You can see why they want that dimensional drift so bad. Because when Life has that, he uses it to basically pinpoint where the paranoia needs to go, has his own pop flash to leave the players at the back of the site completely blind, and then sticks the landing with it.
Vinus is a good Heretics timeout too, actually.
That they can have
They're not leaving it too late. I don't think FPX gained too much from this one.
I actually think that, okay, sure, for Heretics, I understand where there's a
Timeout's punchy, it's good.
in a row, you finally lose one, you're 2 away from this map slipping away. But I actually think FPX would have been really happy to have a pause here as well. Because you're now going to sit there and go, okay, we used the ultimates that we knew would work. We were literally farming orbs when there was 1 orb on Life, and I don't know how many, it was 6 or 7 on a teammate.
Yeah.
And now, well, we don't have that. What are we going to do instead? Sure, we got Tour de Force. We got Berlin from the shadows, which I'll be honest, on Berlin, I actually think could be impactful. He's a bit crazy sometimes. And while Heretics are more looking just to get back into the swing of things as they were over the last few rounds, because the 5-round streak is pretty clean. I don't think there were too many scenarios where it looked like FPX were even going to challenge them at all.
No, that streak of rounds, if they can replicate it, that's what they're after. Maybe FPX have that response. Like we said, Life uses ultimate. This is a game changer in that round, but you're not going to have that online for quite a while. Now, though, we look at Autumn. I believe he's activated his ult before barriers have gone up.
You want to
Tour de Force, he challenges them to a game and see if they do want to play. Certainly early on, no form of aggression, and the Dizzy just reveals a player's outside the site, and with the ult in play, you do not want to go checking who it is.
They didn't remove... Oh, yeah, I did not. You're right. There you go. It's gone now.
One of the TPs has had to be used just to get out of the seas. I think they are trying to deny Life farming up those orbs. We've seen the singular buy round they've managed to win come off the back of his ultimate. And again, 3 players ready and waiting. It's allowed by the aggressive position over in Hookah that's being held. And now Boo, well, he's going to be under pressure. Another double ping, and wow, Woot's caught.
Always seems to be the place they get curious is exactly where Autumn is. Rienne's able to trade, but the disadvantage remains for the side of Heretics. And although Rienne's finds another, we're in the same boat.
LV3.
Showstopper not going to heaven, though. Needs to pull his rifle out pretty soon because there's a peek coming in from Young, getting aggressive, and it was not expected with the Tour de Force.
All right, that's 12.
It's 12 for FPX. 3 chances to close this out. The same position Heretics were in on the last map.
Yeah. No, we are seeing a lot of similarities, but this time the streak ended a little bit.
So is that skull thing next to Benji the kill leader thing? Yes, because it's 20 and 15. Where is Lysa? Lysa's 16 and 14. Actually, it's not doing too bad kill-wise, but I don't know how much of that was on their defense.
To not reveal the position, the patience of Autumn. This was the value of having him on that operator. That was what they were looking for the entire time. When space is made, re-aggression coming in, being caught, and the fact that he gets the last player as well. Ultimates still in a decent spot though for Heretics. They could respond.
First kill 2.
Moves down to start this one off. It's not looking pretty. Life.
Spray and pray. Lysor didn't get hit by that, which is surprising.
But Benji's done well.
Brutal.
Back to neck and neck. And now an opportunity with the spike dropped right under their nose for FPX. Look, if there was any 2 players you wanted to put in a clutch position, you probably would choose these guys. Autumn and Life have been very impressive, having to dodge
Ooh.
and just about
Still gets hit.
the TP. Although he gets detained, he's at least safe around the corner. They get to reset, and Thrash won't be recovered.
He's been caught by absolutely everything over the last couple of rounds, but he will be able to hold on. It's unfortunate because they actually cleared the B site, but just didn't realize that singular kill on Taboo was enough. Ran the spike into A. And of course for Heretics,
They both like left it, so they could pick up the spike and just go for the TP.
Looking to see if they can reposition.
Yeah.
Taking the TP would actually
Don't know how I feel about this for Heretics.
for the side of Heretics.
But I also kind of appreciate that they were not too hung up on holding the spike in a 2v2. Because that can backfire as well.
The problem is, I think they're a little bit worried about full sprinting just in case someone's still lurked in mid.
Well, I mean, conventionally,
Playing double elbow here is nice too.
have already started the rotate. I think that's what FPX.
Just whether this flank is going to be heard. Are they going to step? Are they going to show where they are?
Maybe in their minds they've already stepped onto the site. Little do they know it is the long play, but with the positions FPX are manning, they don't really have to worry about that. It's not an angle they're super exposed to. It's just Life, but now he's got the
Ooh, good angle. Trade? Yeah, there it is. All right, 13-9. Third map.
And they've managed to take behind a map that we were counting them out of. And of course,
Lotus should be very winnable too.
but not today.
No, it's another scenario.
Let's see what it's like.
Team has come into their we put them out as favorites, and it's gone the other way.
Yeah, Omen Astra Viper, 8-3, lost the Trace, lost the Tech. And then Team Heretics. A little bit rougher on it. Lost the Vitality, 13-3, running Neon Fade, Cypher Breach. they've been pretty dedicated to the no Viper double initiator stuff. With mostly good results, but very close maps when they win other than beating Gentlemates. Oh, how was the crowd during the Gen.G match? Hard to hear, I'll be honest. Don't know if there was much to really go on at, really. But yeah, I'm going to run ads. I'm also going to make some food because I'm hungry as well. So, and go see Beth real quick. So yeah, be right back.
Hello, I'm joined by Benji, Fishy, and Autumn, and today we are going to be playing Agree to Disagree. It's fairly simple. They have got some, well, I guess, cards, and basically I'm going to ask them a statement, and they have to tell me if they agree or disagree. Very straightforward. We're going to be starting off talking about our newest map. Abyss is the funniest map created so far.
Funniest?
Funniest. Have you had any laughs?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Okay, when do we count down?
Go for it. No, just go for it. Straight away.
Agree. Yeah, not as strongly, but it is good. Like, bro, the amount of time, especially when like the map first came out, bro, everybody was just dying. Like in scrims, bro, you just see someone die off spawn, bro, just to jump off the map. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, same with me. I think I've fallen off the map a few times, and even on ecos, like sometimes in scrims we just 5-man jump off. Just not give them any ult points, stuff like this. I think it's definitely funny.
Okay, statement number 2. Aspas is the best player of all time. Oh. You know, if you disagree, I'm going to ask you who is.
Nah.
Okay, agree. Who is then, Benji?
Who is the best player of all time? FNS, bro.
FNS. What is it about his game that you specifically like?
He just has aura. He just has...
Oh, come on.
Just his aura, bro. Like, like
I see it.
In the you know, I haven't had the honor of playing against FNS. You know, sadly didn't qualify champs, but you know, I would be very intimidated. I'll be extremely intimidated.
He's one of the goats.
He's one of the goats for sure.
One of the goats.
So yeah, I'll go with FNS.
Okay. Well, we've had our first difference.
Yeah, I agree because I think Aspas is just probably the most consistent player I've seen in the game. Like he's just always putting up phenomenal numbers and stuff like this, and just the amount of consistency in this game. I think it's really like incredible.
Okay, I think this one might split the decision a little bit. British cuisine is better than Australian.
Wait, British is better?
It is better, yes.
What is Australian food though?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say there's not really that.
What is Australian? What's a typical Australian
shepherd pie?
A shepherd's pie.
That is also
that's English as well, bro.
Do you know what a parma is?
A parma?
Yeah, like a chicken schnitzel with like.
Oh, like in a wrap or what?
Chicken schnitzel with like cheese and tomato sauce, like pizza sauce.
Oh, I think I might have had it
Maybe
before. I mean, that's pretty good. Okay, I'm
That's
gonna
a chicken
I mean, the thing
parmesan.
is,
Isn't that American?
maybe. I mean,
Australian cuisine's not really a thing, but
that's the thing. Neither is like. I mean, you've got some English stuff, but like, I see Australia as just like a horror England. To be honest, that's where I see it. I'm gonna go disagree because you know, even though I'm British, I'm not a huge fan of British food.
Disagree though.
Yeah, we both disagree. Okay, respect.
Okay. Well, the final and most important question. Tom looks good in his leather jacket.
Right. Strongly agree.
Strongly agree. Okay. Right, we're going to end it there. Thank you, guys. We're going to be throwing it straight off to the desk. Just remember that one. I look fantastic. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, as FPX forces a map 3 taking Bind, which we all thought was basically all done and dusted. But that goes to show you when it's Champions time, I mean, anything is possible here. And they even did it with a composition that was fascinating, to say the least.
Inexplicable.
Yeah.
It's the way I would call that one. Because they came out and I'm gonna be real, I didn't see the vision fully with this composition. I'm still not sure if I did. But
I don't know if they're...
I think Team Heretics in a lot of these rounds overcomplicated things a little bit. They kept on trying to go...
Hello. I'm just gonna eat and mute.
Contacting into players.
Oh, I'm here though.
It was Life holding aggressive on short. It was the chamber and showers. In so many of these rounds, these same early opportunities were being given away, and it was giving FPX advantages constantly.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think FPX had a decent game plan coming into this where they're like, we're just going to kind of play around their utility a little bit, like some of their smokes and the Viper walls and things like that. We're just going to find ways to just hide in corners, hide in angles they're not expecting, surprise the heck out of them, and just knock them down. The rounds where Heretics found some success was like on these heavy execute rounds where they were able to really put together these successful, you know, snowballs into a site, just take over the round, and then their post plan is just way better because they have a lot more mollies and things to work with. So there were those opportunities, but like you were saying, they just kept contacting into players and dying.
But I think this is the classic FPX where they play a comp that isn't optimal, that doesn't have like the perfect idea behind it always, but they just execute on things solidly. They play off each other really well. They have some insane individuals. I mean, the amount of just rounds won on mechanics this map was so impressive. Like, these are good players that play well as a team, and they'll really catch you off guard, as we saw here on Bind.
Yeah, they were able to pick up the dub, but of course, it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. We're going to give this one to Benji Fishy for his 3K in round 4, even though, you know, the Heretics boys weren't able to walk away with the dub. I mean, still, you know, you get a couple people walking in through the teleporter, you're like, oh, hello. Just caught 1, 2, and on top of that, he was about to get gobbled up by the Fade util too. So that was great. And just another day of Benji Fishy doing something ridiculous and just shrugging it off. I've been casting him for a while. He does that quite a bit. Yeah, I mean, honestly, even with the situation that, you know, Heretics find themselves in here, you know, going down on Bind, when we thought that that could have been a given for them, now we shift our focus here, map 3 to Lotus. And what I'm excited about is we're about to get some zoom, you know, about to get some neon up on the server, you know?
This should be really interesting. I mean, a map that FPX beat Heretics on at Shanghai. Again, different, you know, players, different lineups, that kind of thing. But there is some experience here for the side of FPX as well, going up against good Neons. They beat RB, who was playing for Titan Esports over in China. They were able to best him on Lotus. Lotus is a good map for FPX, and Heretics is actually changing it up completely. No Neon.
Wow.
So this is just the default comp. They're familiar with it. Everyone has played this one before, but that is really surprising. This will be 3 maps now without Miniboo playing the Neon that defined Stage 2, and I think defined Miniboo as a player. But let's talk about this FPX comp. Triple controller. It's a really weird one, but on their attacking side, it gives them a lot of tools to break up the map and scale into very small pieces at a time. Taking A, they're never going to go for the super early fight, but they'll Astra smoke one early close spot, then they'll Omen smoke deeper, and they'll have all these layers to segment and give themselves advantageous duels, and it's super disruptive because you're never in scrims in Europe playing against a team who has a comp like this. It's cool ideas, and FPX does it well.
Need to be straight away from the thing that separates them from others. I haven't watched him enough to really say, but yeah.
Yeah,
Genuinely, I think old Viper is better than a new Viper in a lot of ways. So.
One of Champions Seoul. We're going to map 3. It's Lotus. Let's find out who walks away with the dub. We're going to send it back over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah, listen, a 3-mapper between these two teams, I would have said it's likely at the start of this series, but after seeing Abyss, I wasn't so sure.
Did they sit down at the wrong computers? Why is Wu on Omen? Why is Boo on Fade? Like, they've switched, but they brought in some of the same agents and then just sat down at the other computer. Rians is also switching to the Viper.
Oh, yeah.
Again, this is something completely different to what we're normally seeing. They're bringing in that double controller, which I don't mind. I can only assume...
I didn't even notice. You got Wu on... Why?
More aggressive. Although saying that, Rians is the one that's pushing up.
Curious look for Heretics.
We got nobody that's comfortable on, like, Viper outside of Gen.G?
Haven't seen Boo on the Fade in quite a while. In fact, doesn't even have that many games on it in total. Autumn has gone down right away. A few assists coming in. The Fade alongside the decay from
Strange.
the...
Right, they're both even on pistols. Both teams winning all the pistols on the map that they won.
Rough idea of where those players are, but he can't land the shot.
And Heretics breeze through this one flawlessly. Barely a bit of damage done.
Start to this one, 1-0 for Heretics.
Will it work? No, I'm kidding. That would be a little bit of it. But the thing is, winning
frazzled
has been the defining point of the map so far. Like, they've been both incredibly close. Okay, one of them went to OT, so I guess the pistols maybe weren't.
What's even the weather like the next couple of days?
But it could have meant that first map went the way of FPX, and getting off to a good start inside of Heretics is going to be so important. I'm excited to see some of these role switches. As said, like, there's opportunities to see Woot get more aggressive.
Yeah, tomorrow's 24 degrees, then 21, then 21, then 24, then 21 with a lot of rain. The next week is a lot nicer. Well, a lot cooler. But I prefer it cooler.
Playing Sentinel, but anything other than that, he's pretty much in the book.
You can almost say the same for good old Boo. Yeah. Over the years, he's done whatever needs to be done. For Heretics, 1-0 to start this one out, and FPX just played very light buy for them in this round, and Heretics will be...
Yeah, FPX like to do this wall a lot because they have triple controllers, so they can do this smoke like consistently in those spaces. So they don't need that Viper wall to lurk up because they have other stuff to work with. So they do this one to make it hard to hold secret.
We heard from Alpha here at the end of stage 2 that he's
For that A main pressure, Boo's still going to do it. But you'll notice that he is one of the players with a ghost. They did that much of a buy.
That's true.
Oh, I'm going for Initiator now, lads. I'm going for the Initiator of Champions. Because why bother? Why bother playing the controller anymore when you've already completed it?
Yeah, completed it, mate.
Oh.
Got 100%.
This round should be very little. Any extra kills would be nice for FPX, and not an awful start.
Not bad at all. 3v3, but they're running right into one of the rifles. 2 of the rifles, no? No, just one.
It means they can actually use that Viper screen.
I don't really like the sound of the Phantom the more I listen to it. It's a bit too like rat-a-tat-tat-tat.
Now any extra cost here would be a weapon dropped. They've only lost pistols so far.
Yeah, and Aya has a chance, but...
You get 2 kills and you plant the spike, that's fine.
He was just the same, finding the second shot onto life, and well, with those connections, that is a 2-0 start. FPX though...
But bonuses either... Bonuses for FPX or anti-bonuses against Heretics have not looked great. Yeah, aim labs at the end. Yeah, it's cool, but...
It's going to be used a lot of the time for A control. You're going to use it to try and...
That's always the thing with the Phantom, though, is it's meant to sound like lighter.
Autumn is going to be playing it at different ways to cross into the B site. So he's going to make it so that he can sort of section off parts of the door so they can isolate in by going through the broken door, and then also it sections off heaven at the same time. So it makes things quite awkward for B site defenders, and also means that you can basically go in, and if you go from mid, you can fight a singular angle. It's quite a nice Viper screen, but one that you can't allow, and something they shouldn't have allowed is
not good.
Doing that.
Well, you think that when you commit life to holding an angle, that'll be enough, but Mini Boo's off to a flyer. Started the first. Rifles for the most part on the side of Team Heretics. Not that many weaknesses. Odin bought up by FPX, trying to spam down early on A, but it's converted out now for the rifle. Oh, and it's converted back, and it's converted back again. They're juggling all the way to the spawn, and it's going to be chucked away. So just the rifles carried forward.
Nice fight.
Work with them already. That's Boo dropping.
That's why I like Autumn on Viper. I think he's just good at taking the right timings.
rotation already coming in from Rian, so they bolstered this A site defense, and with 3 players already committed to tree, this could be a problem. They haven't managed to get out of this.
No, great peek from Wu. Those two can't play together, just one at a time.
Yeah, the call was clearly made to face them together. Can't quite account for those shots landing in that fashion. FPX now only facing off against a weaker weapon in the form of Gen.G and Miniboo, who has hit a few nice shots. We'll see if he can find a bit more. He's gone down the rope. He's on the site, round the corner. They're not expecting it. The angle's open. He finds his one. Nade thrown, but he has a player around the backside. It's Aya on his way, and Ayung not even needed, really. The kill was going to go either way, Autumn or himself. It's only about who gets the orbs. Luckily, with Ayung finding it, he's one away from a thrash, which could be valuable coming into round 4.
What are you saying, Eno?
Slow pace. Like, the weaponry really wasn't that weak in this round for Heretics, but the double swing, just being patient around the angle. And
Yeah, just one at a time. Just enough of a gap that they could just take them apart one after the other.
both kills, because I think Rian's is just a little bit more of a swing, and that's enough for
Voice is a little bit hoarse now.
to come through for the Omen player.
Yeah, I think for like tomorrow, I'll probably just watch the Billy game.
Fair enough, Wu. I guess you can just play a duelist initiator and everything in between.
Yeah, a man of many talents, that's for sure. A jack of all
Ooh.
trades, master of most as well. The Odin spray from Boo. It's stylish. I like it.
Just sleep deprived, I can't control my thoughts. What time zone are you in?
To see if they're still there. Well, the info is
Because like, I'm trying to remember if have you like been in the stream a few times like through China, or is this like?
left on Berlin, 35.
I think it's like, are you sometimes around for international events,
Fights, Thrash leading the way.
but not usually for China, right?
I don't think it's going to find any connections. It will be recovered though for the post plant.
Like Luigi's relatively new. Breeze has been around for forever. Recon Cross. I'm not sure actually. GMT +5. Oh, so you're actually not behind, you're ahead. So you're what, like in India? I mean, you're not new. You've been like new-ish. Like it's this stage since kickoff, I think.
It was used too shallow.
Maybe to be fair, like kickoff does feel like a couple of months ago.
Chances of this round going the way of Heretics, next to none, with 3 ends desperately trying to escape.
All right, nice 2-2.
Into the waiting hands of Autumn. That is a nice equalization, and for FPX, the ball is most certainly rolling on this attack.
Yeah.
Pacific Standard Time. Yeah, the other one's really working for it.
To a good start. It's going to eventually slow down a little bit. Those pistols have almost been a
Kickoff was only a few months ago, yeah.
second. It definitely helps out a little bit more. I like the
Damn, your geography is good.
taken by the Omen.
I had to sort of get relatively good at it with the team. Because we had players on Russian times and then like Beijing time.
Challenge for this control. Maybe expecting a little bit more resistance.
You can sort of roughly work it out. Like if you had said +4, I would have said like Turkey.
And you have to take into consideration there is
Wait, +3 is more like Turkey. Europe is an hour ahead mostly.
A spam through the door with the sheriffs.
East Coast is 5 hours behind. Central time is 6. Mountain time is 7. Pacific time is 8.
They took the space very quickly.
Russia is +3. Yeah, Russia's +3, but Turkey's +4.
Smoke destroying their flash and taking a free kill on a player in the air. Now they're much more cautious.
Turkey's the same on +2. Oh, okay. I thought it was +4.
Easy to be thrown through. Nobody caught by it. So in goes the wingman.
My schedule's a big problem.
But a potential reveal with the swings out. They hope they can convert a couple of kills, but they are kept in position. Whether
Really nice execute.
utility,
Yeah, to be Team A has been really nice for FPX to get to choose to side.
Gen.G left to try and clutch it all. 2 versus
But
5.
you never know what's going to happen with the defense.
Damage.
Yeah, either that or to go down to the spike. A couple of ultimates getting.
Same as Russia. Interesting.
Nice shot.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, Jesus, no. No, God, please, no.
This round was looking all but done.
You know where he is. The paranoid missed. Oh, no.
2 players survived after what was every single match.
2v5.
Somehow Gen.G and Wu pulled off a miracle.
2v5.
Oh. Oh, no.
Master card thrifty on the back of Gen.G. Fishy.
Oh, what was that?
Alone.
2v5.
Pistol in his hand. This is absolutely outrageous. Swinging in for the next. The first shot didn't hit.
He dinked the other as well.
I think he even headshot the other player.
Yeah.
Assisting on the kill. That is a bench.
What was that jingle? It's a horrible one that they do for the MasterCard 50.
FPX call a timeout. That's not a round you can
Horrible.
afford to lose.
That might be the hardest.
Benji's just a gamer like that. You wouldn't get it? Clearly not. This is where I think me and you, Misk, are going to be at ends, right? Because it's China versus Northern Europe. And you can bring up the fact that I live in Northern Europe, which I would say, actually, I'm in Shanghai, and this is a set.
It was Sheriff on Pine.
Yeah.
I'm like Kai Cenat, like it's just gonna all like blow up into fireworks at the end.
Practice. I know that's not true, but somehow it just looks so good when it comes to the pistol, and that as I said, that's got to be a backbreaker for FPX. Like you're in a very.
I'm glad that they timed out straight afterwards, though. That's a break glass in case of emergency.
Get domed, sure. If you group up and stay together, he's never winning that, but to critique them trying to fight a guy using a sheriff.
Can he believe it?
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom, if you were the last guy alive in your rank game, I think you'd critique them trying to fight a sheriff. That's for damn sure.
You got recommended Vikash on Twitch? Is he stream? Is he watch partying? That'd be a cool watch party to watch.
Unfortunately, yeah, well, I think you should be pretty grateful he's not around, Tom. The 3-2.
Maybe let me win.
Yes, I do not.
He likes you that much.
Farming. It's the usual. I guess he's back in Russia.
For Team Heretics, I don't think they were expecting to win round number 5 when it started, and when they were in the 2v5, they certainly weren't. They're given a lifeline to keep the lead early on, deny FPX the foothold on this map. The attack side left with 2. Rifles bought up. A lot of the credits are down to their last, down to the wire. And you don't. Okay. Don't want to see any crazy risks taken by FPX. They've got to be cautious in this round. It was Woot that got aggressive, that tried to get up in their face. He's lost his life now. That Robo Control not quite going his way.
Oh, Autumn's gone down. Big trade, actually, for Rians.
I'm almost wondering how. It looked like there was a smoke down. Did he just tap a couple of bullets through it?
I think just playing Sentinel sort of takes the most out of you,
Even still, it must have just
like
been
you, mechanics-wise. Because you don't have utility to play off, you just have to out-aim people.
Still have a showstopper available, and actually
Also, let me
Seaside,
do
3
this.
players. Come on, Boo.
Fix this again.
Be a little bit lucky to be
I
alive.
have to like
Fall
do
back.
something like this, so it's
Smoke
in
shut him
between.
off completely. The way of FPX. The only problem
There we go, that's fine.
they don't have a mass amount of time to only be getting this control now. There's still a lot to do.
If they switch back to B, they could be in trouble. I think that's going to be the play. Usually when it's low time left, that's where teams decide to take it. The spike's certainly on its way, but the nade has kept them back, bought a little bit more time. We're down to 20 seconds.
Getting low.
Now have rotated in to assist on the
Ooh,
inside.
Berlin.
Ready for this push. Oh, they're
It's just going to open the door and go towards C. That's not going to pull a rotation now. Like, FX, no.
against them. We'll just about have enough time to get this planted.
Yeah, I don't think they mind that though. Having the lockdown available and the showstopper.
Very quick showstopper, good call.
Maybe trying to force players back.
Oh, Lysol just thinks fuck it and peeks him. And Iron gets one. Don't re-peek that. You've done enough.
Get a response, but it's whether or not they even want to commit the lockdown.
You're in a 4v2. Just chill.
What an oversight to put that into play. Gen.G, well, he pulled off an impossible clutch moments ago. This one might even happen.
Nice. Good stuff, Lysol.
Instant response from the side of FPX. And we're level again.
Big round by Lysor.
I might even go far as saying my player of the year for China this year.
Pretty sure Mini Boo on the fall off from it is picking up a little bit more, but he swings in. And the thing is, I saw
They get the Ryan Central Award.
the fact that he's able to get out of there, reset for a fight later on is huge. The fact that Woot, look, this is Woot playing an Omen.
Because he wasn't the best player. He wasn't the best player on FPX, nor the best like player on his role. It's just like how much he's got and improved and where he gets impact.
They don't get contact early.
You can't say he's played better than Kong Kong, but
FPX aren't going there.
we knew that Kong Kong was going to be good. Lysol looked horrible at the start of this year.
Against on those shift peaks.
Now look at him.
Neck and neck yet again. But the problem is
information.
The Heretics only have, well, Sheriffs on most players, Tom.
Yeah.
No, they couldn't possibly do anything with
They
those.
should have the read though. They've pushed up C. They put Prowlers through B. So they basically know that this is going to be that early A control. So they can stack players up here. Bit of spam from either side, but they have to be wary of a potential double back towards the B site, and with Boo already being tagged low, there is going to be a push. Well, immediately
Who would have thought? What, Russian speaking Russian?
going through a snake bite would be an incredible risk in a round where it's not necessary at all.
Bukasha gets most handsome player.
Young and almost a double detain. But Thrash is stopped at the last second. Mini
Oh, I mean, good grief, Miniboo would hit that.
whizzing right by him as Lysor finds
It's just a death match now.
looking to be locked in.
Brutal. Oh, why would you peek? Why would you even consider that? But of course, why would he consider that?
This time around.
Because it works.
Yeah, still a little bit of
The Russian nats, exactly, foe.
not anything to write home about. 4 of the last 5 rounds, and well, we know what round.
It's my favorite thing.
I don't think we need to tell you twice. Actually, Heretics are going to take themselves a pause. Understandable.
Oh man, I'm
This is one that
dying for a shower.
starting to get away from them a little.
Yeah, I think it's just too warm tomorrow and Saturday to be streaming both games.
The side of Vitality, I think, has called in this mass change in, well, maybe not so much compositionally, but more so for the roles that they're being played on. And for the other side of things, okay, they've had a couple of losses here and there, but it definitely feels like a middle.
Because I initially wasn't planning, because I only finished casting and stuff, which like took 2 weeks. Actually, the whole week. I only finished casting yesterday for Ascension.
Sure, there's ultimates online for both sides.
So I wanted to take like a bit of a break, kind of focus on the other game, without saying too much about it.
Less so, it could be online for this.
But I was like, I was talking to somebody about China. I wouldn't say who, but I was talking to somebody about China. And they said, like, keep going, mate. Like, what you're doing is good and it's getting noticed and it's the right thing to be doing. And, like, I feel like I'd been waiting all year for somebody to say, like, what you are doing is, like, it's good for the region. It's good for you. But all you need to do is keep doing it a bit more and it will find, like, bear fruit.
Will be there. FPX play like that.
He's the initiator's utility. The Sky Dog. Just
It made me sort of think, like, I really like doing this. Like, sure, these teams piss me off, but I really like watching Valorant through the lens of, like, the Chinese fans.
a lot of the time.
Like, being able to tell their story on, frankly, the side of the world that doesn't care about them at all and would argue that they don't deserve to be a part of the system.
Lost a huge clutch to 2 sheriffs.
Not like we said any of this when it first started. Yeah, but, like, a lot of people are like, oh, yeah, this is going to pop off and go crazy. And then it sort of, like, chilled out for a bit.
Of their own, the lockdown for Benji Fishy leaves them with a much more passive hold.
Other people tried as well. I mean, that's the main thing.
Just there, revealing there's some players. But it's not like they want to hold on to.
But I think it was more that I was just doing so many different, like I was casting Northern Europe, was coaching, and then doing this.
But the response from Boo
Oh no.
opens the door and an oversight, it seems. No one aware.
And like I'd say that like doing this was probably like the least paid out of all of them, but also at the same time like the thing that took up the most time.
I said a role that we did see him play a bit last year, but as of recent hasn't been on that initiator.
So yeah, I was spending it hard towards the end of stage 2 watching China. I was like, I'll just see it through, you know? I'll see it through and then I'll see how I feel about champs. Like if I was still coaching, I wouldn't be doing these watch fights. I'd just be scrimming these teams, to be honest.
That's a 1v1. No, it's not.
Frost even shouted out. Yeah. Frost messaged me a lot about it too. But I guess I'm thinking like a lot of rounds that FPX should be winning here. Like I'm thinking like I'd say at this point, nothing's confirmed. I haven't heard anything, but I would say that the likelihood of getting an English broadcast for China next year is still incredibly slim. Because I just don't know who's going to do it. Because whoever does it is going to lose money. You can't make a profit off of doing an English broadcast for this region. And like, even if you did have somebody do it, would I be casting it? Maybe because the rates would be like, because the money that it would cost to put on a production, maybe the casting rates are going to be super low to kind of go for it. Especially if you've got like the LPL broadcast for Valorant, which is the OCE Challengers League. I know rates in Australia are incredibly low. So if it's like a broadcast where they try to get... If it's LPL again, the rates are going to be too low for me to accept. That's what I'm trying to say. But
control that matters.
And then like the streams were like doing okay, but not great. And they were always clashing with Pacific, so it was always like an uphill battle.
The rest of the space. Again, they're confident to play retakes on B or C.
Start streaming or dropping VODs of Billy. I don't know if I'm technically allowed because I'm not, because I'm a foreigner outside of China.
I expect Boo to fall back. I see him.
But if I could, I absolutely would. If I could stream to Billy as well,
Viper's Pit used from the spawn. It gives them
I mean that'd be a lot of fun. It'd be cool to talk to everybody over there.
close with a lockdown in play. The players
I could piss off more people with the way that I pronounce Zimuga.
almost have to fight forward for the most part. Boo's ready for the
With trades.
Mysore manages to make it out, but denying this defuse.
Oh, great work.
Gonna have to find a couple of picks with the players sneaking in inside the pit. They could already be defusing.
Berlin's on a great position. Oh, he gets two.
Berlin put them in a good position.
Oh.
Has the line of sight on Icon and lands the shot.
Benji is saving her asses here so bad.
I have to say,
Find out what you mean by just doing it and seeing if I get banned.
I think the initial take from FPX is cool. It gets you into the after plant, but just the ultimates that were
FPX did so well to pull it around back. It looked like they were not getting it after they lose life.
an awkward position. The Viper's Pit meaning, okay, are you going to run through a Viper's Pit into a lockdown to try and destroy it? No, that makes it impossible. So the only place they could go was try and push into Boo, who was ready for it. And then it's just like, okay, even then you have that control.
Why is he wearing like a blanket?
There is no, you have to go.
He looks like he's just been pulled out of a river, Neil. Like, what's happened?
Like, the fact that he gets two is impressive. Even still, Heretics have regained.
He's cold, okay. Is the AC on literally that much?
You've already got Boo down to a board.
Oh, yeah, no, because Frost was talking about it. Because he was saying that, like, you're right under the AC in those rooms.
With the Viper's Pit in this round, and Boo, well, it's not long ago. I remember him using a Nightfall to win them around. He's one away.
you know, last round 4 players on A from Team Heretics. They used the C's alongside the nade to deny Robo control.
Oh, it's funny though. Just this big, like, swole guy with a little blanket over his shoulders.
I think it was Miniboo that did that. This
Crazy that FPX still have a buy here.
on Rubble a moment ago, or on Mound, to find that little bit of control, spotting out that no one's there. It's got the rotations from Heretics focused entirely on this.
And also the drilling is giving me a headache.
Some players are defending the site. Benji is in an absolutely disgusting position. If they come through, I doubt they clear this corner.
Oh, he's going to look for the time.
Ugh.
And it doesn't quite work out.
Really not that much damage done from either side.
This solo C site is, again, FPX have been there once. And they got killed.
This angle, though, is really nice from Miniboo. Oh, but he's just got off of it.
It's going to be a problem. Miniboo playing up close, still has his nade. They haven't baited out any of this utility, and the push up from Life might try and sell.
See here, like they showed in this position. That's brave.
He gets denied.
Oh, nice work from FPX. Rian's a spike. Ooh, the time. They don't. I don't think they do. Oh, they do. Never mind. I can't read.
That's Viper's Pit to defend the plant as well.
Oh my god, that couldn't have been any closer.
Now the advantage is clearly in favor of FPX. Sure, some of these players are low, but everyone's going to be low on Heretics once they get near that spike.
I hope they showed that in the replay of how close that was, because I think that's like 0.01.
That would have been a death sentence, but Berlin...
How? I'm not going to say it if they've won it. How have FPX won this round?
Easily taking down Woot, jumping up.
Oh, I'm having like stress seizures, I swear. Yeah, I need to see the replay of how close that was.
Two teams.
Well, yeah, that round came down to what, like half a second? Rien's
It was less than that.
Swings a millisecond later, and you can't really blame him for it. Berlin winning a fight, running.
Oh, it's so close. Oh, we're not going to see it.
Killing the second guy. This was his round.
Can I like make a clip? Oh, not on top of the game itself. Oh. What's going on now?
I think if he swings a millisecond later,
I have actually just broken it. Wait, you can't do that? Oh my god, I'm losing. This is not... This is not intuitive at all.
Yeah, that round to what, like half a second?
Stop showing me the same clip over and over again. It's like I'm living in Groundhog Day.
Well, the C-site is a pretty hefty part of
Right,
winning a
what's
fight.
up there? I'm just gonna let that play in the background forever. Wait, what? I didn't mute this stream.
so to the wire. And
Huh?
for Heretics in this
Why
round.
does me muting that tab beat this tab?
Sheriffs, a Bucky brought out by Benji Fishy. I'm not sure about that one, to be honest. And sometimes you'll see, you know, the orb up close like last round. Maybe he can get the value. No, he's going to have to do this dry. That's not an easy task for anybody. Has managed to get close, but the first shot doesn't land. The second.
Oh my god, Benji's going to win this round alone as well.
But the Bucky isn't. It's recovered.
Hero Bucky.
Boo now has it in his hands. 2 bullets left, and he's out of here. Maybe a chance to reload as well.
Jinxed it. I mean, good. I don't want to see Benji keep winning these rounds off of bullshit. Leave the bullshit for FPX, please.
Can't say I'm expecting much from the Bucky from this point onwards. Boo does have his ult. So does Mini Boo. I don't think they're going to want to commit them here and more with Boo already dead. The Bucky might find another player. It has.
Mate, the chance, like, if this correlates to the other regions, Trace have a good shout against Vitality.
Still a 2v2 scenario and not the cleanest from Ion, but
I don't think Billy have much of a shot against Fnatic. EDG against Foot is sort of 50-50, I think.
throughout this map. Come on. We now look at Heretics to see if they can respond and even things up. I feel like that's sort of where it should go.
Well, with how things have gone
This
so
is
far,
cool, like the lightning.
let's carry it out to the end of the half. Defensive side.
I think I'd hate wearing a sleeve.
You know, one of the weird things about watching this from having
It gets so sweaty and horrible, I couldn't imagine.
normally you have Boo constantly on Rubble.
Trace had the best chance for China. I don't know if I agree with that. If the best chance to get out of their group, yes, I'd agree with that for sure. But like, if it was on equal terms, would they get the furthest? No. I think FPX, if they can get out of this group, just dwarfs what they could bottom out of playoffs completely, but it would dwarf what anybody else does.
Blob movement.
To like eliminate one of two kinda Gen.G, Heretics, or Sentinels is ridiculous.
Maybe joining the norm a little bit more there.
Going out not last is a feat.
Anymore, which I think was a big talking point for Riens. Someone who's so fantastic with that supportive utility is going to have to do it in a different way.
I don't think they lose, nor do I.
Patient, passive.
What I can see happening is if FPX win this series, they have the rematch against Heretics and lose that.
But this has looked incredibly different. Happy to play into the late round, using those rotations. That counter Nightfall is definitely going to make things awkward. You maybe expected to see some spam from Boo. Instead, Boo tries to go through.
I don't know what Woot's trying to do there.
Oh, Boo's found himself one, and he's safe in the back of the side. Oh, stop!
It gets too crazy. And the Spike's left in a really precarious position. Lysol doesn't have his ultimate.
And it looks like
Uh,
Lysor, 1 versus 4. He'll find the first, but 10 seconds.
yeah, he's trying to get on site with his 2 player there already. I don't think the 6-6 is... Six rounds for Heretics is really good.
Difficult to separate these teams. We've had to go all the way to map 3, and it looks like we've got to go a little further.
Yeah, I think that it did probably deserve to go in neck and neck. I guess you could argue with Heretics winning the pistol, maybe FPX should have come out slightly in front, but we've seen
This showstopper.
I think this round was much more of just
Ayang's thingy went off and stunned them both too.
this slow rotation. They tried to sort of hold on to it in this case, and it's worked out for them. Either way, we'll be back after the break with the second half.
Let me run how many? 8 seconds. Let's see if I can find this. Get back a bit more. Oh, is this still replays? Yeah, it might be. No, there we go. Why is it? Right, so there's a... Why does it keep... Yeah, it's just some like weird clipping shit, isn't it? No 0.1? Can't see because the thing starts cropping up. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, 0.1 seconds. You're sort of doing it off when the animation's a little, like the animation starts showing just before it's planted. Like, oh, there. Yeah, 0.17. You're right.
13-9, they took it. They dealt Heretics one of the worst attacking halves we've seen from.
Well, technically.
And now, as we move into Lotus, half 2, FPX's defense.
So yeah, it's like 0.1.
I don't know what to expect from Team Heretics. There's a couple new.
And they still go into the half even.
For FPX.
I think it can be. I think it depends how Heretics come in playing this. Like, you're going to know that this composition is coming, but because of the amount of delay utility they have, you have to disrespect some of it. You have to play through smokes. You have
Tracy spots of a Game Changers team now. That's cool.
They've got Boo now playing that supportive role so that Woot can maybe be a bit more aggressive around those smokes.
Smoke right away is determined.
Good news.
Benji Fishy to put the turret down and deny any control over the mound without at least breaking it and giving away the info. Flash sent out, destroyed immediately. Look at that. Heretics pumped the brakes with a 3-man firing squad waiting for that B main aggression, and it has come.
Completely forgot how the Game Changer scene works. I don't know if it works for Trace.
FPX.
Like maybe they picked up a team that was doing well in China that might be able to qualify for like the Worlds event.
This is a tough position to try and get back from for sure. Rians clearly knows something that we don't because he is fighting. And whoa! Maybe a bit of a nasty
What on earth?
for him. It's going to be the push through.
I'm gonna play on B as well, which I don't think really benefits Heretics that much. So that's like pushing C link here is nice.
They're going to plant for the link. Instead, though, they're met by Ayung. This round may be overplayed a little bit.
Oh, it might be played over a lot. I'm not even making sense of words. Berlin gets Woo. How have they fucked this up? How? 3v5.
Such a deficit. FPX.
All stats from Woo again, just doing weird ass stuff towards A.
You end up calling a pause after a lot of.
I can't even be happy for FPX. I'm just wondering what on earth Heretics are thinking. Completely overcooked it.
Have to give credit to FPX for being able to pull that back. Even
Sorry, Rians.
won't be enough. Walking through a decayed wall. Here you have Young catching one off guard, and Miniboo not adjusting in time, and then obviously Berlin onto Woot. Another one of those individuals.
Group of abuse. Gen.G's fucking playthings.
So far, but this second round will be a little tougher for Team Heretics to upset them in.
So we've finally seen a split of pistols as well. After
Yeah. Tom's right. 3 pistols each.
bringing things back to even.
Gen.G in this group. Gen.G in any group is unfair.
Quite a few sheriffs invested into here for the side of Heretics, clearly believing in the
Low key, these teams could have been top 4 in this event.
Seems like Boo's still going to be playing.
If they were like in different groups, you know?
When he's on the smoke, lurking on that side of the map, while for Berlin it's a chance to potentially farm up orbs. It seems like he got a little bit lost there though. Plant going to be tapped. I don't know if they realize the orbs are still here. And Wu wins that fight as well.
Well, you'd think I would have learned my lesson by now to stop counting Heretics out when they've got pistols in play, but I'll learn one day. FPX still have a chance.
Good flash.
I don't think Wingman's going to survive too much longer.
Can get half.
The shot from Life is nice, but they haven't dealt with the player on site. Rienz is going out for more.
Oh.
What is he doing? What was that? A master
Jesus.
in an uncouth style.
The audio thing as well, just.
Instead, he's going out with his knife when he still has ammo.
Oh man.
Okay, 7-7.
I feel like, did he just emote on him? Is that what I've just witnessed? He just decided to do a little dance.
I mean, easy come, easy go, I suppose.
In a round where, yeah, they had nothing. They had a few sheriffs, and he had a classic, and they had 2 bullets left. And I don't know. I said it. Rian's post plant, it equals. I don't know how. I don't know how they're managing this, but for FPX,
Right now, FPX are on an eco.
finally, I said they broke it. They got a split pistol for once, and well, yeah, look at the economy. It's off the charts.
Also, it's confusing. Tom said split pistol because I'm like, split's not even in the map ball anymore.
Winning the pistol, yeah. Your opponents are down in the dumps, and now you get to play a round where you've been. Oh, hello. Okay, well that's not ideal. Benji's down.
An upgrade. Give it to Berlin. Are you gonna throw it to life?
It's a rifle recovered by Berlin.
You gonna give it to life, Berlin?
For FPX,
Are you going to give the rifle to your duelist, Berlin? Berlin? Are you really keeping the gun, Berlin? Are you... there's Life, there's Ayang, who's had a really good series. Autumn's really good. You've lost the rifle. Good job, Berlin.
They're going to want to try and retrieve that, of course.
Now Ayang has it. The whole thing could have been avoided.
Into an awkward fight, but who's having a great time? Finally, will be put down by Ayang. But even still, that time has been ticking. And the rest of the players on Heretics haven't just been sitting there. They've got into advanced positions. This post was looking good, but now they're both trapped into the corner. This could be a
He's moshed. He's gonna die. He jumped. Is
trying to do everything all on his lonesome, but he won't.
there's no time.
Left completely blind. It doesn't even matter. It will be a Red Bull clutch with the.
Isn't jumping during the mosh not legit?
After all you told me about FPX, Tom, but this.
If you're in a molly and you start jumping to take reduced damage, that's like
What in the world in the last 2 rounds?
that's like a bug exploit.
I'm starting to lose my mind. A Red Bull clutch.
But like he should have died to the mosh, right? So I don't know if that's.
Jumping over. I don't even know if they had time from this point. I don't think.
But I don't know how he. Regular mollies, yeah.
At the right moment to survive.
It has the burst at the end.
Well, I guess technically they didn't at least get that massive boost in economy. FPX, they probably would have hoped for a win, but they can take that as somewhat of a win.
Mosh, KO, molly are the 2 exceptions of that. Is that down somewhere?
Speaking about FPX and
Because I.
their ability to compete with the best.
He was in a corner and a mosh was thrown in. Like, by all accounts, that should kill him. But yet he didn't die.
I will say maybe the GOAT of all subs in Battletech, because that does normally happen. Boo almost caught, but he's going to deny any further aggression. Still FPX trying to find some way in and delay. And you can see again, these double smokes, there always comes a point in the round where you have to...
Wasn't this a big thing before? I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, Young had an angle. The timing not quite great.
Like, they were gonna, like, to be fair, they were gonna lose the round anyway. They didn't really have time to get on the defuse. But it's still a little bit fucked.
Lotus is instead moving towards B. Prowler clears it. They won't waste their paranoia. Instead, using it much deeper, stopping any re-aggression.
But the fact that it's confusing is a problem, you know? It's like, if you jump in mollies to avoid taking damage, that's an exploit, but it's fine for these other mollies. Oh my god, Life!
Lighting them up. It's Heretics on the back foot. Out of absolutely nowhere. FPX have got control.
They always leave it so late to get the defuse as well. Oh my god.
And there's no stopping what started here.
Holy shit, Life. Don't die, don't die. You don't have the money to be throwing bodies away.
I don't even know. I think if...
Gekka's already strong enough. The problem is that it's a problem with the game that needs fixing.
It's like he's got a million sensitivities.
Is that if you are stood in a molly and you're jumping, you should still take damage, but you don't. Like, that's something that needs fixing. That's why you can't do it. So surely that would be the same for the... It would be shit if you could just be stood in a mosh, and if you just jump to the right time, you avoid what the mosh is meant to do.
As said,
That's like crouching to avoid an aftershock.
It means there's 3 rifles available, and oh, you can already see the amount of space that's already been taken by FPX.
But I'm not like crying, oh, it was an exploit, FPX should have won that round. Like, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is, I thought that was an exploit. So I don't know what's about to happen. And last time I did that, I got Koi getting a timeout removed.
Young has to be careful though. I don't know. Okay, they will convert the kill and no punish. And then the swing from Boo traded out. 2 versus 1. And they could lock this round in here and now with the showstopper if they wanted to.
I guess that's the point actually, because you are right on the edge of it.
Wood is low, has his ult, and Spike's right in front of him. You're right. He can take that teleport from the shadows. He'll emerge on another site potentially. But it looks like he's going to stick the plant here and now.
Maybe realizing it's a
Push him right into him. Yeah, nice. I actually think that's perfectly fine.
I feel like I almost thought I heard something for a second, but maybe not. I think he just got caught by Lice.
Maybe he did take damage. Maybe because he was right on the edge of it, it just wasn't a lot. I genuinely don't know.
Problem in the end. I think the only real worry was just how much Rians was able to do. It took an ultimate.
I've just learned that if I have an instinct on something like that, to call it out.
Pretty much everything.
Because I'm like, I'm wrong, in which case that's fine, or I'm right, and the injustice is brought to justice.
Spot on, Tom. Used the ultimate and immediately got dropped.
I want to know where he was planning on going. Because he's using it right here. Yeah.
I guess we'll never know.
Maybe to try and go back into the spawn and reclaim other ground, try and find a gap, but yeah, didn't know his opponent was there. It's not the biggest ult in the world to lose. Like, it's not the end of the world. I don't mind him. I said I didn't mind him committing it to rotate.
But like, I'm not calling it out because I'm a salty fan. It's not me calling for a penalty against my favorite team.
Have some support. The flash is going to leave both players completely blind. Woo, under serious pressure, and while that pressure is not easing up anytime soon.
Berlin, he's playing a risky game with just Sheriff's team.
Right, 4v2. Come on, FPX.
Not down in a spot that's easy to defend for FPX. They don't want to take too many risks, although now the attackers are split. Benji's holding onto the space, presumably so the spike can come back to him.
Don't peek him life. You're too low.
Benji hasn't.
I thought that they were on. I didn't think that they were like here. I thought they were here. I thought they were just walking backwards into it.
With the spike, I thought he'd go back to the B site.
Good threaten.
Take this one as a team, as a duo. Instead, even if.
And Benji's like, okay, well, if they've gone and pushed a fort here, I might be able to find space here.
No, found a lot of space.
That would be heard.
To do much here. Just sit, wait, and cover that plant when it comes through.
30 seconds left.
Heretics, they were hoping.
4v2. We've already seen Team Heretics with a worse spine than this win a 5v2 or 2v5 in their favor.
Now the patience might just pay off. Gen.G looks like he might be about to be greedy.
What's he waiting for? Oh, the Gecko flash. Just fuck me, man. Big fight for Berlin. Oh.
Second try, but ultimately the outcome is as expected.
Oh, it's stressing me out, man.
Shy of a successful round, but Young's the one to bring it across the line. Double digits locked in for FPX.
Benji has to stop heroing. Yeah, I mean, look, like, they brought it closer. You can't, like, we maybe should have won that, but at the same time, there were clutches that people should have won against Benji. That's crazy.
Fantastic adjustment by Benji. And like we said,
The angle was just better for Ayang to be taken there.
Across the line, 60 HP, 2 shots and he's down, but he'll carry forward to the next. A timeout called by Heretics, and this is the last chance for the EMEA Coach of the Year.
2v4 into single survivor ain't optimal. We'll force a timeout, and I think it'll put him on an eco too.
Which honestly, at this stage, I wouldn't be particularly surprised by. You have to remember as well, the road that FPX had when they're over in Shanghai.
They're 2 rounds up, we are.
Losing to Heretics. This was the team that ultimately sent them packing, sent them home. To say that they're not looking for revenge, I think would be foolish. Obviously, it's not quite the same in the fact that Heretics would get another chance against a Masters winner. That would be the team they have to face off. Or if they turn it around and they win this game, then they have to play a Masters winner. So yeah, I guess playing a Masters winner where you can't be eliminated is slightly different. And I wouldn't even be surprised if there's a realm where these two meet back up in that decider game. I don't think it's improbable, even still.
I mean, like, maybe it's just a roles thing. It's hard to know.
For FPX more so, this is their chance.
Dying on a round.
A lot of old
it's
being online. Gen.G and Miniboo, Lockdown and Showstopper.
1,500, 2,000, 2,500. I can't remember off the top of my head. Was it 1,200? I can't remember.
For FPX.
I haven't played Valorant in like a few weeks.
A fairly big advantage in. Gen.G's already tagged. Lots of weaker weapons, stingers in play, but that's where things can get chaotic, where Heretics will move quicker, more sporadically as a unit.
You get 3,000 if you win a round.
That's the real question.
You don't get anything extra for living or dying. You just keep the weapons that you have already, so you save that money. It's not like CS where if you die after the round ends, you don't get any money.
They're pushing back in.
But I'm trying to remember like loss bonus, how that scales up. Great nade, but it doesn't get the lockdown. Bye-bye life.
Instead, though, he's going to be caught. A worthwhile trade. Showstopper out. It should be a kill, and it will be.
Ian gets Budo just before he gets traded.
Still yet to be planted, but plenty of time.
3v3 and Boo's low. There's a Viper's Pit on both sides.
Still possible to be put
Oh, he has to reload.
traded out.
Oh no, an estate bite. Fucking just jump in the corner. That's apparently fine now.
It was the problem weapon.
Oh, fucking cock.
It is something that FPX just cannot deal with.
Minnie Boo does great there though.
Came into that round, 1 away from lockdown, 1 away from showstopper. Pick up an orb for the lockdown, and the overcommitment from
There's no money. You have to eco this if you're FPX.
down Benji Fishy. Fantastic.
That's it. 1.9. 1.9, 2.4, 2.9.
Which gets him the ult, which is immediately activated, which gets another kill. And from this point forward,
I need to run now. See you later, Luigi. Hopefully see you around tomorrow. We should be on for the Fnatic Billy game, but if not, we'll be on the day after.
And look at the economy on the other side now. Oh my god, he got 2! He's got 2 off the back of just wall banging, and he's almost got a 3rd! That's an insane start to the round from Boo.
Bit of a waste. Look how bad the money is for Heretics.
I like this gun. It's a nice gun.
Why are you still cheering for China teams? Because I like the China teams. I want them to do well.
Even up against pistols, you got to be careful. That's one thing that I've certainly learned in this series. But they have found themselves an advantage that's almost impossible to throw away. We saw the 2 versus 4 from Heretics with Sheriff. 2 versus 5. 1 versus 5 now with 7 HP. That is
Put it in the
quite a
history
difference.
books.
Yeah. Get ready. Autumn's name in lights. But I think this supernova is going to be premature. It's going to fade to black. There you go. Boo with a triple kill. A lot of that was down to those wall bangs. The big guns out to play.
10 to 10. Again, we see a scenario where one of the teams is in the lead and the other immediately claws it right back. It has been a game that whatever way you think it's going, it could immediately go back in the other direction. And I feel like this is going to be one of those matchups that is going to become a cult classic. Like if you're a real fan of Valorant, you're going to talk about Heretics versus FPX, because last time out, as said, it ended in a 17-15 overtime victory for Heretics, which eliminated FPX from the tournament. Now, they're level again, 10-10, double digits in the ones. And they're going to have to try and come up with something here, because they're not out of it. They proved in the last map that even if Heretics manage to string rounds together, they can easily turn the game back into their favor. Okay, it's been a bit quieter from the likes of Life and Autumn after the last one, but it really is just going to come down to those late rounds once again.
We're going the distance, and I can't say I'm mad about it. Especially seeing Boo pull out that Odin gameplay. It's got a smile on my face. My favorite part about the replay was I was just watching Life's camera as he got hit multiple times, and he just looked so like lost, disappointed, angry, just every negative emotion stewing. We'll see if it continues. And maybe we'll see less A-main aggression from FPX, although looking at the mini-map, I don't think that's likely. A lot of players grouped up and ready to take a fight around this area. Perhaps some rubble control to be sought.
Will it be a pace change? Because that's the thing.
Looks like it.
Heretics have liked to do this, where their opponent pulls a pause, so they do something completely out of the ordinary. It doesn't always work, but it looks like, again, they've just completely...
Alright, they got a buy now.
Expecting that to be a counter.
I'm out. 1 away from Showstopper. 3 ultimates, 3 big ultimates. If you could pace these out nicely, you might be set. Because there's no Showstopper, there's no Viper's Pit here, there's no lockdown. Just a Nightfall.
Hit the site elsewhere, not giving a lot of information. The only thing is Lysor, but he is...
That's all you're sort of waiting on, really.
Early, you think at this point that there will be some control, especially that one-way smoke gives it away. But
Ominot makes it 2.5.
in fact,
Lightsol has some good ideas around it.
throw over the reveal.
Even if it's to just get out of here.
They're just covering the B aggression alongside.
If White for Showstopper, I feel a lot better about this play, but
Seconds left.
he doesn't.
Go through, but not outside of A. He's faking this. He's making it look like it's a beat.
This is good though. Putting pressure here. The Viper wall going up.
It's Lysor that will have the pressure on him. He's conscious they could be here, but he hasn't used the paranoia just yet. Now they're close. Now the pressure's on.
Oh, the timing couldn't have been better.
Paranoia out. It's caught him on the right. Miniboo can't see it. Damn.
Nice fight, Lysor. Life showstopper.
Stepping up to delete Boo.
Didn't need it.
This one's looking done.
Really nice work from Lysor here.
Incredible work by Lysor.
Gets the perfect timing. Perfect.
Points in that round where you could see he was tempted to use that paranoia. Seeing the Viper screen go up and basically just watching.
These guys never crouch. They don't need to.
Were there, and when he did use it, it was spot on. Like he's able to push back out of what was the paint shells on his feet, get a second kill, and then at that point, everybody is focused on that Omen player, and Life can take the gap. And again, you give this man even a split second where you need to react, you're already dead. You don't have the time for it. FPX, after the pause, are going to respond once again. Well, there is a lot more early battle this time for A, but they've got to be careful. In fact, they're looking to try and get out of there. Woot is under serious pressure. They've got to give it up, but
Fighting. Yeah, they've taken B very quickly. Nightfall, but you got a Thrash, a showstopper disposition from Miniboo though. He's got to get that kill. That's bad.
If ever I've seen one. And ultimates here for FPX as
If he repeaks it, he's repeaking into 2. Good nade, but the only concern is FPX. They take their time. Nightfall going to be used, hits nothing. Thrash is going to come in on this side, which is exactly where everybody's grouped up. This is a really good ultimate. The Seize is even better though.
The Seize is good. It keeps them in position.
He doesn't hit any of them, and Miniboo gets 2.
For the disaster earlier on with Gen.G up top.
Time though. Time is so low.
Corner is a player and coming through the smoker. 2 more. He thins out the herd and leaves.
They got to save.
That FPX are running for the hills.
Good God. They've should have enough money, but it might be some harm farmers.
If it doesn't go to OT, I think that would be the biggest surprise.
That Caesar comes in from Budo is major.
Miniboo's reaction there, I love it. Like, sure, the initial fight didn't go his way, but Gen.G actually gets detained. So his choice there is, okay, I can surprise them. They're going to be looking to hunt down these guys. They're seized up.
Getting 2, and then the Viper wall is down. All that shit.
Set him up that little bit more. 11-11. No one able to break the deadlock. It has been
Half armor.
throughout the entirety of the match. In fact, the series.
They used Viper's Pit too? Autumn?
Still trying to fight for this early control of Rubble, and again, it's the same. So much utility being expended.
Oh, he has no idea what's going on. I don't have any idea what's going on, but Gen.G goes down.
They try the
fighting in B main.
same ruse, and it is not.
Oh, it's not working this time.
That's the spike down. And a flank underway. Killjoy turret down, so there's no way they even get that information. And it's double flank too. Life is here as well. There is.
All right. Nice stuff. Let's get it over the line.
And it's trampled Heretics. Left them flat on 11. And now 1 round away from locking in this series, from the upset that we said
Miniboo is the showstopper again.
was possible today. But nobody expected it without Abyss. If that map didn't go to FPX, the series was done in everyone's minds. But here we are with a real chance to pull it across the line.
Man, Vansili and Anders going to bed for this series.
Big plays from Heretics, and Miniboo has a showstopper.
And FPX sort of doing the same exact play, fighting aggressively on A main.
We're going to see this control fought. It has gone the way of FPX in the majority.
This is mental.
Trying to.
You got that aggression. We've already seen Heretics do fast responses to B. Now they're gonna do it C, and you're just out in the open like a fucking Wally. Fucking Berlin, man.
Doesn't seem so, especially with that showstopper online for Miniboo. He's the one picking the kill, but the ult was already there. And the C site now, knowing that there's Viper utility here, they're likely to use it to open the site. That's why Autumn has fallen back so far. He doesn't want to get caught by this big old rocket. But for now,
A lot of utility used on the execute. Life, what's Life doing? He's satcheling and then just peeking out. Nobody else is there.
instead, they take the space for free.
Oh my God.
It's fired in blind in case there's a snake in the grass, but it looks like an overtime is already locked in. A big play.
He's dinged one of them.
fantastic in so many rounds. And a spam here.
They're all boxed in.
Lysor, he's conscious of a player up close.
Yeah, would reveal his position, not knowing that.
Immediately, somebody's got into that smoke. Nice adjustment from Gen.G.
A 1v4 to 8.
Oh, that was atrocious.
But this would have to be the best of them. It seems like OT is inevitable, and maybe it was from the get-go. The way this map has been going back and forth all the way, why not keep it going a little bit more? 12 FPX versus Heretics, always.
Archie's so angry at Berlin. That was just straight trolling.
Last time their last map was what, 15 to 17?
Why would you have this as like the set play?
Yet to go, Tom.
Like have super giga hard aggression towards A and then be playing here alone as a fucking Astra.
Re-aggression and knowing that this squad was likely to not sit on site, to not give them free kills if the rocket was popped. And it wasn't needed in the end. Round number 25 about to unfold. It's been pretty much neck and neck the whole way along. Even when it comes to buy rounds,
so annoying.
Separate these squads. The one thing is, though, there won't be ultimates online from the get-go. We could see slower play to farm those orbs. Perhaps.
Where they're attacking next.
But I'm looking at the map
To break the door.
doesn't seem to be the case.
Nobody's really fighting too much. Just Rian's opening the door for a quick check.
Deny any aggression from this defensive side.
A little bit more tentative. A lot on the line. There's no easy game.
Look at Boo's angle though.
That has been proven.
It's 3 people towards A4 now because Mini Boo's rotate over as well.
Going to give you much easier opponent already.
Oh my god.
Wu isn't going to be the one to find the kills. In fact, it's Rian's alongside Minibu to do it. Leaving 3 standing, but I can't count how many 3v5s we've seen so far this game, so Heretics need to make sure they don't overextend.
Well, many games in the past, I've been counting teams out at this point or a little further, but lesson learned. It ain't over till the pop-up comes in. 30 seconds, though. We're certainly close to the conclusion one way or another. Heretics backing off the A side as well, expecting this hit to be a massive rotation.
Berlin gonna go for a flank all the way around.
Perhaps a push through their own.
Don't peek. No.
The bases ready for these fights.
Just wait for your teammates to like plant or fake plant or whatever. Let them do something.
To be found.
10 seconds left.
But a 5 versus 2 retake. Team Heretics, even just trading at this point, will be more than enough.
Where do you go? Where do you fight? How do you try and remove this deficit? Are you hoping for a little bit of luck? Well, there it is. Still took some.
Still need 2 others to get gifted.
Tagged a little bit lower. Has Lysor alongside him, but not for much longer. With 15 HP, I think all the miracles are gone from this round. It will be Heretics to.
Oh, what a waste.
As they now need one more to end this series and repeat history versus FPX.
An OT victory to send them below. That's got a sting for FPX if that's where we end up. Yeah, because we end up on Abyss 14 to 12. The same
Might be over. It feels it. There's a timeout now potentially for FPX if they want it.
Devastating that reality will be. Well, we see the Heretic side hyped up. Benji's got that energy in him. They're standing up. Miniboo's activated, and this is what we've been waiting for as well. It's
Good.
Considered to be normal Miniboo. He's got 30 kills.
Sad. So annoying. Just so frustrating.
Starting to get that confidence, and that's all we needed to see on this stage
He's
as well.
had rounds. That's the more important thing. When it gets this late in the game, the numbers don't matter. You can have 30 kills or you can have 10. If you're the one that wins an OT round, no one gives a damn. And that's the thing. He had one of the highest impact rounds to even get them there in the first place with that push on the B site to double up. And that's all we're looking at this point. The same can be said for Life on the other side. Is it his best statistical game? No, but they've had moments. They've had opportunities. And oh, this is the chance for the coaches to make their money on either side. Yeah. Maybe calm the nerves. Maybe even calm them down after standing up and shouting across. We know that that can backfire. Benji's had that. Munyet won't forget. back in we go. Defensive side.
Better be some magic here.
Look bad for the side of FPX. Very good at taking that A control, and I wonder if
The timeout's resetting. Over time, you get one more.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of pings from Heretics.
But if you had both your timeouts and it goes to OT, you don't get a third that you can use. You just get one for overtime.
Berlin, just in the last round they played on defense, he was alone. This time doubling up to provide that little bit of extra support.
All right, Billy, nice.
For his trouble. They were sent back and they were smoked off, but somehow he's able to land that shot for free. That's the opening that I guess is karma for the last half that they played.
timing though is going to be everything.
And now Ayang's just on his own. Like, what? It's just going on to aggressive angles. 5v4. We don't need to be facing this kind of shit.
Not going to look to play off it. You can see on the other side, Boo is waiting for a response, waiting to see if there's a re-aggress, an attempt to try and take this one. Much more passive. And that's mainly because, again, of that A-site hold. You've got the cross being held onto. Autumn's position has been revealed, and I think they're just going to have to smoke this off and maybe get him out of that corner. That would not be a safe place to stay.
Still running into a pretty heavy setup here on C. At least the orb is down for now. It's not
Great position. Great stuff from Berlin. Never doubted. Right, 1v3, and you're just on your own, but thank God.
Another overtime record.
Really good adjustment from Berlin there. I like that. Maybe not the other stuff, but I liked that. Never doubted Berlin, yeah.
Well, again, just look at the scoreboard. That tells you all you need to know. The back and forth has been truly.
Wow, we don't even see him.
These two teams. Next, I think we should maybe give them both the chance to play against Sentinels or both the chance to play against Gen.G, because it really does seem like both teams could or should deserve to go marching on.
So Tom's basically saying that both teams deserve to win and both teams deserve to lose.
Needs to be decided.
So just have them play both.
Battle continues. The fight for rubble. A continuous point. And actually a deep alarm bot being placed by Benji will mean he can keep this passive hold without needing to go for too much of a fight. In fact, all of his utility is used to that degree on B as well.
Could we just draw? It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Now the rest look to just try and hold on to.
Just round robin between them and Sen. Losing my voice now.
Not the normal hold. You don't have an easy escape a lot of the time. I mean, sure, Miniboo can get out of there. He's got his blast packs. He's not on too committed of an angle. But then just take a look at Rien's. He's got no way out. The wall might help him for a moment, but okay, the spam is good. Now where does he go? He's stuck, he's naded, and hit by the snake bite too. Miniboo gets out, but the trade 1-to-1. It's not fantastic for the defensive side. Less players to defend this map now, and FPX still have the ability to take this.
Which stage is always round robin? Yeah, let's just do that.
Looks like the spike is still going.
Ayang's gone down, Rien's has gone down, 4v4, but FPX executing the site. There's 3 people on.
Coming ahead in all the fights. Berlin left alone, 1v3 with an AWP.
With an AWP.
Yeah, with an AWP and no shields. Like, he's got 20 seconds. He needs a miracle. He needs a mistake. I don't even think he could pull this off unless Heretics do something silly. And wow, holding already. Benji, he's not going to repeat that. Absolutely no reason to. They could wait for him to try and grab the spike, try and plant, but they are not giving him anything. A shutdown and another chance for Heretics as they get themselves to match and series point again.
Another chance to close this out. Moving into their attack side. This was a big gamble by them, the 3-man rotate to the A site, but it couldn't have worked.
This has happened so often though. The Heretics just have all of the people on the right side. The FPX have been really good at like manipulating maps on stuff like Abyss, right? Even a little bit on Bind, but here it's just non-existent.
They wouldn't have that many players that close by, and perhaps they even isolate a duel, but instead they were the ones isolated, taken down.
Man, I can't watch. The music's way too like happy for me here right now.
Most fun things about this series for me is, again, you just see the depth of both of these squads. I think Rien's has been outstanding on every single map. Every single map, playing different roles,
every role.
Playing Sova, playing this Viper. He has been outstanding. Gecko on the last map as well. And then, of course, across the board, the exact same thing. Ayang has been unreal on the Initiator. And you're going to talk about Life, you're going to talk about Wu as these superstars that we have seen time and time again, but it really has been like at any moment, any player in this server could be the one to make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, even Autumn last map, it was really fun seeing him on the chamber. They were getting so much value out of that agent. For FPX.
Well, he played double duelist with this team in the past.
Brain cells leaving my head, yeah.
To more like
Oh.
roles at times, and even playing some
It's almost 3 o'clock.
technically that
Been going 6 hours, and one of the series was a quick 2-0.
Yeah, I think you can do a little more with Chamber when it comes to fighting than a Cypher, for example, but I suppose it depends if the name's Runner. This is huge. The spam, though, has been dodged by FPX.
Yeah, I don't think Vancilio or Anders would have survived this. They'd be running on fumes.
But no damage, right? Walking straight into the site.
That might be it.
The opening, that's life down with a good opportunity to convert the plant as well. FPX can't really deny this. They have to fight for the retake.
They haven't been able to deny anything, really.
advantage. The hold from Boo, I don't know if they will have heard him taking that little bit of extra damage. Well, they definitely know now. He's revealed his position, but if anything, that could be worse for them. They're going to have to try and fight.
He's buying so much time, and you can't peek him because of the Odin.
Reclaim the baby door.
Ugh, man. 3v4, time is getting low again. It's done, surely. Yeah, it's done.
It just isn't happening. It's left all onto Autumn. He's fought throughout this series, but I think the job is done. Time and time again, you'll see against each other.
Nice try, good effort. But like, fuck, this is gonna keep going on until the end of time, isn't it, from FPX?
Separated only by the overtimes. One hell of a fight put up by FPX, but Heretics, after a little break, a little rest, they've come back looking better. Even changes.
It's better for them to lose, maybe. Sentinel should be a bit scared, I think.
Switching roles, Woot and Boo swapping it over, bringing in Rien's on the Viper. Wow.
The music's weird, but okay.
But only barely. This is a
That'll lose your map, I'd say, yeah.
From this tournament. I think you can say the same for both, though. FPX, it would be devastating to see them go out down in that lower bracket, but I think they're going to have one.
I was hoping that there'd just be a chance, that there'd be a shot that we wouldn't have all 4 Chinese teams losing their first series. That would have been nice. That would have been enough.
Sentinels is going to be one to watch because super impressive. But again, you talk about this Heretics squad, the youngsters led by Boo, that's someone who has brought a team of very inexperienced players to some crazy.
Yeah, my pickups are still correct. So does that. At least we get to see Heretics Gen.G. That'll be a great series. If FPX can actually look good against Sentinels, losers bracket result against either of those two teams, doable.
Re-ends throughout the series, godlike. Genuinely a fantastic series through and through. And well, we say we don't.
But I'm not gonna stay for the interviews. I don't think. I'm just that sad. No, I'm just so warm.
Even towards the bottom of the scoreboard, someone like Benji.
I know Sliggy will be watching it, so I'll host Sliggy.
The sheriff shots will go to an overtime. Yeah. It's a different reality.
Is it Sliggy TV? It is, isn't it?
I mean, they'll definitely thank their lucky stars they pulled that one across the line. A really solid series. A good
that didn't work. Raid.
They've shown us the individuals. Mini Boo on stage as well. I think it's a big factor for him to find that confidence here at the international level.
Also, I need to do is make John QT a perma pick for Cypher on Ascent, and they win Ascent. Maybe.
Is a punishing one for sure.
I guess we'll see. But we should be back tomorrow for Fnatic Billy Billy at least. But we'll see how we go for doing any more than that. But thanks everybody for tuning in. I'll send you over now. Bye, GG's.
Very early rematch of their Masters final, which will be an exciting one, I'm sure, for Neil.